trying to do? Like,
what are you okay there, buddy?
I'm
And then the Venger's mid, waiting for that Spectre to get jumped on, holding the swap as that save ability.
FNG smoked, placing a deep ward in.
And then the Venger's mid, waiting for that Spectre to get jumped on, holding the swap as that save ability.
FNG smoked, placing a deep ward in.
And then the Venger's mid, waiting for that Spectre to get jumped on, holding the swap as that save ability.
FNG smoked, placing a deep ward in.
And then the Venger's mid, waiting for that Spectre to get jumped on, holding the swap as that save ability.
FNG smoked, placing a deep ward in.
And then the Venger's mid, waiting for that Spectre to get jumped on.
Merry Patchmas, everybody, and welcome to the OGA Dota pit. My name is Nomad. Joining me is 1437 as we get into today's games. With a patch on the horizon, these games are spicing up a little bit. We have plenty of action to come today here in the Dota 2 to warm you up and get you prepared for the new patch, which is going to drop. So, of course, we're going to be starting things off with Nigma versus Mudgolems. Then we're moving on to Alliance versus Virtus Pro after that. Then we're going to have a couple more games coming throughout the day, but starting off with the Nigma versus Mudgolem series, Theban, what are you expecting to see when these two teams come against each other here in the lower bracket?
Well, first of all, Normie, I would like to say congratulations on being hired back after being fired yesterday. All right, we're very happy to have you back here. Kasten once again. In terms of Mudgolems versus Nigma, I think this is pretty heavily Nigma favored. That being said, Mudgolems have finally won a series. It's been a while since they last won a series. But, live to win, that's the team they take out. I think, let me count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They were on a 6-series losing streak. No,
series.
7, 8.
Wow.
No, I'm not done. 8.
What? Jesus.
9-game losing streak. They just shattered that yesterday on Mudgolems. So hopefully they get some momentum with that. Maybe they got some confidence after that series as well. I know it was only live to win, but still, those guys are really good, and they're playing as Nigma. This team was playing phenomenally yesterday. So I have very high expectations for them, and I really think this is quite Nigma favorite, but we might be in for a surprise.
You know what, dude? I'm still predicting Nigma to win the whole tournament, man. I'm putting my money behind them, and I strongly believe that they're going to take this. As I said before, my reasoning was made clear yesterday. I believe that this team has something to prove, and I really think they want to get a win under their belt before we get back into the DPC in a month's time. So yeah,
I believe it too.
I think the lower bracket run is very possible, and then those grand finals. Well, anything could happen, but I think this team are going to be ready for it.
It's possible for Nigma to do it because they just, the way that they played yesterday, I got goosebumps in those games. Just like how they play the fights, where they go, and things like that. Maybe they're just lacking a little bit below OG in terms of strategy at the moment. But lower bracket run means more games, more chances to try new things out. Also, the new patch is hitting probably after this tournament. So not after this tournament. After today's games.
Oh, you gave everybody a fright there, sir. Everybody was like quaking. You think it's going to happen after we've got a little bit of a wager going on amongst us. So yeah, I think they're just going to drop it whenever they feel like it. And they said in the tweet, grab your coffee on Thursday. You don't drink coffee in the evening, Thebe, and you drink it in the morning. So I think it's going to be an early morning and anytime. So around like 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. European time is when I believe the patch is going. But you think they're sticking with, don't want to interrupt this lovely tournament going on, which is probably a fair call. But either way, we should have a patch at some point today, which of course we're very excited for. In fact, I think Patchmas to a lot of people is equal to Christmas in terms of excitement, especially for these hardcore Dota players.
I think they'll wait. They're definitely watching this. This is some amazing Dota happening in this tournament so far. They don't want to interrupt that, any bugs and breaks and stuff. Also, you would delay it. Yeah.
I'm just going to say, hi, Valve. Thank you for watching. Please nerf Spenags. Thank you. All right. Let's get into this draft. We, of course, have things well underway so far. Nigma, we're going to open things up with an Anti-Mage and an Earth Spirit. Meanwhile, Mudgolems are going to go down the route of the Faceless Void and the Mirana.
Yeah, before we get there, they also banned out the Venge on the side of Mudgolems. I don't think Nigma are ever going to get Venge again on this patch, but we don't know what will happen next patch. Maybe Venge is a whole nother hero already. But yeah, this Earth Spirit, Anti-Mage, we've seen this quite a bit where people are starting to pick AM against the Faceless Void, because if you get ahead, you can constantly burn the mana of all the Faceless Void with an Abyssal Blade and then try to win the fights through that. But then Faceless Void can also do really well against Anti-Mage when it gets that Chrono on the Mask of Madness, with the Mask of Madness and a Midas or whatever he may go into early game. That being said, Nigma are really going to need to pick an offlaner that can punish his Faceless Void. Try to shut him down in the early game. Don't give him that easy, free farm, because that's when it gets really scary for Anti-Mage.
Yeah, it does get pretty damn scary. Lana, going to be seen from Mudgolems, so always good to see them playing this hero. They still stick by it after all this time. They believe that they can play Mirana to a much better extent than any other team, and they pick it all the time because of that. Also, the Undying still available, another one of their favorites. Yep,
it's definitely going to be a really good Undying Faceless Void combo. It's one of the strongest combos of the patch as well. That being said, Undying not that good against Anti-Mage though. Can't really catch him, and if he goes on you with an Abyssal Blade, you might die too before you can get the tomb off in the late game. I would rather see more physical damage coming out from Mudgolems this game, I think. Legion was a good ban. Saudar's already gone, so Anti-Mage isn't really scared of those dudes. Beastmaster also banned. These are the three heroes that we often see when teams pick Anti-Mage: is LC, Saudar, Beastmaster. So Mudgolems, they do need more physical damage though for sure. And AM also makes it so that you're not gonna pick heroes like Zeus, maybe OD. You know, like if that's even a hero that you sometimes pick with Void.
Yeah, it's that pesky magic damage hero, which we've been seeing a fair amount of popularity with some of these teams so far. They've been picking a lot of that. But I love this Nigma ban where they get rid of the Night Stalker. I think that's very nice because of obviously you're not going to enjoy that AoE silence as an anti-mage. And this is something which Mudgolems have been running at mid sometimes, and it's worked pretty well for them. I mean, they've managed to win a couple of games with that Night Stalker. They have a good idea of how to play it at mid and in the off lane as well. So yeah, Nigma just kind of taking that wild card out of the mix, which I think is a good idea.
Pretty good against anti-mage, honestly.
Yeah.
When you pop that ulti, you can see him, you can blink on top of him, especially before he gets the Manta. And Mudgolems go with a Nature's Prophet. So now, I kind of like this if it's the position 5. I'm not the biggest fan of Nature's Prophet position 2 or 3 in this situation, but as a 5, I think it can have a lot of impact. Not only would it give Faces Void a really good lane and give him free farm, that's what Void needs to battle up against anti-mage, but it can also have a lot of global presence in terms of taking towers and can build those aura items for your team too. So yeah. I'm a pretty big fan of this NP5 at least. I hope that's the route that Flada's going to go for, and I think it is because they pick it this early in the draft.
Yeah, it's something early, and it's something they are very comfortable with. They can move it around if they need to. So, yeah, I'm a fan. The CM, though, going to be opening things up a bit. Any predictions for Nigma as they need to start getting... They need a mid laner, and they need themselves an off laner. The Viper, the Veno, and the Timbersaw all taken out by Mudgolems.
Yeah, what Nigma needs right now is a lot of lane shoving capability. So heroes like Underlord could be really interesting. Just... Batrider, that could be a really good pick actually right now. You're against Nature's Prophet. Even if there's a Faces Void and you got time dilation, you're not going to be laning against him for the most part. You're probably going to be mid lane. So I actually really like a Batrider pick here. Legion is already banned. We won't be seeing some mid Legion commander against it. So I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, unfortunately. Always love to see some spicy stuff like that coming out, but alas, it's being controlled up. So they're going to go with the Mars on
okay.
Nigma. Yeah, pretty safe bet here. I mean, I'm going to be honest, I don't love this Mars pick, but what do you think the reasonings for it are?
The Mars is a complete flex in the situation, right? You got the last pick, you can put the Mars in the mid lane if you want, and you can pick another offlaner for mind control. I know we plays that hero. But they just wanted, again, lane shove. It does provide a little bit of that. It provides you with team fight as well. That being said, not the biggest fan of Mars against Faces Void, especially in the laning stage. Faces Void can, unless Mars is with an IO or something who can buff him up, but with an Earth Spirit, you could get a little bit scary for Mars. It does a lot of magic damage with that bash. You can backtrack Mars's damage as well.
Yeah, and just easily get out of the arena, which is another annoying thing as well. The Mirana can't, though, can she? She can't leap over the arena wall.
Oh, she can.
She can? Oh,
she can get out, yeah.
I've got to say, I'm not the biggest fan of this Mars pick, then. Yeah, seems like two of these heroes just kind of...
I mean, now you're making me doubt myself, because I play a lot of Mirana. I spam Mirana, but I always leap before the arena, actually... sometimes I'm thinking I might have leapt before the arena actually forms, you know? If I see a Mars blink on me, I'm already leaping, so... Yeah, now you're actually making me doubt myself, so I'm gonna go ahead and take a second to, try it out.
yeah, quickly jump into a demo lobby, and I got it from here. Don't worry.
Yeah, so it should be okay. For the most part, it's not really some kind of big interaction or something like that. So the last pick here, we're looking for a mid laner for Mudgolems and a mid laner also for Nigma. Nigma are going to look to counter that mid lane. Now, if they can leave this Mars as a mid, they would love to do that as well and pick another off lane and kind of just throw Mudgolems off a little bit.
Yeah, that could be a bit of a swing ball. What's it called? A spin ball? Is it? A curve ball. That's the one we're looking for. There we go. Getting that vocabulary up and running today.
Yeah, she can leap out of the arena. Okay.
Phew.
I had to make sure because so you made me doubt myself for a second there.
So any predictions for the final
easy.
pickups here from these two teams? It seems like both teams need their mid laners, and the Death Prophet being banned by Mudgolems seems like a good idea.
Well,
Anything you think would be
it's
really
also
good?
possible Magnus is going to be their mid lane, and they're going to pick another off lane here. I actually really like Magnus mid lane this game against Anti-Mage, because Magnus has a lot of physical damage. You want him to have Echo Saber, you want him to have Blink, you want him to just RP this AM, maybe even solo kill him potentially, depending on how much he's able to farm. Before Anti-Mage gets Manta, he's really not that strong. He's only running around with like Treads, Battle Fury, and like a Yasha, right? So his HP pool is very low in those situations. They're banning out Doom and Snapfire. Wasn't really the biggest fan of this Snapfire ban. I don't think it was really needed. I understand the reason for it because he got the Void Chrono, but Snap is not a hero that's going to be pressuring AM up.
Yeah.
So Doom ban though, that's understandable. If you get a Doom on AM, feels bad. And Mudgolems, they banned perfect heroes here. Batrider, DP. One thing. Oh, they also banned out the Viper. There is a Zeus available. I kind of like Zeus for Nigma, possibly, or maybe even like a Shadow Fiend. That's something Nigma do play.
Yeah,
just something that does magic damage that can like back up this Mars and the Earth Spirits damage output pretty much. Zeus I like less, but I think it's a possibility for Nigma to pick. And there it is. They're gonna pick the Tusk. So that's gonna be the position 3 with the Mirana at the 4 and NP at the 5, I think.
Interesting. Okay. So running the Tusk as an offlane, most likely we'll see who picks it up and where they go. But now it's time for Nigma to come up with a response.
There's also other possibilities where like they put, Mirana 5 or something, NP offlane, Tusk 4. But I think it's better if they put the Tusk at the position 3. We've seen Seb play this, right? And other players play this offlane Tusk. I think it's very strong. Quite nice against Anti-Mage. You're going to buy like double bracers, constantly right-click him. If he walks up, you can tag team. Sure, you can blink out, but later on in the game, it's going to be a hell of a lot of physical damage.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to deal with. And there it is, the Zeus as predicted for Team Nigma, and that is going to be instantly picked up by OGA, so we'll see where Mudgolems take their heroes, but I am most likely predicting the Tusk to be in the offlane. Looks like they were kind of ready to switch it up as needed, and now they've seen the picks, they're going to have a look, and they're going to decide where they want these heroes to go, but no hesitation on the side of Nigma. They know who they want and where they want them.
Yeah, so Zeus pick, I just looking at like Wii's possible heroes, and I'm like, he got his Viper banned, Bat banned, his DP's banned out too. So like, okay, it must be like a Zeus or something. So that's what it is. The problem with Zeus here is there's going to be a little bit of problems in creating space for the Anti-Mage, right? They're good at fighting back Mudgolems when they're attacking you, but they're not really good at applying pressure themselves. So this is going to give a pretty free game for the Faceless Void, in my opinion. And it's actually going to be Fada playing the Mirana 5, and they're going to go Milan on the position 4 Tusk and the position 3 NP, like we thought they might also be able to do. This is probably adjusted because they see the Zeus mid, and they want this Tusk to be able to roam between the Nature's Prophets lane and also killing off the Zeus mid, because he has no way of getting out.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, no Milana today. Very sad, but Fata, Mirana, still got to be pretty damn good. But yeah, we'll see what Nigma can do with this draft. What are the key lanes, do you think, for these two teams? What needs to be won, and what could be very scary for each of these teams?
I think the Crystal Main Anti-Mage, Anti-Mage is probably going to have free farm anyway. The key lane is going to be definitely the top lane? Bottom lane. The Faceless Void plus the Mirana versus the Mars and the Earth Spirit, right? Whoever wins this lane is going to be giving a significant advantage to their team, because the Void, he needs to have free farm to be able to control this Anti-Mage up and reduce his farming potential. And on the side of Nigma, they're just trying to shut down this Void. It's going to be very hard for Mind Control because his only support partner is an Earth Spirit, and he can't really kill the Mirana either in the lane because she's got leaps. But they're going to have to do something for sure.
They are indeed. Alrighty, folks, let's get into it. It is game number 1 in its best of 3 series here in the lower bracket between Nigma and Mudgolems. Will Mudgolems be able to take a surprise victory here, or is it going to be Nigma walking the floor? I do feel very good about Nigma. I think their draft is looking pretty damn good as well. However, there is possibility for Skidder to really kick off, and I think it's a great kind of draft for Mudgolems to prove themselves here, because when we look at this Mudgolems team, we always say the same thing. They don't really prioritize Skitter, and he often ends up having a bad game. Not entirely his own fault, they just don't really seem to prioritize him very much. And this is the kind of game where he needs to have a good game. If he's not doing stuff, then I don't think his entire team's going to be doing stuff. But they do have this Magnus to try and enable him just a little bit. But beyond that, they don't really have much amplification coming out for him.
Honestly, I would have loved to have seen this Mirana. Oh, Milan gonna get gone up for a bit.
Nice arrow, though.
GH gonna be arrowed. Yeah. That's going to be a lot of damage onto GH.
Oh no, the tag team as well. Goodbye, sir. But Tusk is probably going to be trading his life for this one, as Kuro should be able to bring him down. Wee's got to come across. He wants the gold, and he's going to be able to take down
Miracle. Needs to be careful.
Miracle taking a decent amount of damage. They've got the arrow available in 2 seconds. Will they land it? Let's see. Arrow tempted. He doesn't actually go for it. Realizing that it's just not going to happen. Miracle's going to be able to get himself away, and that is going to put an end to things. Meanwhile, the bounty rune should go to 33 if he can run there in time. Yeah, he can actually. Kuro's not even going for it. So that's going to mean the bounty rune's going 3 actually for the Mudgolems.
Ooh, pretty big. And Mirana's the one who got the kill, so the position 5. She actually buys a rate band right away, interestingly enough.
Nice.
On a post 5 here. But that's all good. So I was gonna say that I would have liked to have seen NP as a 5 and maybe Mirana as a 3 instead, playing with the Tusk. That would have been a lot of kill threat on the Anti-Mage and the Crystal Maiden, in my opinion. And then that way, you can actually guarantee to face this Void's lane a little bit more. But maybe with this first blood from Fada and getting that Wraith Band, it might just be enough to be able to harass this Mars out of the lane.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering as well. And starting off with this arrow landing onto the Mars is a really nice way for Fada to enter the lane, just gets him down nice and early. Doesn't have a salve, only has one on GH, so either forcing that out early or just kind of putting the harassment onto mind control and giving Skidder a free time is exactly what they want to do. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Miracle's in some trouble. Frostbite comes down onto the Nature's Prophet. Milan is on top of Miracle, though. Does he have the blink? He does not. He's still level 1. He's just going to get run down by Milan and 33. Massive kills, and they might not be done here. Moving forward onto Kuro. They have a lot of damage to output here with the right clicks. Going under the tower for it. Kuro's going to turn around, get the Frostbite out onto Milan, but the right clicks come in from 33. He gets a double kill on this Nature's Prophet. Great start to these side lanes from Mudgolems.
Absolutely huge. If 33 goes back, gets an early power treads, his Anti-Mage is going to hate his life. And not only that, he's walking back to the top lane because he had to TP, right?
Oh,
and now,
no. Oh no.
That's it. This is terrible. This is literally the worst possible situation. Like that level 1 play that occurred created such a big ripple effect. Like Mudgolems have already got 1,000 gold lead now just because of this.
Yeah, that is a bit problematic. Meanwhile, we got a roll in down in the bottom lane as Skidder connects onto GH. The GH connects onto Skitter, and London Spear's going to hold him still against that tree as well, but we'll be able to make it back under the tower. They don't have the damage to actually kill him off. Do they have a salve between them? Doesn't look like it, so it's going to be
They do.
Oh, they do. They've already...
Fada already salved them, yeah. It was good. This is what they need to help Skidder out. And, you know, Nigma, they understand. They got to pressure up this Void. Especially if their AM is struggling the way he is right now. He's going for pulls. He's still level 1 on Miracle. I've never seen Miracle have like this bad of a lane. And it all started because of that level 1 play and having to TP onto a tier 1 tower.
Yeah, this is the worst possible start any carry has had in the tournament so far. I feel fairly safe in saying that as well.
Very rough. And also, Kuro has spent a lot of mana as well on the level 1 engagement with his Frostbites. Oof.
Yeah, it's not the dreamy scenarios, but you know, he's going to start hitting some creeps, Miracle, and they won't be able to keep him down that long unless they can continue the aggression onto him, which might be easier said than done. Milan even looking now onto Kuro. They want to try and drop the Crystal Maiden. Miracle coming in to deal a bit of damage. Meanwhile, they take down mind control in the bottom lane. Kuro goes down at top. Miracle has to jump himself away here, but they lose their Crystal Maiden. They don't get anything in response for it. Meanwhile, down at bottom, they do get the kill onto mind control on the Mars, so really, really strong side lanes coming out from Mudgolems. They are absolutely walking this laning phase currently. Is there better news in the middle lane, Stephen?
Well, we're checking out the mid lane. Looks pretty even. It's as I expect. Magnus can't really have a lot of pressure onto Zeus unless we walks down to the river in front of Magnus, and he gets screwed into the tower. So GH gonna take the haste and try to kill this Supreme right now.
Supreme and we are kind of
Yeah,
going on each
Supreme's
other
pretty
now,
dead.
but yeah, there's a Spirit coming through. Okay, things liven up in the middle lane as Nigma able to get themselves a kill. Not entirely sure why the Magnus kind of stuck around there after seeing this Earth Spirit going for the other rune, but just kind of felt like he wanted to trade with Zeus, realizing it'd come off better if it was just the two of them, not really predicting, and now he moves up to the top lane. GH with the rotations onto Milan, they're not going to be able to save him. He is gone. 2 kills chained
Big
up
place.
with 1 haste rune from GH. That is value right there.
Yeah, he realizes he can't make any plays bottom, goes for the rune, finds a haste, gets a kill, sees he can connect top for another kill. I mean, GH's rotations is how Nigma's going to be able to get back into this game. We saw this in yesterday's series as well against OG. This man, he knows the angles. He knows where he needs to be to get those kills for his team.
Radiant are scanning.
He's got his roller skates on, and he is skating around from lane to lane, getting as much done as possible. Meanwhile, Ara comes through. We will dodge it.
Doesn't
Far
work.
jumps in. He's kind of given his life for this one. We is going to be able to bring him down with the Thunder Gods, but Milan comes through. He's going to be able to clean up the mid laner. That is very, very much worth it as I trade Fada
Definitely.
for Weeha over by the bounty rune spot.
Dire's
Supreme's
middle
like,
tower
well
is under
played.
attack.
Thank you for kicking this Zeus out of the lane.
Yeah.
Also to mention, we did start with a kill. Maybe that's why he was having a little bit of an edge over the Magnus, getting that free null
True.
right away. But I mean, this is what Zeus does, right? He just goes to the lane, he spams the waves out, he gets a bottle, he has like a bunch of regen with all his nulls, and he's just playing for XP anyway. You know, he doesn't really win any lanes. He kind of just farms a lot.
Milan with a deny in the
Milan.
middle lane. Onto that observer, and they're actually going pretty aggressive onto the Zeus. GH is coming in on this one, and they've also got Kuro joining
Ooh,
the
nice
party.
kick.
Milan is going to get killed off as GH saves Wee, gets him out with the kick, and actually Supreme could be in some trouble. Does have a skewer, has an RP as well. Of
got
course,
the Zeus.
GH gets around the side, but the arrow connecting from Fada. Can he bring him down? Few more right clicks will be needed from the Mirana. She can't do it. Kuro gets off the frostbite. They will finish the job onto Fada with the right clicks from the CM. 33 here as well, as they have finished off GH. 33 and Supreme got that kill at the very least. Did cost them an RP though, and they don't bring down the big boy. The Zeus is alive.
That looked like Magnus was having a little bit of a tough time. So that arrow, not only, you know, he had a chance to kill Wee, but also sacrificing himself for Supreme. And this is going to allow them to take the tower now too. This is a
Yeah.
big tower take from Mudgolems right now.
Yeah,
Dire's
it is.
middle
And,
6 minutes.
fallen.
Nigma just don't want to move in their Mars to try and defend that one. You know, he's not really got the levels or farm to be able to do anything against these heroes, so they're just going to have to let it go. The Mudgolems, can they keep hold of their advantage through the game is now becoming the question, because right now they are feeling very strong on this map.
Damn, I'm really enjoying this Fada Mirana right now. Like, even though he's just a position 5, he's playing like he's a core. Just running around the map and creating some kind of chaos. And Skitter, he's going to be level 6 soon. We're probably going to see a play onto mind control.
Oh,
nice combination.
He gets
Thunder God's
destroyed. He gets destroyed. Yeah, I mean, just the chain lockdowns into the Thunder Gods. It's too much
Yep.
damage for this Faceless Void to be able to time walk away.
Exactly. And Fada looking to try and remove this catapult bottom. There's a fight top though at the moment. GH is here again.
He is indeed, and Milan is caught out. He's going to get finished off, and now the roll forward from GH doesn't quite connect onto 33. Doing some nice movements here, 33, but GH with the body blocks gets a couple off. 33 will be able to get past him, and that means that the Nature's Prophet will survive and actually drop him down the trees. He's got some more heroes coming in. No, actually cancelling that TP. They don't want to turn this into a fight up in the top lane.
Yeah, he's got 21 charges. Supreme just was trying to TP there. He's only has like, what, 500 HP? Wasn't really going to feel comfortable if he's laning with the Nature's Prophet. So just continues to farm and cancel his TP out. We though, is he going to get? Nope, he's good.
He's alright, yeah, the shards won't quite connect. Milan, though, trying to make this happen maybe a bit too hard, trying to fight in for the rune, but Wee's able to grab it. The skewer across is very nice,
RP in
though.
one.
Once again, the kick away. GH tries to get up the high ground. It's not enough to save the Zeus, but it is enough to save him. They'll get themselves away on the Earth Spirit, but they still lose the Zeus.
He needs to be way more careful than this. I know he wants to go for the rune, but if it's just an illusion, maybe it's just better to just give it away. There's so much global presence for that Nature's Prophet. Magnus had like what, 1 second left on the RP, so you had to have known like that RP was up or was about to be up anyway.
And gotta say, you know, Miracle, even though he had a horrible first 4 minutes of the game, like one of the worst we've seen in the tournament so far, He's fine now. Like he is genuinely absolutely fine.
Yeah, I'm very surprised. I mean,
roll in onto Milan, controlling Miracle coming in as well. He gets off the snowball onto Kuro in time, but there's no one coming to save him. They are leaving Milan for dead. Nice little shots coming out, one being popped as well. Supreme comes forward, the turnaround kill is actually going to happen. Now Supreme really wants to get in and find himself an RP onto someone here. Sees GH, might be forced to pop it. Skewer comes through, Miracle jumping on top of 33, trying to bring him down. He can't get off the RP because Miracle actually brings him down with the Mana Void onto the Nature's Prophet. That was beautiful from Miracle. He gets himself a double kill, and now he is top of the net worth charts. How does he do it every single time?
I mean, the 2 kills he got onto the Tusk, that kind of helped him a lot, and because Tusk has been roaming around, Anti-Mage has been able to pretty much fight 2v1 against the Nature's Prophet, so that kind of helped him out. I'm only imagining like what it could have been if Nigma had complete free farm on this Anti-Mage from like minute 1, right? Because they weren't going to pressure him up had he not needed to TP into the lane and lost all his HP. So Miracle, he is so strong right now. It was really awkward engagement from Mudgolems too, because the Faceless Boy did TP bottom with his Chrono and Mask of Madness, so he couldn't really join up with his team onto the top play.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. Not quite bringing the numbers to these engagements here for the Mudgolems, and that's really what cost them what was a huge early game advantage is now pretty much even. Nigma have played it beautifully.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
And the whole time, Wee's just kind of been farming creeps. You know, he's been getting involved in the engagements a little bit, but mostly he's just been hitting these creeps, hitting the jungle creeps, pushing out the mid lane. He is having a fine old time.
Definitely, and he had an insane amount of impact in that top engagement. His arc lining was just hitting everything.
Yeah.
This spell is not a joke. It's 150 damage on a 1.6 second cooldown, and he just kept spamming that, and that's how Mudgolems just kind of got withered away.
Certainly is. They're feeling the wrath of the Zeus currently. Now, Mudgolems, I mean, how do you want to see them playing right now? Do you want to see them making moves with Chronosphere?
Like this. No, what they're doing right now is exactly what they should have been doing. They got this mid tower up at 6 minutes. They got the Faceless Void with the Mask of Madness. He's got the Chrono. They just need to be taking away the creep camps of Nigma. And this is what they're doing by going into the triangle. So Anti-Mage is going to feel a little bit awkward for the time being, since he doesn't have his Battle Fury yet. But as long as they do this, eventually Nigma are going to probably run into Mudgolems, and they should be able to get some kills off that. They see Miracle right now. They want him, but there's a ward.
Yeah, very hard hero to bring down. Meanwhile, I do want to just point out that Nigma actually went for a smoke gank up to the top lane, but some great positioning from Fada on this high ground actually allowed her to pop the CM smoke. She just jumped herself away, keeping herself safe, but that allowed her to sell 33, you know. Nice. Get out of top lane, buddy. Go down to the bottom lane. It's safer for you there. And that completely diffused Nigma's rotation. And now it's rotation time for Mudgolems. They're going to go with Skitter, Milan, and Supreme, the old 3-man smoke, something we're very used to seeing, as one shows on map down at bottom. And one just kind of
this is more like a 4-man smoke, right? Because you have 33 who can just teleport into the fight.
True
and
enough.
Use his Wrath of Nature as well. So they're just like letting Fada pretty much show around on some vision. So they think like Mudgolems are playing near Fada, but in reality they're already top. Nice smoke break from GH there.
Yep. Even steals a rune in the process and just rolls himself away the moment he sees someone. The snowball's not able to connect. Meanwhile,
so much space right now for Miracle because of all this that's happening. Mudgolems have not been able to get a kill for like the last 3 minutes now, even though they've been looking for a fight.
Yeah, and I mean, I imagine Supreme's going to start to come alive when he gets his Blink Dagger. He's only 200 gold away, so should have it very shortly, and that's really when I want to see this side of Mudgolems go for a play. I want to see them pick up his Blink and make some magic happen.
That's the thing, I'm not so sure Blink is the best choice for Supreme. Can't help but feel like he needs to just... Yeah. Just go the Echo Saber, allow yourself to... Oh, top Skitter first. Nice arrow.
Yeah, Aaron's going to control him up. Is it enough to keep him alive, though? He turns around, tries to go for the Chrono, but he's going to get killed off by Kuro with the freezing field. They just about get enough to finish the job. Skitter, I can't help but feel he could have gotten a time walk off there, but nevertheless, 33, he's going to get speared up straight away. Kuro, mind control under the tower. They're looking some revenge here on Mudgolems. They are just not going to find it.
He cannot get the time walk off because of the Frostbite that was on top of him, but if he chronoed, he might have actually been able to live.
There you go then. Kuro, meanwhile, in some trouble, being beaten down by Supreme. GH trying to find the angle. Of course he finds it, but Supreme blinks ahead, tries to get on top of him. The shard's going to come out, maybe help out, but actually forces Supreme to have to RP him. They're still not doing enough damage. Spear's going to come through as well. GH finally will fall, though. It costs them a lot, but they bring down the Earth Spirit. But still, it's only 2 support kills for the side of Mudgolems, and when Miracle's just kind of farming up, he's nearly hitting his Battle Fury timing. You kind of need to be getting a bit more than that.
Well, Nomad, you know what the anti-mage game is like, right? For a lot of these professional players, they understand that when the enemy gets a Battle Fury on the anti-mage, that's actually the biggest, weakest point.
Can they get on top of him?
Yeah.
3 heroes surrounding.
Oh,
he's gone. He's gone. Tries to go for the TP away. It's admirable, but not nearly enough to get him out of there. Nice rotation in from Mudgolems. Gets them the kill onto the Zeus.
So you would think that this anti-mage, you know, it's like a clock or something that you're on, and he's got Battle Fury, he's gonna farm fast. But in reality, Nigma can't really fight with this anti-mage. So all these engagements are just gonna be like 4 versus 5. And Mudgolems are gonna take full advantage of that.
Bye-bye Milan in the middle lane, just gets kind of comboed up by a bunch of Nigma heroes, come swarming in on him, and get a revenge kill onto the Tusk. And they're even looking for more here. I mean, they do have an arena. Mind Control definitely wants to think about throwing it down, but he's just going to grab that bounty nice and safely. Sees the stack, but I'm not sure they're going to do much about it.
They don't feel so good without the Tusk being alive. That tag team has been a big source of damage from Mudgolems. So Nigma right now, they just need to, you know, survive for the next 5 minutes. In 5 minutes, Anti-Mage will already have Manta style. That's when Nigma want to like be fighting 5v5 if ever they want to fight 5v5. So
yeah,
Mudgolems, like this 5 minutes, that's their window to actually play aggressively. If they don't, then I think they're just going to be kind of giving away their timing.
Mind Control jumping onto Fada up in the top lane. Goodbye Mirana. Another kill going the way off Nigma. Again, just sniping off these supports, and these kills, they might not seem like much, but to be honest, it is making a lot of space for the anti-mage. It's causing Mudgolems to not be as 5. And because of this, they're just not really making the plays. I mean, this Faceless Void hasn't even landed a Chrono yet, I don't think. Like, has he used one? I'm fairly sure he hasn't.
I don't think so either. I think he really hasn't found the opportunity to do so. Like you said, every time someone's dead, Mudgolems is like, okay, just wait for this hero to be alive. And then, before that hero's alive, someone else dies. And you're like, oh, let's wait for this hero to be alive. And all of a sudden, Anti-Mage has like, what? 2 minutes of complete free farm.
Yeah.
Because his team is creating these small pickups. What Mudgolems need to do is just group up as 5. Control some area. You can even threaten the Roshan if you want to. And make Nigma come out and try to fight you.
Meanwhile, let's see, Weeha, Supreme's going to run in, no hesitation on that RP, getting on top of the Zeus, and they'll be able to bring him down together. They have more than enough damage between Milan and Supreme. A nice little kill onto the Zeus at mid.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Something, but if this does not lead into more fights from Nigma or, you know, tower takes, I'm not so sure it really matters, because Miracle, there's no pressure really on him right now, or on the rest of his team.
No, that's not. I mean, that said though, there is a Magnus and a Faceless Void on the enemy team, so they're farming very quickly as well. That's why we're not seeing Miracle really pull ahead particularly. He will be able to farm faster than them, but those two are going to be hot on his heels. If Miracle does make any missteps, then he is going to get out-farmed this game.
Skitter also went for the Midas this game. I like this a lot, that he goes for the Midas here. Because you know Nigma isn't really going to fight into you. He really has no threat of dying for the time being. Just wants that attack speed. It's pretty good building, killing off Anti-Mage if he ever catches him by himself.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That's the plan. That's the dream, to catch Miracle by himself, but he's not going to make that easy at all. His game sense is too good. Won't be farming in anywhere where he can get caught out too easily. Pressure coming in the bottom lane. Yeah, they're starting to make some movements in, put some pressure.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
NP. Oh, 33 also going for a Solar Crest now after the Glimmer Cape. I love this item build. A really good item against Anti-Mage as well, removing his armor.
Dust out onto 33. He's okay though. Just backing himself away. Meanwhile, they're actually going to be able to connect with a snowball onto GH. They're going to try and bring him down. Chrono Spear comes down as well, but the spear immediately connecting onto the face's boy. He drops a Chrono and dies instantly. Skinner and Milan both taken out of the engagement. GH has dropped for this, but I mean, more than worth it. And now Supreme on the run from Miracle, who has a double damage, trying to hide, gets a blink away. Nice jukes from Supreme to get him out of this one. But Fada might not be so lucky if Miracle can find it, but doesn't look like he can. The nighttime vision favors Amarana. She gets away. Meanwhile, 33 might not quite be so lucky as he gets cornered by the Zeus and by Mind Control. The Mars and the Zeus will bring him down, making it a very, very nice trade for Nigma. And that was the Chrono fight as well. They had RP, they had Blink, they had everything they could have wanted, and it just didn't go their way.
I hate to say this, Nomad, but that was a pretty bad Chrono. You're throwing it onto a Crystal Maiden and possibly the Airspeed. He actually missed the Airspeed there, but you want to save that spell for the Zeus, right? Like, you want to be waiting for the Zeus to show himself where he Bolt or Lightning, then you get him, or maybe even a Mars, like a core kill. But you got a bit too anxious because he hasn't been able to use it the whole game.
Adios Milan, although Kuro's getting pretty low here. They will be able to kill them off without too much difficulty though, so there we go. Yeah, that was one of those fights where you kind of really needed to win that one on Mudgolems. But
I mean, you had all your heroes there. It was just a bad usage of their spells, I feel like. Yeah. And Nigma, even Miracle, he doesn't have Mantis, but he's like, wait, hold on. Antivy just used Chrono, and he didn't kill any of my cores. This is like the perfect... Sorry, Void used Chrono, he didn't kill any of my cores. Like, time to go in. Let's go. let's take this fight. 4 versus 5. I don't mind. No Manta, no problem.
Okay. Mind Control doesn't pop the dust there. Gotta be tempted to, but doesn't. Meanwhile, an RP coming down onto the Zeus, and also the Kuro as well. Very nice pick off here, but unfortunately Skinner jumps in and immediately gets silenced up and beaten down. Oh no, the Faceless Void falls once again. Supreme desperately trying to kill Wei. Milan's going to come in, finish the job. Will give his life for this one though, and it's going to be a 2-for-3 trade in the end for the team Enigma. Once more, they make a very, very profitable trade, taking down both the big cores on the side of Mudgolems and losing their Zeus and their CM. Oh no. I mean, it was a nice pick from the Magnus, but unfortunately his team just wasn't there to really follow up on that one, and they end up making a very awkward trade.
If the Tusk didn't just go in there for the suicide kill onto the Zeus, that would have looked really, really bad. They at least managed to get the Zeus up, but losing your position 1 and 2, and this Void's farm has pretty much just halted right there. He's been at that net worth for like, what, a couple minutes now, and the Anti-Mage just really overtaken him. It's Manta time. He's going for a Halberd possibly next on Anti-Mage 2. Like, this is where Miracle's gonna kick in. The time where Mudgolems were stronger than Nigma, they did not get enough out of the map.
Ooh, Mind Control. Trying to jump in with a spear there. Doesn't quite land it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, Mind Control's been having an absolute stonker of a game on this Mars, by the way. Like, he was the one who made that Chronosphere extra awful by landing that spear the moment the Void jumps in. He gets speared up. Yeah. His Chrono's just completely useless in that earlier engagement. Yeah. And I mean,
exactly. I mean, that Chrono should have never came out there anyway. That's pretty much the base. Like, the moment it came out, I'm like, oh no, this is not gonna look good for Mudgolems. And on top of that, he actually did use the time walk in, right? Like, when you play Void, you need to time walk in when you're getting the hero who can actually kill you as well, or do a lot of damage to you. Yeah, but he didn't do it. That's where the Mars and the Zeus come in and just kind of destroyed him.
Now Mudgolems kind of just chilling on the top side of the map. Seems like they were considering Roshan, and Nigma certainly thought they were up to something because they scanned the Roche pit, but doesn't come up red, so they know nothing's going on, but they are smoking themselves across. Moonlight Shadow comes out from the side of Mudgolems as well. They're going to pop Miracle's smoke. Miracle. He's just going to jump himself away. The Thunder God's going to give them that vision, and they will know exactly where these enemy heroes are.
That was a pretty good call on Nigma to, Miracle to just get out of there, even though he was thinking about doing something. If he got Yuled up by the Marana, then arrowed, it could have been interesting for Mudgolems to just commit to that fight. If they can somehow catch Miracle first, that's really good for them on Mudgolems.
Yeah, that would be huge, but not an easy hero to catch and bring down.
And the player as well, right? He's one of the most elusive carries.
Yes, quite a slippery fellow. Precocious little scamp, this Miracle fellow. Hard one to kill off. So right now, it does feel like Mudgolems have kind of hit a wall. You know, they have their ultimates up and they're not going for a play. That's when you know things are looking pretty bad for a team. If they've got RP and Chrono up and they're still not really comfortable enough to go make some engagements happen, then, well, you know, there's been problems. And that's because the last player they made, it got scouted out, and now Miracle's pushing bottom, and they're a little bit slow to respond with the aggression on top. And yeah, this team's just really kind of not offering much at the moment on the map. Movements up top. Uh-oh, they managed to catch out Fada. Fada trying to get herself away. Does have herself a leap. Not going to throw it down, though. Just kind of accepts her fate instead. Well, they lose one. Nigma rotate everybody up to the top lane. It's kind of something. Oh, smoke up from the side of Mudgolems. This is interesting. They're trying to fight without their Mirana. Nigma also smoking into them currently. They see Miracle farming. If they can blow him up quickly enough, this might not be bad. The Chronosphere gets dropped down, but Milan is inside it. He did get off the tag team in time. Skinner with the BKB, just trying to bring him down. RP onto
Nice
3.
RP.
That is pretty damn tasty. Can they finish the job, though? They're trying to fight through them. Supreme so low, he's going to lose his life. Skinner has to back himself away despite the RP coming out, and it was pretty damn good. It's still not enough to turn the tables onto Nick, but they do bring down the Anti-Mage, though. Thundergod's Wrath going to finish off 33. Meanwhile, they'll punch up the Crystal Maiden and get the return kill on Mudgolems onto that CM. We just going up to the high ground, mind control running the other way. Who do they want? They want to try and go for this Zeus, but this Zeus is pretty damn speedy with these boots of travel. I don't think they've got the movement to get on top of him and bring him down. Arrow not gonna land here. We will escape, but they're still going. They're using the Moonlight Shadow to try and run this guy down all the way across the map. He's so damn quick.
Oh, he's gonna run into them.
No, he's run into everybody. Takes the wrong turning, and he's gonna get finished off by Mudgolems. All right, they find themselves a fight.
Wow.
They managed to actually do it. I mean, it took a decent Chrono onto the AM. I mean, just dropping a Chrono onto the AM. It wasn't decent. It was just an AM. But then the amazing RP to follow up as well. But they do manage to take a fight.
Yeah, that's what we were looking at, right? Like, they got to get the start of the fight onto Miracle. So even if he does get the Mantov, he's only going to be low HP. He has to blink out. Then they can just take the fight 5 versus 4. But that was a perfect Magnus RP right after the Chrono. You could have had a better play there.
Roche being attempted. GH is going to run straight into the pit. Miracle going to join him as well. The Manavoid doing so much damage. They're going to get a couple of heroes inside this snowball just to try and get them out. And by a couple, I mean pretty much everybody. And now they jump on top of DH, but they've leaped themselves out of the pit. Nigma now coming into the engagement, looking for some kills. Mind control. They're going to have to control him up here. And Fada's going to do exactly that with the Yules to stop him jumping forwards and getting off that arena. But I feel like Milan's days on this earth may well be numbered. He's going to go for the snowball across onto the creep. That's going to get him not out of danger, unfortunately. It is still going to get finished off here. Chronosphere still not available for another 45 seconds, so Nigma will just be able to continue the pressure up here in the top lane.
They're going to have an RP soon.
Yeah.
They will have an RP soon. Yeah, really good call from Nigma, though. They're like, guys, Chrono's down, Mag RP is down. What are we afraid of, even if there's 5 heroes in the pit? So GH just goes in like a madman. Anti-Mage blinks in, burns the mana, gets a massive mana void. I mean, this team just really understands like what spells are available and if he is able to die or not.
Tried to make a plan to the Zeus, but Zeus had the illusion rune to dodge the Yule's arrow combo. But meanwhile, Miracle, he's inside version. He's nearly finished it. They need to do something about this, but unfortunately, Mudgolems are just not in the neighborhood. They didn't really have an idea of going for this.
They're just giving this up.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Tusk being dead. He did buy back in the last fight. So
Supreme in some trouble up here in the top lane. Blink across to the tree lines. I like this play, and it is going to pay off. Oof, that was close. He underblinks there deliberately to try and dodge the Zeus's lightning bolt, which the lightning bolt was a little bit late anyway, but still really nicely done from Supreme.
Mind Control also got Fada bottom with his arena. Caught him out. While that was happening.
Yeah. Alrighty, well, the difference between these carries is about 3k currently, so Miracle has that Basher, that Sanj. Okay, Milan making some unfortunate mistakes.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
33
so it looks like, yeah, Miracle went for just a casual Sanj to get that little bit of extra HP. And now just going for the Abyssal Blade. He needs that Abyssal against the Faceless Void. And what Skitter's gonna look to do is get that Butterfly before that Abyssal comes out. Because if he can get that Butterfly, even if AM goes on top of him, he might be able to dodge enough hits and still have enough mana to drop the Chrono right afterwards.
Yeah. Time walk off the initial damage as well could be really nice. So yeah, Skidder doing everything he can to just survive in the vacuum against the anti-mage. Meanwhile, this Magnus, he's going for the BKB next. Still feeling pretty poor for a mid Magnus, but that's kind of made up by the fact that 33 has himself an AC. So
he's gigantic on 33.
Pretty hard. Oh, Miracle. Get down, Mr. President. Jumps on top of the arrow to save his support and actually get able to turn this into a kill onto Fada here. It looks like the Nimbus will finish the job. Fada's going to go down. A very nice little play from Nigma. And now, well, they're looking in towards the mag, but this might not be going the way they thought. But they're going to drop down the BKB in the arena on the Mars. They're going to come through. He's got himself the Chronosphere if he wants to use it, but the RP comes onto the AM. Skidder just can't make up his mind on what he wants. He wants the Chrono here. He's just making it through the entire engagement. His indecision means no Chrono today. The mag dies for nothing and drops the RP and gets nothing for it. Did you want to see a Chrono there?
I don't think... I think he just needs to hit the anti-mage. He doesn't need to cast a Chrono. He already popped the BKB. He's got like 9 seconds or 8 seconds. Just hit the AM, right? He was thinking about dropping the Chrono, but he knows that anti-mage has an Aegis. If he drops the Chrono, then when the AM's alive, you're just going to go straight into the high ground. So he didn't want to drop the Chrono. But you can still man up. You have plenty of damage with the items that you have. Maybe he could have just tried to kill the AM off without popping the Chrono, and next time you can try to Chrono him.
Yeah.
But yeah, very indecisive in that moment. I think he's feeling very pressured in this game with how things are playing out.
I'm gonna drop it. No, I'm not. And now we have Milan dying in the middle lane. Unfortunately, is having some problems with this Nimbus and does get himself killed off. I mean, still an astronomical lead from the side of Nigma. 7k gold advantage. Most of that is on their AM, as expected.
They see him though.
Uh-oh.
Marana.
Yeah, Marana.
Peace out.
I don't know. They're not really following up. They have got a Nimbus in 14 seconds, so yeah, Fada should be okay. I'm going to say she's fine. I might be lying to you guys, though. Oh, they see it with the dust. Oh no! They connect. Oh geez, she's been thrown around like a ragdoll. This is brutal. It's like lions playing with a cub. Ouch. Well, there we go.
Tossed around.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Butterfly
Abyssal Blade out onto Supreme in the middle lane. He's just going to get completely eliminated by Weeha and Miracle. Completely destroyed on this Magnus. Dares to show himself. And that's the Abyssal Blade debuted by Miracle.
It's really rough out here for Magnus, for Mr. Supreme. This is looking more and more like a off-lane Magnus at the moment.
It is rather,
just 10k gold 30 minutes in. Yeah, I mean, normally you would like to see your mid-mag just being gigantic, right? Because he's constantly farming Ancients early on in the game. But we didn't really see him focus on that.
Oh, Milan, sweet little Milan. He's going to get silenced up and pulled down once again. The Nimbus comes down on top of him and Miracle's going to claim another kill. Just wanted some creeps. Just wanted to do something this creep wave, but unfortunately Nigma say no, and they get the kill onto that Tusk, and this might even be an invitation for them to go high ground with this Aegis.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
In they go. Miracle with his double damage, with this Abyssal Blade, with his Aegis for another 13 seconds. They are feeling more than confident.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
2 heroes dead.
Radiant's
Completely
middle
outnumbered on the side of Mudgolems. They're gonna let this Rax fall.
Radiant's
Yep,
middle
casual arrow dodge, Miracle.
Oh,
Get used up.
Miracle?
Okay, Aegis is running out. RP comes down onto 2. That's not bad. Now, can they follow up? The arena comes down, but Skidder's on top of them with the Chronosphere. Do they have the damage to get through this anti-mage? I think they bloody well do. He's gone, but they trade Supreme for it. But Kura and Miracle will both fall. Nigma now just need to leave. They have lost their big carry player. Can they get any more? It's a question on the side of Mudgolems, and the answer seems to be so far no. Leos comes down on CIS Spirit, mind control, threatening with the spear, just chasing them back a little bit. The snowball is not going to connect as Milan just running forward. They want the big target. They get on top of him, they rinse him, and now GH rolls into the engagement, pops the magnetize, just trying to get one return kill onto Milan, but that's not going to happen. Now they move across, looking for mind control as well as he's on the run. He's got a blink dagger available in 1 second. They get the end on top of him. Nicely done from Milan. Snowball coming through as well. He's got that BKB though. This could be Milan in some trouble. Can they get the bash? Get it. Oh! First hit bash, baby. There it is. Get him. And now, well, this Mars, unfortunately, is very, 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 very dead. Mind Control is going to lose his life, and a big old punch to the face to finish the job from Milan, and that is going to be a full 5-man team wipe. Even though the Crystal Maiden has respawned by now, I can promise you it was indeed a full 5-man team wipe. Crystal Maiden with a Crimson Guard, which I've only just noticed, by the way. But let's talk about the last fight for a minute, because how did they... well, we know how they do it, but I want to hear it from you.
I just want to ask you for... Crow might be just dead here. Oh yeah, he's super dead.
No, dude, he's tanky. Crimson Guard.
He's pretty tanky. There's a Sprout, though.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you notice how Miracle was about to blink out, then he canceled, then he just stood there for a second and let himself get Yuled? Right? Like, that's how it all started. I don't know why Miracle did that. I don't know if he was being cocky or something, but like, if he just blinked out, none of that would have occurred, right? They would have got a free racks, they would have backed off, they would have just reset, but instead, he got himself Yuled, RP came, screwed into the tower, Chrono came. I think Skitter even messed up his like time walk a little bit, but they just had enough damage, right? You got the Solar Crest on the NP to throw it onto the Void. Void has a Butterfly, he does an insane amount of damage. And once AM is dead, like Nigma is not strong anymore. It's that point in the game where anti-mage is pretty much everything for Nigma. So he cannot afford to be the first one caught out, and he cannot afford to die, actually. Like, if it's okay if they go on one of his teammates and he finds the angle to jump someone in the backline, but they cannot... Nigma cannot allow Miracle to be the first one jumped.
Radiant are scanning.
Well,
that was really weird. I don't know why he stopped there. Like, he literally just froze for like a second. Like, he canceled his blink animation and he just stood there.
Yeah, possibly try to bait something.
Here
Who
we go.
knows? Thunder Gods comes down as Mind Control jumps forwards, but immediately they're going to swarm on top of Milan, who blinks into this engagement. He's going to lose his life. GH trying to cause some problems in the backline. Supreme pops a BKB, tries to bring down the Earth Spirit, won't be able to do so. And now, well, it's looking a little bit awkward for the side of Mudgolems. They need to get themselves away from this one because they're currently outnumbered. They're going to jump in, drop the Chrono Spear onto the illusion. They get completely baited. Skitter, no. They get the Crystal Maiden. Oh, the first hit bash. Or maybe no, actually it's just the bash. And they're going to attempt to take down Skitter. What a goddamn bait from the anti-mage. Using the Manta Illusion in style to bait out the Chrono Spear. I mean, that could just be... No, it's not game just yet. They still got another chance, Mudgolems, but man, that is so brutal.
Yeah, they're hunting 33 right now. And the lanes are getting pushed out too. Oh, rip 33. Is he? No, they don't have anything to stop him. Okay. He's
alright.
fine. He's
It's
fine.
alright.
That was on cooldown as BKB. So that last fight, the first point of contact was mind control, right? So they weren't able to get onto Miracle. Milan blinked past mind control to go to Miracle, but he just got blown up right away with the help of the Zeus and the anti-mage. So next time Mudgolems, like, they gotta find the right angle to catch Miracle. And if they see mind control, they might have to just ignore him first.
So even though they've got RP, Nigma are going to be able to take this Roche for free because they just cancelled his TP out in the bottom lane. Supreme just tried to push the wave, went into the trees to TP away, and then they sniped him with the Nimbus, so he can't actually come and do anything about this Roche. So Nigma are going to be able to take it for free. Not that they would have been able to contest anyway without their Faceless Void.
Yeah, they need the Void. The damage, the stun locks, Miracle with an Aegis. This is exactly what he needed.
Radiant's middle tower
Do you feel like
attack.
they could have just played the top and the mid side of the map and just waited for Aegis on the side of Mudgolems? So taking that away from Miracle seems like the best thing that Mudgolems could have done this game instead of actually trying to make a play.
I'm not sure if Nigma would have just come at them though. The moment that Roshan was up anyway, like maybe Mudgolems didn't have the confidence
that's
to win
good.
a Roche fight without their Chrono.
Because if Nigma come
Like
at you,
another
then
Chrono.
that way you have a chance to kill the anti-mage, right? He won't be just
Yeah.
split pushing or anything like that.
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit ambitious to go into the enemy triangle and try and force the play too hard. Something didn't work out for them, but they're actually going for the two-man support gank in the
Arrow?
bottom lane. This might be successful. We've got a lot of damage
Oh, it
coming down
works.
onto him. Can they do the job? Yes, they can. Oh man, Fatter and Milan, the two-man support plays. I don't really care if they die here. This is feeling good. Milan, he's going to run into the enemy fountain for safety.
Kuro.
Unfortunately, there takes no mercy. They will get the 2 return kills. Meanwhile, yeah, Kuro's probably in some trouble here. The little Crystal Maiden trying to run herself away. Come on, pop the Crimson Guard. Yeah, turn around, Kuro. They have to run away.
It actually works.
Tower is under attack.
Dude, Crystal Maiden.
That's crazy.
It's just too chunky.
Crimson Guard. Yeah. Normally you would think that hero is just dead if a position 2 mag and a position 1 void is on top of you, but that Crimson actually managed to keep him alive. And Supreme now.
TP away, but is there an
Oh.
anti-mage coming in? He's making his way over, but he doesn't have the blink, so there won't be an Abyssal Blade today. Still, their BKB used.
So 30 seconds more on Zeus, 20 on the supports of Mudgolems. I mean, this is just buying time for the Aegis to run out. Like you said, it was a really worth kill. The 2 supports for the Zeus there, because it forced Nigma all the way back to their side of the map, and Aegis time is ticking away. Only 3 minutes left now. I want to say the later this game goes, I think Mudgolems are a little bit favored. Anti-Mage is soon to be 6 slotted, and then after that he can't really get anything more, right? So, and Void has a lot of room to grow. 33 just picked up a Nullifier. That's a pretty big item too.
Why has Skidder got a link
against the Zeus? For the Abyssal Blade?
Okay.
Because he thinks the way that he's gonna lose the fight or not be able to battle is if he gets all his mana burned, right?
True.
So Anti-Mage has to find him first.
Yeah, and I guess if the Zeus is close enough to cancel the Linkins, then he's close enough to get chronoed, so I don't want that to happen. Alright. I don't hate it. Does feel like a big investment for something quite minor, but look, we'll see if it works out in the next engagement.
Maybe a Scotty could have been interesting as well.
Yeah.
But I think the Lincoln's alright. It just feels awkward because it's kind of like a medium item.
It is.
And we're like in a pretty super late game situation at the moment.
Yeah. And buying Skadi into a team without any heals never feels like an amazing value. Meanwhile, Nigma gonna start knocking on the high ground, going for this tier 3. Miracle just chomping away at it. He's got himself a Solar Crest, he's got himself an Aegis, he's got himself a Skadi and a Leveler. So these buildings are gonna fall very quickly unless Mudgolems can do something about it. They do not want to chrono this anti-mage. He has an Aegis. They want to try and find someone on the backline. Right now, Miracle's really just getting away with smashing away at these barracks. Greenlight Shadow comes out. Do they go for the wraparound? Can they go for the wraparound? I don't think they can. I think they're just going to have to lose their barracks. They're just going to have to watch Miracle taking their buildings. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Oh, that's gonna feel bad. I feel they could have done something like scoring the anti-mage into the tower, into like a punch or something, try to force Nigma's backline to go in and try to help Miracle out, even though he has an Aegis. And then you kind of chrono the backline with like a smoke, but Mudgolems just decide to give it up altogether and just fight for the last racks instead.
Really bringing it down.
I imagine that's what like OG or something would have done, you know?
Yeah.
they would have tried to defend that rack. They would have taken any opportunities, like think of something creative to get the right team fight. But Mudgolems playing it very safe for sure right now.
Yeah.
It's gonna be done though, the Roshan, or sorry, the Aegis, 20 seconds.
Oh, hold on, Mudgolem's looking for an engagement, the smoke's gonna get popped, Milan just wants to blink himself away. He's not really interested in this, and GH is gonna run into everybody, reveal all these smokes, the Thunder Gods comes down, uh-oh, they're scared now, Mudgolem's trying to run away, they didn't want to be seen doing this, and it looks like Magnus is probably gonna get picked off unless he pops a BKB and runs himself out. They actually drop the Nullified down onto Spirit, trying to bring him down. They will be able to kill off GH at the very least, but Mudgolems, they pop 2 BKBs for this one. Meanwhile, Nigma are actually backing themselves away. They're not really going for this. They're very hard, as once again the illusion bait works out pretty well, baiting out the snowball. Kuro's going to get caught by a little ice shards coming through, but all things considered, Mudgolems are doing better out of this than I thought they would. They had to buy back on Fata. With these ultimates, Nigma are showing them a lot of respect.
They gotta go back. The top wave is pushing in. I mean, NP can do it, but I think Nigma have an opportunity to smoke and go top and catch 33 while he tries to defend this base. Watch. Here we go.
Alright.
In 5 seconds.
33, your days are numbered. Everybody channel your telekinetic energy to 33.
2,
Tell him to get out of here.
1.
He doesn't realize the danger he's in. Oh no, 33 gets dropped like a rock. You just can't see the plays like that coming, unfortunately. Blimey. Well predicted, but unfortunately that is your Nature's Prophet going down for a rather long time. However, the Aegis has now gone on the Miracle, so an opportunity to bring it down is real.
The play there, like when they walk into the high ground, if they somehow understood like how Nigma think and the moves like, they like to do, they could have baited that NP there. That would have been big time. If when he gets jumped by the anti-mage, you drop a chrono on top and you just try to kill him out.
Could have been pretty sick as the Abyssal Blade comes down on this Mirana. She's in some trouble, but they're going to be able to turn around with the Chronosphere, but
no damage.
Skill's doing nothing. RP comes through though onto the two. Surely they can get through them, but they just don't seem to have enough to rip through this anti-mage's defenses. They move across towards Kuro. That's a slightly easier target, but she's still pretty damn tanky. They will finish the job, and now Skinner starting to lose HP. Time Walk across though onto Miracle. He's going to pop the cheese though, try and turn it around onto the Faceless Void, but Miracle's not exactly taking heroes down at any kind of rate either. Supreme is going to be the victim. He's going to get popped. Has himself a buyback if they want to keep this fight going, but it doesn't look like they do. Mudgolems retreat to their high ground, and they're going to try and play it out. Unfortunately, they don't have their ultimates now, so Nigma are going to feel very, very inclined to come up this high ground and start bashing away at this tier 3 tower. And this is their final lane of barracks. Mudgolems do not have any more options left. They have to make this defense happen. Magnus is going to buy it back right now. Nigma, are they going to respect it, or are they going to keep on fighting? Well, they're going to see what happens. Abyssal Blade across onto the Nature's Prophet. 33 in some trouble, dropping down the Mana Void on top of him. 33 to get himself away. He's not going to be able to do so with the Spirit Vessel on top of him. Miracle will finish the job. He's going pretty deep for this one, but does he really care? Skinner with the BKB gets on top of Miracle. Miracle's just taking chunks out of the Magnus, and in comes the Arena from Mind Control. He's pretty low. Does he care? Skinner controlled up and brought down. He is gone. Everybody dead on the side of Mudgolems, except for Fada, who now gets beaten out of the fountain, and that is going to be everybody dead on their team. Nigma, they take game number 1. They did fight admirably on Mudgolems. Got to be said, it was a good performance from them. It is actually giving me hope that this team can actually bring something to the second game, because this team has been a little bit shaky recently. This was not a bad performance. If they're against a worse team today, then this could have been quite impressive. But unfortunately, they come up against Nigma. Nigma are very in form, and they take down Mudgolems in game number 1. Did you like what you saw there?
I like what I saw from Nigma there. Mudgolems, I think their draft was actually stronger, in my opinion. Like, especially while watching this game being played out, but their decision making is just not on par with a team like Nigma. Nigma really just outplayed them on this map. How they're making the small kills happen, how they're just constantly getting these lanes out, giving the space for Miracle. Miracle, I think he's in great shape at the moment. Like, he knows the angles, where he needs to go, which targets to jump, and everything. Nigma feel really good. Like, if this was a better team than Mudgolems, this could have been, like, I think Mudgolems' favorite, especially like looking at their draft and stuff. Skitter especially, he had a really rough game. He could not find the chronos that he needed to get his team ahead, and I think Supreme as well. Like, he did not look like a position 2 mag in this game. He had to just play more for himself, more for his own farm, instead of kind of trading his net worth into the Faceless Void, I think, for the early game at least.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, they had the laning phase in their hands, and then they let it slip. And Nigma making some really good plays as well to enable their team and to enable their Faceless Void as well. Their anti-mage as well. And they really did kind of outplay them. And it was a small little plays which really caught them out as well, like the illusion bait from Miracle. I think that was the highlight for me. That was just so damn impressive, and they completely catch them off guard there. And little plays like that really just put them ahead and really showing why this team is dominant. And well, probably looking pretty good coming into game number 2. But we'll see if Mudgolems can recuperate and bring something more to game number 2 in this best 3 series. That's going to be coming up right after this short break. But stay tuned for plenty more OGA Dota Pit action.
courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I have wanting for you.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh boy.
Dire are scanning.
That's all it is.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit. My name is Nomad. Joining me is 1437 as we jump into game number 2 of Nigma versus Mudgolems here in the lower bracket. These teams facing elimination and Mudgolems now trailing by 1 game. They need a comeback. Can this team do it based on their last performance?
You want me to give you the real answer or an optimistic answer?
Let's keep it optimistic. You know, I don't want to bring up real thieving just now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Mudgolems, they're gonna need to outdraft Nigma heavily, but if they can do that, then we're gonna see a game 3.
All right. Okay, yeah, I love the
that's
optimism.
That's what I'm gonna give you. I mean,
Cool.
Listen, I for me, you know, casting, co-casting, or like analyzing, I like to keep it real, right? If I see good stuff, I say the good stuff. If I see bad stuff, you know, I'm gonna mention it because at the end of the day, like people want to hear the truth, right? That's what matters.
Appreciate
so, you know, if you tell me to be optimistic, I'll be optimistic with you, no man.
Cool. Thanks, man. Thanks. Yeah. I'm saying that Mudgolems are improving. You know, I think if you want to plot their performance on a graph, then it was like, you know, they started out, they were looking pretty good, like they were looking really good actually, and then they kind of just
really good
shot up in a really impressive amount of time and became like one of the top contending teams.
Here we go.
And then they kind of just plummeted.
I just have to cut you off there.
Now they're coming back. Yeah, sure, go.
Because I wonder if Nigma's gonna steal the Sven. This is like the biggest thing that we always count on as soon as we see the Omni Night, right? Sven, is it coming here? Are they gonna steal it? If they take PA, then we will probably still see a Mudgolem Sven.
Yeah.
Right? Like I don't expect Mudgolems not to pick Sven here if like it's left for them. Because it's one of their key strategies. Anyway, what you were saying, yeah, how they were, you know, climbing and they were the first team to beat Secret, right?
Yeah. It was pretty sick, and then they kind of I don't know, after their really big performance, you know, I think it was down to some personal issues. I'm not too sure. There was a bit on Twitter about it, and they seem to really kind of fall flat. But now it looks like they're really kind of opening up again, and they're coming back with a vengeance. And I'm hoping that you know, we maybe not quite there yet, definitely not up to previous form just yet. But we're seeing shinings of that old team, which I feel like we haven't seen for a little while now, from the last few weeks, and definitely throughout Epic League from Mudgolems. So yeah, fingers crossed we can see some big games coming out from Mudgolems here.
So we got Nigma with the Death Prophet pickup. So this hero we saw yesterday having a lot of impact against Omni Knight. You just go the Siphon and just, you know, go on the target who gets Guardian Angel, Heavenly Graced, and it does a lot of damage. Whoa, TB. See, that is a good hero against Death Prophet, that's for sure.
Yeah.
You get the meta, you get the illusions. Death Prophet is a hero when she pops Exo, she needs to run into you. TB's strength is fighting against heroes who run into you, right? But you gotta get some items first. That being said, if this Death Prophet goes offlane like yesterday when we played it, like he played offlane DP or something, like it's gonna be a hard lane for the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
And TB is not like a tier 1 carry either anymore. He has a lot of weaknesses in his game. So I really didn't like this TB pickup. I think Sven would have been better still, because it's just solid. It gets buffed up with the damage as well from the Heavenly Grace. You're going to have a lot more impact in the early game. But so far right now, I'm really enjoying Nigma's opening. This is a really good answer to the Omni Knight. You have 2 silences as well. Omni hates playing against this.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like, so what you're looking for now from Nigma is magic damage, right? I'm almost feeling like they should maybe push this DP to the off lane and get themselves like something at mid which can cover that magic damage you're looking for.
I do like the DP off in this game. Either we or Mind Control can play. I mean, Nigma is one of the teams. They were even one of the first teams who like swapped around all the roles. Like Mind Control, we seen them play mid before, some Bat Riders and stuff like that. So it's possible. They will definitely flex this Death Prophet till the very end. See what happens. One thing I'm surprised about is Nigma did not pick up that like Vengeful Spirit, right? Mudgolems, they got second pick. They had to ban Io and the Void out. They know these heroes are probably stronger against them. And Nigma just like not wanting to fall for that trap that Mudgolems might be setting up by not banning the Venge out and just going with their own thing with the Earth Spirit DP.
Yeah. So Anti-Mage banned out once again, not wanting to come up against the Miracle Anti-Mage 2 games in a row. I mean, what carries have a good matchup into Terrorblade?
Well, I wanted to say that Terrorblade is a good matchup against Anti-Mage. But they banned out the Anti-Mage. I'm just really shook. Maybe they just really respect Miracle's Anti-Mage that much. They probably felt like, oh, last game was a pretty good game for us against Anti-Mage and we still lost, so let's just get rid of it. Now, Miracle, he does have some of these carries that he plays exceptionally well, so that could be the reason why they got rid of this AM here.
Timber going to get rid of next. Interesting. And now time for Mudgolems to pick up their next hero.
There's a lot of stuff still in the pool, like PA. I know there's an Omni Knight, but PA can still work around that. We've seen PAs just go for Battlefield Death Zone into Nullifier without BKBs. Right now against Mudgolems, you don't really need a BKB. It really depends on the next drafts. Shadow Demon, so this hero does not have a disable. That could be a problem. Nigma might look into even picking a Storm Spirit potentially with the Shadow Demon being picked up. I think that could be nice. DP can just go all in with the Earth Spirit, and then you got like a Storm mid who can create a lot of chaos setups in the team fights. That could be nice for them. But they're going to definitely pick Kuros here first, I think. They want to see one more hero from Mudgolems before they drop that Storm.
Yeah, what do you think about this?
Like one of the Spirit Bros.
What do you think about his tanky Crystal Maiden build last game? That was pretty amusing watching this CM tank up hits from a Faceless Void and survive.
It was good.
Yeah.
It was surprisingly a really good purchase. Like normally you see CMs go with Glimmer, 4-stars and stuff. Kuros doesn't care. He just went straight Crimson. And like I saw 33 who had like 18k net worth TP to the CM and I couldn't kill him.
Yeah.
So it took a very long time. So it's pretty nice. Underlord first. Oh, wow. Okay, so this Underlord is very similar to Death Prophet, right? Does percentage-based damage. So the Heavenly Grace is not going to be so impactful. They're going to take a lot of damage getting hit by the Firestorm. It's really good against TB. And this Underlord could be either mid or off lane as well. We've seen quite a bit of Underlord mids from the pro players, and Mudgolems not picking up Invoker, so definitely not going to be seeing any Storm Spirits or anything like that. Quite surprised that they decided to pick like the Underlord first and not get their position 5, but maybe Crow just wasn't sure like which 5 he wanted to play yet. And they're saving 33-0 for last. They really want to punish Miracle if they could with this last pick.
There it is. There's Zeus. Yeah. So
wait, what?
The lanes are looking pretty funky here. Who's going in the safe lane? Is it DP safe
who's
lane?
the 5? Who's the 5?
I think they haven't picked their 5 yet. Or is it DP 5? We've seen some really crazy stuff coming out here, folks. We'll have to wait until they pick up their heroes, but we can theorize. One thing I will say though.
Yeah.
Oh, I just want to say,
is it possible? Okay, are you first, sir?
Me first? Alright, my point is very quick. I'm just going to say Supreme Invoker is very, very good. If you give this guy a good game with Invoker, he is going to absolutely perform for your team. That's my point.
Yeah.
Now you.
Okay, what I was going to say was this could be a possible Miracle Underlord, which would be insane because I've not seen a carry Underlord, or a Miracle Death Prophet, or maybe Kuro just wants to play position 5 Underlord just so he can Firestorm. I don't know. Like, this is Nigma. They feel so confident right now. After that, winning that last game, they feel like, yo, we can outplay these guys no matter what we take. So let's just pick whatever's good for the game against what they drafted, and then we'll figure the rest out later.
Yeah. Screw it. I mean, Nigma, they're very keen on just kind of messing around, playing some heroes in some different positions. I mean, Kuro has played, I believe, the most heroes in competitive Dota than anyone else, so this team's always capable of pulling out these curveballs, and Mudgolems might not be ready for this. I think they've done... Do you feel like they've done a good job on kind of drafting into this Terrorblade?
They have all the heroes that can counter Terrorblade. Zeus, Underlord, like these are really good against TB. Percentage-based damage on both of them. Zeus's static field is so annoying for the TB's illusions.
Yeah.
I'm expecting TB to go like some kind of SNY build this game. and just like SNY, no BKB,
Maybe, yeah.
Scotty is really good against Death Prophet. Just something like that. Just really tank up.
It would feel
Manta
really
seems
nice.
like it might die pretty quick.
Yeah, it would feel really nice to not have to build BKB when you've got an Omni Knight on your team. That's often why you draft Omni Knight, so you don't have to build BKB on your carry. But yeah, I mean, when you're playing TB into heavy magic damage, you know, that hero's got a small health pool. He's got lots of armor, but a small health pool, so you really can't survive against the Zeus.
Mudgolems also believe they need a carry on the side of Nigma, and I think so too. I just think Kuro's gonna play one of these goofy heroes here, like Zeus or Underlord.
Some wonky shit, yeah. I love Nigma. I love how they're just willing to do anything, put anyone anywhere. It's like, screw it, we'll run. I mean, all the top teams seem to though. You know, we've seen Secret, OG, Liquid. You know, these guys will always mix it up when the time comes to it. If you can just get that drafting advantage over your opponent by doing so, then it's totally worth it. Final pick now from Nigma. What should they go for? I like the Arc Warden ban as well. But on the side of Mudgolems, I feel like they're really aching for some catch in this draft. They really don't have anyone who's going to go in.
Well, they have Invoker, who's pretty good. It's going to be Quaswex for sure. There it is. I carry a Lifestealer. Okay. So, Lifestealer probably not the best choice here. It is good against Shadow Demon, though. Maybe they're just thinking like, okay, we need a carry hero who's quite safe and can farm on his own to make up for Kuro playing like the Zeus or Underlord. As a position 5. Maybe that's a Death Prophet actually position 5. Okay, maybe this is a Death Prophet position 5.
That's what I thought. That's what I'm going for.
It's also possible. And then Zeus mid, right? And they go with the Bat Rider pick. Oh,
I like
that's pretty. Is that an Invoker offlane now then?
No,
it is an
Supreme's
Invoker
playing
mid still.
Invoker. Yeah.
That's kind of awkward picking a Bat Rider unless they plan to go aggro Charlie, because Blyster is amazing against Bat. And I'm a really big hater of Bat offlane right now because it just feeds sticky. You know, if you feed Magic Stick charges, you're going to get a lot of farm on the person Bat's playing against. Doesn't really get a lot of XP too because you got a support in your lane. And that is a Kuro Death Prophet here. It is picked up.
There it is. Okay, so it's going to be position 5 Death Prophet coming out for Nigma. Interesting strategy from them. Meanwhile, Mudgolems, they are going for, plain and simple. Invoker mid, Skidder playing the Terror Blade, and 33 playing the Bat Rider. I like what they're doing in this draft for Mudgolems here, to be honest. Bat Rider feels, it gives them what I wanted. You know, it gives them that catch, it gives them that hero which can go in, do a bit of disrupting. It doesn't feel like it's a kind of ace in the hole kind of pick, which I kind of wanted is their final pickup, but it ticks the box, and 33, very good player, should be able to play around pretty well. How does it do against DP5? I don't know. I can't answer that for you.
I don't think they're going to want to lane against the DP5. I think they want to lane this Bat Rider against the Underlord. So he has a good game and has a kill potential on the Underlord. Because the TB Omni are not going to want to lane against Underlord either. Yeah. And the Bat doesn't want to lane against Lifestealer. So it's just a natural decision here to try and swap the lanes on the side of Mudgolems. And I'm pretty sure Nigma realize that, and they're going to try to scout out things and see okay, where are these guys actually going?
Alrighty, let's get into it then. Game number 2 of Mudgolems versus Nigma here in the OGA Dota Pit. Lower bracket loser of the series gets eliminated from the tournament. There are no second chances anymore. Let's see who comes out with the victory. You know, I think if there's a game they could possibly take, I would say Mudgolems, this is it, but I still think I am favoring Nigma's draft here. I kind of like what they're doing with this DP5 thing. The silence seems pretty value, and just in general, I kind of like these calls they've got going for their team as well. Meanwhile, GH, trying to play around the Roche Pit, should be okay. The Cold Snap's not going to be enough to bring him down. Supreme and Fat are just playing.
Just playing, indeed. Look at both of the side laners for Nigma. They're both starting with Magic Stick. They're like, all right, you might play against Bat Rider, I might play against Bat Rider, but we need this Magic Stick level 1.
Yeah,
for sure. So we'll just chill and see what's up. But for now, they're just gonna go with very standard lanes. Mudgolems not really looking like they're gonna swap things around, and this is gonna be a very favorable lane for Miracle. Indeed. If he thought he had really good farm last game, he's gonna have even better farm this game.
I've never seen a more value stick in my life. The Shadow Demon Bat Rider lane. These sticks, and it's gonna be like they're gonna go up to 30. I'm pretty sure this game. GH gonna be able to run in and steal a bounty rune from the side of Mudgolems, meaning they start the game with 3. And now he's gonna use that rolling boulder to get himself down to the low ground and get himself to
Good
safety.
steal. And GH actually going to be the bottom lane support. He's also starting with the magic stick. He's going to be very happy instead of fighting into the Omni top. And Kuro is going to be laning into the Omni and the TB. Are they swapping lanes? They're swapping lanes.
Interesting.
TB is going bottom. But he's running back top. Oh boy. Mudgolems might be overthinking things a little bit.
Yeah. Miracle's just chilling. Like he's not going anywhere. He's just staying down in this bottom lane, and Skitter's just missed an entire lane wave of creeps for no real reason. Okay, he's missed 1 creep so far, but 2 creeps actually. So yeah, that's not great. That is not great.
Milan pulling the creeps bottom. They want to get that wave in front of the tower if they can. But it's gonna take a lot of damage from GH.
He is indeed.
He doesn't have any salve either. Ooh, they're both starting with boots bottom.
Some fast boys. One pulling the creeps across. 33 is going to happily take them and bring them out in front of his tower to reset the wave. Miracle, meanwhile, links them up to the hard camp to try and amplify his own farm a little bit. So, talk to me about... Oh, roll in. It's not going to connect in the bottom lane, unfortunately, so that's going to put an end to this. So, talk to me about this middle lane. It's going to be Evoker versus Zeus. Anyone favored in this matchup, really?
It should be Invoker. Invoker has always kill potential onto the Zeus if he lands those tornadoes into cold snaps. If
Milan's dropping down in the bottom lane. He is going to be a first blood. GH and Miracle get on top of him and bring down that Shadow Demon. Meanwhile, TB getting harassed pretty badly up in the top lane as well by Mind Control and Kuro. It's kind of going to be persistent, right? Like the spam ability of this DP Underlord lane is insane.
Yeah, it is. He's gonna be, and that's like right after the meta ran out too.
So, cancels a salve as well. Kuro finding the entry point.
Yeah. By the way, when Kuro plays heroes like this, like not really common position 5s, that's when he shines the most. You know, he's like super motivated. Like I worked with him before, and he's got like this what do you call it? Like light in his eyes.
Yeah,
when he plays these kind of things. Yeah, twinkle in his eyes. Like, yo, I'm gonna show you guys how it's done. And that's what's going on right now. Like, he's playing this position 5 Death Prophet. He's in the zone.
So does he like kind of start taking the game, maybe not less seriously, but enjoying it and really kind of getting into it when he's playing these?
Yeah, he's more serious when he plays heroes like this. Exactly. Like,
down in the bottom lane, Roll coming in onto 33 as he tries to get under the tower. Disruption's going to buy him a little bit of time, but is it going to be enough here to save his life? I don't think so. He's running through the tree lines, leaving a trail of flames behind him. Miracle trying to cut through, but GH's going to cut him down with a rock. And they get that kill onto 33. Well, last game, we saw Mudgolems taking control of the side lanes. This time, Nigma having a great start to this bottom.
Yeah, well, this is a very...
Another one. Oh boy, yeah, the Shadow Demon's looking like he's about to get his cookies crumbled here. Disruption's going to buy him absolutely 0 time, I believe, as, juke it. Miracle's not falling for it.
Tried. Yeah. Top lane, there's a little bit of pressure going on, but I don't think they're really going to do anything. Skitter is the one actually being pressured up, even though he popped a meta. But yeah, Batrider again, bottom, going to get jumped on.
Oh no, 33, not like this. He's trying to run across to the untouchable zone. Miracle, can he touch him? GH, okay. He catapults him across the crevice.
Flame break,
keeps himself alive. Yeah, pretty cute flame break. Meanwhile, at mid 33, he goes in for the double damage, but could be in some trouble. Pops a fairy fire. Poison's coming out though. They've got through on top of him. They want to give the kill to Supreme, and they will be able to do exactly that. Supreme brings down Wii in the mid lane. That is a pretty important kill because that was something which Mudgolems had to have going in their favor.
Definitely. Supreme, like, he has the kill potential on the Zeus because of the setups, but Weeha is the one who's actually ahead in the lane. I mean, we just know, like, Zeus just farms, right? He just wants to farm. His impact comes from the mid game, late game, especially when he gets that ulti up. But this bottom lane, though, from Nigma, man, this is like a 90-10 lane. You got like a Batrider and a Shadow Demon playing into 2 strength heroes with magic sticks, and it's a Miracle Lifestealer. Bat can't pressure this hero whatsoever. He's already gone into the jungle now, too, knowing that he can't lane bottom anymore.
Poor guy. He's been demoted from even the offlaner to the jungler. What year is this? Meanwhile, Milan, he's gonna steal a rune. Definitely gonna die for this. Like, this is a nomad guarantee that Milan is dead. And there we go.
Telling you, Nigma's really feeling themselves when they do something like this. They're just absolutely in the zone, crushing it on all the lanes. Underlord especially, he's supposed to have a little bit of a tough time, at least in the first levels, but he's not. He's the top last hitter at the moment.
Loving life. And absolutely loving life. Yeah, every one of these lanes is going pretty well. I mean, Supreme, he's got a little bit of an edge at mid after that first blood, but I mean, it's literally 100 gold. It's nothing. It's absolutely nothing.
He needs to make plays on the side lane. Like, that's how he can bring his team back into this game, right? You go maybe top lane, kill the Underlord once or twice. You got to get the Bat Rider there too. Mudgolems are going to have to group up as 5 much earlier than you would like them to. But that's the only real way to stop this pressure from Nigma.
Wee gets caught out going for the rune once again. Milan making this rotation. He's got the haste rune as well, so Wee is not escaping this one. And Milan with the body blocks, just trying to make sure this kill goes the way of the Invoker, and it most certainly will. Man, they're really enabling this Invoker. Milan making some good movements, but up at top, yeah, Skinner. He's being run down by 3 heroes, but Kuro can't keep the Spirit Siphon going any longer than this, so he's going to get himself away. Meanwhile, Fada under the tier 1 will also be safe, but still, a lot of pressure coming down as this catapult just whacks away at this tier 1 tower here at the top.
Very good play from Fada to at least delay this tower, but he's gonna die for it.
Well, he actually dodges out the roll and the Pit of Malice by purging off the pit with the Heavenly Grace. So
GH has no mana.
Nice space. He's got mangoes to heal himself up if he wants to. In comes Supreme as well with a tornado. They're looking at GH here. He doesn't have any mana. He's just getting right click down. Fata, beautiful plays from the Grand Theft creep wave into the kill. And now Kuro's also in some trouble as well. Milan needs to finish the job here. Unfortunately, guesses wrong with the poison, and Kuro is actually going to be able to escape. So Milan not able to convert that one into a kill, but still very nice as they keep this tower alive.
Alright, so Fada stops the tower from dying and nests himself a kill, huh? I mean, that was such a crucial dodge on the rolling boulder there. And GH also running out of mana. Maybe it was not the best decision to keep on chasing.
Yeah, I mean, you see that position 5 stealing a creep wave, you know, you don't want to let that guy get away with it. Every bone in your body tells you to beat the crap out of that dude, but sometimes, you know, it's just not the right play. We're all
Lycider just chilling bottom. There's not a hero on Mudgolem's side who can actually pressure him. Maybe Skitter, if he has meta up, that could be the reason why Miracle would leave, but as of right now, he's just so happy to stay here, be this dead lane hero that nobody can really contest, farm up the camps nearby, and giving so much space to Wee and Mind Control to farm top and mid.
The mean boys blocking 33's stacks on the Ancient, and now even trying to come and take some of his creeps away as well. Kuro's going to come in as well. Thunder Gods finishes the job. 33 gets killed off, and now Supreme and Skinner wrapping out onto Kuro. They get the kill into the DP. GH is a little bit deep, but unfortunately they don't have the vision on him, so I think he's going to be able to escape. Meanwhile, Miracle coming in, seeing there's creeps to clean up, but there is not. He's going to go back to hitting his own creeps.
That was a 4-man rotation, and Nigma still get the position 3 for the 5. Looks pretty good for them. Underlord also free farming on the top side, constantly dragging the creep wave into the neutral camps. And Miracle's just back at bottom. Can't help but feel like Miracle's gonna take this bottom tower before Mudgolems takes the bottom tower. At this rate.
We'll see. But he certainly is doing a good old pressuring currently. So, pretty active laning phase. 9 kills at 9 minutes is definitely what we want to be seeing. Nigma coming out with a significant advantage though, as Miracle and this Lifestealer is having an absolute free time, completely uncontested in his farm. Do you feel now that they should have completed that lane swap early on in the game?
I mean, you can see the product of how Mudgolems laned, right? Against his Lifestealer.
And GH also getting jumped on down at bottom. He's got no mana once again, and Fada and 33 are going to be able to run down this Earth Spirit. Nice to try to get himself away with a rollout. That's not going to happen. Meanwhile, Milan is actually going to be able to be fine at top lane as well. He did get jumped by Kuro and Mind Control, but looks like they weren't able to actually follow through on the kill there.
This is like a good time for Supreme to actually go bottom and help this Terrorblade try to take the bottom tower, while Fada just stays mid and gets XP. But Supreme is actually running back to mid. So Skitter, he's just gonna walk back into the jungle, try to farm some mages now. And Miracle, still chilling down here. Doesn't feel a need to actually leave. I think Mudgolems, they're really just not playing like a team at the moment when they do something like this. They got to be opening up the map. And Nigma, like, they're doing exactly that. They're constantly pressuring this top tower.
Yeah, like Supreme making this play at mid. I mean, he does a good amount of damage, but he just doesn't seem to have any teammates with him currently. Milan's been the only one who's been rotating in to play with him. Admittedly, like, yeah, Omni Knight Invoker, not the scariest combo in the world, but I don't know. I kind of want to see like someone else trying to play with him. Maybe the Bat Rider.
They're making a smoke though. This is a little unpredictable, I would say. I don't think Nigma really gonna expect the smoke to come up, but do they have the kill potential? They got the full snap. Yep.
Yeah, they're gonna take him down quite easily. I like the way Weehow was actually coming in at the top there, moving into the fight, and then he saw in the back lines. Hello, Fada gets dropped by the lifesteal rotation. They're looking towards Supreme as well. He doesn't have the Ghost Walk off cooldown, 7 seconds still, and he's gonna get killed by Wee. That's a double kill for Wee. I mean, they were both made by Miracle, but Wee, you know, being Zeus and all, decides to claim for himself. Meanwhile, 33 caught inside the root. No place to get away. He can't get up that cliff in time. He's going to get killed off as well. And I look towards Skitter as well. He's just farming the camp nearby. I'm not quite sure this is the play, but he's going to turn around, be able to get off the sun to get his health up to full, but they're just going to rip him through him the second time around, and they are going to be able to kill the Terror Blade. I'm not too sure what that was, honestly. Why was he farming
the mid catapult dies at least. I'm really not sure either. He was just farming, you know. Sometimes we make mistakes, Nomad. We are humans.
We are.
It happens. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he felt safe because they have this ward up here, so he saw their movements and he was like, yeah, you know, they don't really know I'm about. I should be okay to just take this medium camp and then move on for efficiency's sake. But yeah, I mean, we were just kind of played a bit too fast. They weren't quite ready for him.
And Miracle is just gonna take mid now too. Like, Nigma, if you have one hero dead on the other side, they're not going to stop. They're going to keep running at you.
That's it. GH is actually going to drop there. He's got the Demonic Purge on him, so no way to survive.
They do take the mid tower, though.
The
free GH kill. And Miracle just going to start invading this triangle area, take the TB's Ancients away. Atos now complete on Underlord, so they have another form of catch available on Nigma's side.
Yeah, and they're going to jump onto Supreme straight off the bat, but unfortunately Mind Control doesn't quite combo up my Pit of Malice with the Atos straight away, so it becomes a little bit easy for the Invoker to get away, but it's not really trying for anything there, actually. They're just trying to retreat. We will just continue farming up these jungle camps with his Arc Lightning. Under the cover of smoke now, Nigma are going to go and make some plays. GH infested up with his teammate, and they see Fata. That's going to be an easy kill onto Omni Knight. They're looking for more immediately, though. I love how GH just immediately scouts ahead trying to find someone. Skitter would be a great target, but he's made his way over towards the tree line, and I don't think Nigma can chase that deep.
Middle tower is under attack.
Damn, Skitter is like completely cornered right now. Has the TP top lane, and Nigma are going to understand. It's like they just took over the triangle. That means the enemy carry gonna play onto the other side. We might just see them run in there very soon. They did just use one smoke, so we probably won't see them use it right away, but at least walking up into that jungle area, constantly kicking the Terrorblade out of his farming zone is something Nigma are gonna continue to do. They might just take this bottom tower first though. It's looking pretty free for them.
Yep, the final tier 1 tower for Team Nigma gets taken down at 40 minutes into the game. This is pretty good timings for them. Nothing to be sad about at all. Meanwhile, they haven't even been able to take one tier 1 tower on the side of Mudgolems. This map is going to feel very, very small for them. I want to reiterate my point from before as well, is that the Invoker actually had a really good lane. He came out ahead of the Zeus, there were some nice rotations in from Milan, but I just kind of feel like they didn't really link up with him and play with him, and I don't really know where that call needs to come from, whether it needs to come from Supreme himself. He is a stand-in, so it's kind of awkward for him to be able to, you know, ask for that.
It's a pretty good... I have a pretty good question for you, right? Who do you think on the side of Mudgolems can play with him?
Oh,
there really isn't anyone.
The Bat Rider, surely, but yeah, Bat Rider with Boots of Travel doesn't really feel like he wants to be doing that.
Well, the Bat Rider had a terrible lane playing against a Lifestealer, and mind you, they took that like after they saw it, right? And then Also, they have a Shadow Demon who doesn't really play that well with Invoker either, and Omni is just Omni Knight. So they don't really have a lot of synergy or heroes who can play with the Invoker. But the Invoker needed to be the one to make plays, some surprising plays, in order to get his team back into the game. Just weren't able to.
GH gets the bounty rune. He does walk into 3 heroes. Surely they can punish this at least. They do get on top of him and they will take him down. The Nimbus gets dropped. Yeah, that's the Zeusags available. That So comes out, but he gets immediately murdered for his efforts. Goodbye. And now everyone's just trying to TP themselves away. Fada gets out. Everybody else does as well. Supreme's just on the run, doing it by foot, but with those works, he's going to be completely fine.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kuro also using Excellent. Not that it matters. He's a position 5, right? He's already done his job in this game. He was like pretty much a threat in the draft. Moved that hero into the 5 when he realizes like it's kind of getting semi-countered here. And then just picked much more optimal core heroes. And Miracle, he's having such an amazing game. Look at this. Hey, we did say that Miracle is going to have a way better game than he did last game. Yeah, and he's having that right now. He's 8.6k net worth, 16 minutes in. This is just an absolute beyond free farm life sitter at the moment.
Yeah, for this hero, that's extremely good, Mark. And he's just going to keep on whacking away at the tier 2 towers now, finding his aggression. Meanwhile, we've got GH maybe caught out here by Supreme and Fata. Can they finish the job though? Under the Nimbus, it's tanking up quite a lot. GH going to roll himself away. The Illusions won't be able to finish the job. And now Supreme held still inside the Pit of Mouse, has the invis though, and can run himself to a degree of safety. Meanwhile, Milan tries to come around the back, get out a couple of spells. Miracle sees him though, and Miracle wants him, but he won't get him. Yeah, it's a little too far for a life student to go for a pretty worthless kill.
At least Mudgolems do get away. And they're going to keep farming up on the map, trying to get some items before they try to group up. But the tier 2 mid is looking in a lot of danger from Mudgolems. The more heroes they keep bringing mid to defend this, the more chances Nigma are going to have to kill people because they're not going to stop. GH is showing bottom though. That might actually deter Nigma from continuing on with this.
Miracle smacking away at that tier 2 tower and Infesta inside mind control. Maybe they do a little bit of a wraparound, see what there is to see. But there isn't much to see, unfortunately.
Yep, jumping into his Uber. Ready for the ride, but Micro's like, nah, bruh. We ain't going right now. Just gonna farm up the triangle instead. This mid tower is pretty low, 400 HP.
Yeah, it's been a long push for Nigma, but they will be able to take it, and the commitment pays off in the end as they take down the middle tier 2. Again, you know, just feeling less and less space to move around and farm up on the side of Mudgolems on this map. And I love that Lysa is going for the AC as well. This is an item which TB hates playing into.
Yeah, but TB can also steal it, right, with the reflection.
True.
Which is kind of nice. But other than that, like, it's still a freaking insanely good item, like especially to have it pre-20 minutes.
Going for the solo kill. Mind Control's gonna come in and make it a duo kill, and Weeha's gonna jump in and yeah, make it the old 3-on-1. Meanwhile,
that was Ubering top. Oh, it's because they want to make sure if Mudgolems do jump the Lysander top because they showed all bottom, they're ready for that counterplay. But Mudgolems have no intentions of taking any fights at the moment, so they're just gonna walk up, probably take the outpost before 20 minutes, or at least I would like to see them do it. Mudgolems. When is the point of their comeback? When can they try and make a play and go for a team fight? What items are they waiting for? They're just waiting for the angle of fight, right? The way that Nigma is playing, they're so tight. They're not giving any chance for Mudgolems to get any pickoffs. And the only hero that can really pick off at the moment is, I guess, the Invoker. The Bat Rider still making his way towards that BKB and split pushing. Where Shan gets taken, the Tornado comes into it to try and disrupt this, but yeah, no Bat Rider here. Supreme, he's just trying to make some space, but unfortunately, now they get on top of him. He gets the invis out though. GH has also get himself poisoned up a little bit. Tries to go for the roll, but he does get cancelled out immediately by that cold snap, so they're drawing out this fight out for a very long time, and they're going to be able to pop him with the poisons. Goodbye, GH. But they're still very strong. That was a 5 stack of poisons on GH. Yeah. I don't think he realized that he had so many on him. But I think this is going to give Mudgolems a chance to defend this, possibly. Baroder still has no intentions of actually coming. And I think Nigma are just going to be like, yo, we need our Earth Spirit. Lysander is kind of low HP. Let's just chill out. Yeah.
Yeah, so this play from
That's-
Supreme and Milan did actually give the Batrider space to finish off his BKB. So 33 is
Yeah.
going to rock up into the next
Huge.
fight with a pretty impressive item. This means that he can go in and steal the Lifestealer or preferably the Zeus if possible, but without the Blink Dagger, that's going to be kind of tricky.
They also have the Solar Crest up on Invoker now, so the TB is actually looking a little bit scarier now.
Okay,
With that
could
pickup.
see, yeah, the Solar Crest.
Mind Control is making his way towards the Solar Crest too, but won't be having it for the next engagement. Mudgolems already smoking up. They got everything they need.
Let's see what they can do. 33 coming across. They're looking for Miracle. They want to try and take down the big boy. The BKB comes out from the Batrider. Lasso coming through, and the artillery just pounds away at the Lifestealer. He is removed from existence. Mind Control going to be the next target. He's trying to get himself away, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen, as they're going to be able to drop him as well. Next target going to be Kuro. Kuro, is there any way out of this one? Dropping the Spirit Siphons down onto 3 heroes. Still not enough, though, to keep her alive.
Oh, that's a rush.
3 heroes chained up. Roshan looking very tempting for Mudgolems. They make their way across. Beautiful plays from them. Nigma, can they do anything about this Roshan attempt?
They want to kill the Fada. I think they want to kill Fada. They at least want to kill someone who's just running in.
GH actually rolls forwards into them, dropping the 4-man Magnetize down. Fada's got to be careful. He's taking a lot of damage. Actually just going to die to the Nimbus in the back. GH causing a whole lot of hurt here, as they might even get 33 as well. Magnetize actually just runs out, so they won't be able to finish that one off. Milan's got to be careful. This, Nimbus doing work, and they actually
bought
have
enough
to
time.
leave this one. They did
They
buy
did
enough
it.
time to stop the Roshan, and Supreme's even going to get left behind by his team here. This Invoker's just going to get picked up on the back, and now Nigma, they see Roshan sitting wide open on half HP, ready for his team to come in and take it. What did
That was incredible.
Mudgolems do wrong there?
So Mudgolems, they had to go out and kick this Zeus and Earth Spirit out, because if Earth Spirit rolls in, magnetizes 5 heroes with the Zeus, Nimbus, and the ulti, that would be a complete disaster, right? Because we didn't actually use any skills while they were killing the Lifestealer. So they try to go out, they try to kick him out, but you know, this Earth Spirit is just still way too strong while he has that up, and he just buys back right away. So it's a suicide mission from GH, and it works out because now they got Aegis on the side of Nigma.
It was really good. He got off so much damage with his death there. Meanwhile, Fata, he's immediately going to throw down the Heavenly Grace onto himself, try to get himself away. What is this? What is these roots coming out from Mind Control? Like, hey, have an Atos. Hey, have a bit of Malice. Hey, have a net. God damn it, stop rooting me, GH. Mind Control, and now they jump forward onto Milan. Hello, Milan. Goodbye, Milan. Thank you for playing.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Radiant
This is it. I call this a Miracle Aegis. I think of all the players, all the carry players I've seen, Miracle is the absolute craziest when it comes to having an Aegis and just constantly running at the opponent.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he just doesn't stop.
No, it enables him to go full aggressive mode. Diamond towers, pushing for kills, which other carries wouldn't do so. It's very scary.
He's going for an MKB next too. Is that the best item? I guess he's got the damage output with all the attack speed. Maybe just playing up for that TB potential butterfly later anyway. But TB's going for the Scotty now. He also went for the Manta style anyway, regardless of how much magic damage is available on Nigma's side. And easy ways to kill illusions too. So Mudgolems are kind of just chilling, you know, waiting for this Aegis maybe to run out. It's going to be another 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Miracle just taking out the towers one by one.
Under attack.
Blink Dagger almost up on the Batrider. Maybe once the Aegis is down, they will try to do that same thing again, where they jump onto Miracle and try to burst him with the Terror Blade, Alacrity, Solar Crest.
I mean, Mudgolems have to be infused by the fact that they know they can bring down this Lifestealer once. It's possible. They're going to try and do it
Ooh,
with
he's
just some
fresh.
gentle pokes, but he's just going to get inside this reinforced creep, so the freebie escape. It's pretty nice.
Dire's top
Ah, it's
tower
really
has
good.
been denied.
This Lifestealer ulti is one of the most triggering ones for sure.
It's pretty broke.
It's so hard to kill this hero. They want Supreme. They're on the
buddy.
hunt.
Oh, they have the dust on him. He is looking like he might be a little bit dead, a little bit French froze. Oh, and they go though with the lasso. They've managed to grab out GH now. Well, the ultimate pop from Skinner to just blow him up. I say ultimate, I mean Metamorphosis. Pretty much an ultimate anyway. As Fada running around in the middle of this fight, dropping out the Purification. Actually onto Skinner, giving his own life to keep Skinner a little bit healthier. Lifestealer's going to come in and try and look for Supreme. Supreme's just going to try and control him up though. He's got the rage available in 18 seconds, and now Supreme needs to leave. Skinner though, kind of isolated. He's away from his teammates. A Miracle Miracle is coming into him now. He needs to find a way out of this. Meanwhile, Kuro gets dropped by Milan. Skidder gets off the ultimate onto the Lifestealer, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to Manamanta to get rid of the open wounds, but unfortunately just can't bring down Miracle, can't make the trades, and Wee is going to be able to get... Oh, the Sunstrike nearly connects onto the Lifestealer. They can't even get his Aegis though, and that is going to be the end of it. Yeah, unfortunately with that TB dead, no more fighting really possible from Mudgolems.
Yeah, they did not lasso the Lifestealer because he has an Aegis. They went for the Earth Spirit, who did not have a buyback. After that, I think Skidder almost brought down Wee. He had like 200 HP, but then boom, regeneration rune in his bottle. Just pops that, gets full everything, goes back into the fight. Skidder can no longer take this engagement anymore, especially while Omni is gone. And I also saw Kuro near the tier 4s. He was diving a Batrider.
Okay, I was wondering what he was up to, but yeah, going in pretty deep there, bud. Always keen for it. Meanwhile, Miracle just having fun with his own illusions. Aegis still has a minute left on it. I don't think they'll be breaching high ground with this one, but maybe they want to move to bottom and take the tier 2, but 33 doing the best he can to make sure that's not very easy. Just trying to set the creep wave on fire. Uh-oh, Nimbus cuts off his retreat. He has got a BKB though, so he can TP away if he wants to. There's no basher available on Miracle, so he will be able to get out of this one of those. Still a lot of damage coming through. A little bit close. Well, 26 minutes into this game. 10k gold advantage for Nigma. They are feeling very much in control. It is going to come down to this next Roshan, I believe.
It is, but Nigma, they're not really interested in waiting for the rush. They want to keep on catching, keep on fighting if they have the chance. Like Zeus right now, he's incredibly strong. Lifestealer is feeling quite invincible as well. And they got that Solar Crest up on the Underlord. That's going to give a lot of damage for the Lifestealer. I would really like to see 33 get some more catches.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
At the moment. Doesn't feel like he's been able to have a whole lot of impact in terms of team fighting.
It really is just a case of Mudgolems trying to find that engagement again where they can grab the Lifestealer and just blow him up with the damage of the Terrorblade, but that's not going to be so easy, especially with the Zeus being a huge threat on the board now as well. He's going in for the Lincoln Sphere, so he's not going to be able to get lassoed as easily and can even throw it onto Lifestealer if he feels safe enough to do so.
Lincoln's also against a Cold Snap. That's probably the other way that he actually gets caught out. He's got a lot of mobility with that Blink Dagger too. He understands all he really needs to do is be able to cast spells freely. Interesting choice to go for the Lincolns, but it seems pretty good.
Are scanning.
Better than the last game's Lincolns?
Tower is under attack.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Well, Mudgolems are
Very-
looking to move into their triangle, but even doing this, they are so scared to do so. They don't have the vision up.
Yeah.
They don't know if Nigma's here. Bridge it very carefully.
GH, he has Miracle inside of him. They're waiting for the Batrider to TP top and get that catch.
This double damage could be big. If he goes for it, he could be in some real trouble. And they go, oh, they don't
Got a blink.
have the detection.
They have no
for
vision.
him.
He's invis. Yep.
Okay.
I mean, they didn't know that he was invisible,
Yeah.
right?
No, it's fair enough. I mean, why would you put a sentry down there? But that's just unlucky, really.
He's also got a dagger, so if he sees him, he's like, ah, I'm out.
Grand Theft double
Another-
damage. That could have been
Smoke.
really nice for the TB to take this next engagement as well.
They want to go in. GH is, he's hungry, man. He's hungry for blood right now.
You know, they are pinging Kuro at mid. They're like, hey, you know, this could be an easy one. They've got down the vision. Tornado just about going to catch on Tim as well. The rest of Nigma start making their way over, but nobody TPing in. However, it's going to take them a long time to bring down this DP, and you see Mudgolems are so afraid of committing to this kill, to be honest. Now, GH comes rolling on through. He's got that Lifestealer inside him still, as they see the Batrider kind of playing around on the low ground. Can he get himself away is a question. The answer is looking like it's probably going to be yes. So, a very cat and mouse fight as everyone tries to make the initiation onto each other, and no one really manages to catch anyone. So, in the end, everyone will just disengage, but Nigma are done. They roll
They
on
got Skinner.
forwards. They look forward onto the TB. TB needs to find a target, needs to find a way out of this. Disruption's going to come through. Maybe that's going to be enough to save him, but they're immediately into the root. GA comes through, heal as well. They're doing their best to keep Skinner alive. He does get off that ultimate ability, but it's not enough to keep him alive. He will still fall just to the damage of Kuro and everybody else as GH runs through. Kills off 33 Mudgolems. Where did they go? There's nobody left. Everybody's dead on their team. What just happened to them?
And they're going straight to the high ground top too. I mean, they
Wow.
commit onto the Lifestealer. It was a pretty nice disruption, but he decided to sunder the low HP Lifestealer instead of maybe the Death Prophet or even the Underlord who had full health. If he got that sunder off on one of the full HP targets, he might have been able to just man up with his team and take that fight. A little bit of a misplay.
Unfortunately so, and that puts his team very far behind us. With Milan dying here, this is going to be a very, very long but team wipe nonetheless.
Even though this is a position 5 Death Prophet, but with this Yules and Craggy Cold, like, you just walk straight into that fight with the Exo and just destroyed them. Like, there's so much impact coming out from Kuro in these engagements. All of his spells are very powerful.
Yeah, absolutely. It's extremely difficult to bring down the DP. It's extremely difficult to bring down anyone. I mean, who do you focus in this game? It's too hard.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's
Well,
top barracks
Mudgolems, unfortunately, looking like we might be coming up to their final moments in this series. Well, they do have a tier 2 at bottom, so it won't be Megas. I imagine they're going to look to go for Roshan here, Nigma, but I don't think there's much to stop them just running into that pit.
It's up. Rush is up. They got the
No
Silver
meta.
Crest. It's time. Just secure the game. Mudgolems, they're gonna stick around because, you know, this is elimination. If you call GG, you're out anyway, so might as well just play to your outs or something. Like, you got one more team fight, right? You know you're down the Raxes. You probably know how much gold you're missing too, but you know, you always got that hope.
Yeah. Last game before Christmas, guys. Let's play it out.
scanning.
And maybe they might get themselves a gift. I mean, they're going for this. They really want to try it. Tornado's going to come through. Miracle, though, popping the rage, actually running outside of the pit. They really want to make sure they can just grab this one down, and Fada will get dropped immediately. Way too far forward as he gets killed off. I think GH kicked him back. GH going to roll forward for more, but that's actually going to get interrupted, so the catch is limited. Meanwhile, 33 still trying to make something happen, but now they get on top of him. He has got a BKB, which is going to have to pop immediately. Can they get him with the right click? He's going for the TP away, but there is too much damage from Nigma. 33 is going to die, and despite his BKB, now back into the pit. We show. Oh, they're not even going into the pit, actually. They're just looking for the kills as Kuro has actually died. So looks like he was going for the solo plays onto Supreme. If this does end up on a kill
popped the
through
meta.
regardless, it could be worth it, but he's actually going to get him away. Oh, they did? Oh, no.
Yeah, they popped the meta for that kill onto Kuro. He's got 2 playmails. Look at Kuro's items. He's got 2 playmails and a Craggy Coat.
Wow.
Over 40 armor.
Good luck.
That's why he was feeling like, yo, I'm going in. I don't care. Where's my team at?
Jesus.
Probably
took
why
him a long
Skinner
time to
popped
kill
his
him as
meta.
Well, here we go. The GG fight is coming on now for Mudgolems. Can they do it? They've got a BKB. Skinner going to jump in, start taking some names, but unfortunately can't find himself a target to take down. We will actually drop here, so that's a pretty big kill. Can they follow it up with any more is a question. They kind of need to. Meta's about to run out in approximately 1 second, and now he's a teeny weeny TB who is just not that scary. And Mudgolems need to back themselves away right now. Unfortunately, Nigma probably not going to let him, and now they jumped into the backlines. They find themselves Milan. Milan's going to get mauled to death inside the Roche pit. Now moving across to the next target. Fada's going to be that as Mind Control's just going to chop away at him, but they want someone bigger. They want Supreme. They want the Invokers. Yules comes down onto him. Miracle slowly walking through the ice wall. He's chilling inside that ice wall in more ways than one. He's still trying to get himself away, Invoker, as he dodges out the roll, but unfortunately he's going to need a much more than just a roll dodge to get himself this way. This one, so Lifestealer's courier is actually just following him, so he can't even escape. They will finally run out of vision, and it looks like Supreme's actually
he's
going to live.
good.
All right. He
Alright.
runs around in circles for just long enough. Pretty nice. But
He was
is he going to
also
save them
baiting
the
his
game?
courier.
Probably not.
Dire's
like, yo, hit
middle
this courier,
tower
man.
is under attack.
Yeah.
You know you want it.
Let's go. Let's go.
You know you want it.
I'd be really annoyed, bro.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Looking really rough. No meta, but they still got the bottom tier to tower up, and 33 is constantly split pushing this. So
Yeah.
Nigma, if they want to do something, they gotta go for the tier 4s. Mind control though.
for the
Whoa,
win.
he's got a cheese. He's good.
Yeah,
He's
my
just
dude's
manning it up.
Yeah, pretty baller move from Mind Control here. However, it might cost him. Let's see. He's going to have to indeed use the cheat. But now GH comes rolling through, just blows up Supreme, and so much damage landing down onto everybody. 33 is going to die as well. But then tries to force himself up. Can't quite get into the fountain, though. Disruption comes down onto himself. But meanwhile, there's an Omni Knight who's going to die on the foot of their base. Skinner trying to chase back GH. He will find one kill, now dropping the reflection. But inside his own fountain, well, he's going to be able to get the Sunder off. Kuroki taking off a bit more than he can chew. Really feeling confident. But unfortunately, no amount of plate mills can save you from the fountain. We still just trying to play around and drop a couple of lightning bolts, but Miracle, he's focusing on those tier 4s, those big objectives which he knows he needs to bring down. We have got Metamorphosis available. We don't have the BKB as a problem, but now Miracle's going to be the target. He has got that Aegis, don't forget. They'll move back, chase away the Zeus. They need to find a way to bring down Miracle, but they can't do so. Fat going to lose his life again, and Skinner, he does not have the Sunder. He's going to die for a second time. Lasso out into the base, doesn't matter. He dies on the steps anyway, and this should be it. We have Supreme respawning, but there's just nothing they can do. It's a 3-on-3, but they are really strong on the side of Nigma. However, what's life steal? Oh, he's hopped inside Mind Control. He's just enjoying the ride. He's just chilling. Now he jumps out, jumps onto 33. 33 gets inside his fountain camera. They're just battering them, keeping it inside their base. And now the Ancient, it is exposed. What can you do, Mudgolems? What can you do? They're playing it out to the bitter end, which is admirable, but ultimately futile as Nigma come in, casting their spells, looking to get on top of Supreme. They've got that Hex available on the Zeus as well. Zeus is dropping pretty low. Milan really wants to finish the job, just wants himself one kill, one teeny-weeny little kill, but Wee blinks himself away, and there's your GGs coming out. Unfortunately, Milan will be left empty-handed as the creeps are going to maul him to death, and that's going to be it, folks. That is it for this series. It is a clean 2-0 from Nigma. So congratulations to them, they make their way through this lower bracket.
They were just so much better than Mudgolems at the end of the day. I think game 1 was a lot closer because Mudgolems had a little bit of an edge in the draft, but right now this team, like, they got to go back to the lab. They got to try some new stuff out, get some practices in right before the DPC if you're Mudgolems. And Nigma, like, they're feeling really confident. I think Miracle and GH, this is like the best that they played all year long, like in this tournament. So if they keep this lower bracket run going, we're probably going to end up seeing them in the finals, man. There's very impressive showing in game 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think so as well. I don't think much is going to stand in their way, but we will see how the other contestants do versus this team, of course, down the lower bracket. Anything can happen, and we have another very scary team in this lower bracket in the side of Virtus Pro. So if they're able to beat out Alliance in this next series, then things could get a little bit spicy. And talking about the next series, guys, don't wait around very long because we're only going to have a short break, and then we're going to be back with Alliance versus Virtus Pro. That's going to be our next lower bracket best of 3 matchup here at the OGA Dota Pit. This is going to be a really exciting match. Alliance, they've been looking a little bit better. Still did drop a couple of games versus Na'Vi, hence why they're down in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, Virtus Pro, they lost versus OG and then destroyed Viking yesterday, and now they're looking fighting fit coming in. Who's going to take it? Virtus Pro versus Alliance? I don't know, but I'm excited to find out, and you should be too. We're going to throw it over to a break, then we're going to be back with that matchup here at the OGA Dota Pit. We'll see you very soon.
Sorcery shall claim me.
New life will make its
Good show.
Tis mine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Old
Radiant's courier has been killed.
not so fast.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Out.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Chill for my taste.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
This I gave up.
I have wanting for you.
Catch us, Icarus.
Unthinkable. This
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh boy.
Dire are scanning.
That's all it is. Monster kill.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Never bow. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Has been killed. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
First blood. It was ours all along.
Could have been a good thing. No sorcery shall claim me.
New life will make its One lives.
Good show.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit. My name is Nigma. Joining me is 1437 as we get back into today's games, and we are down in the lower bracket for the second elimination best of 3 series of the day. Sorry for debating everyone in Twitch chat earlier on. I do apologize. I couldn't resist. I'm a very horrible person, but let's get into this series. We do indeed have Alliance versus Virtus Pro. Now, on paper, you know, I'm going to be saying pretty straightforward. Virtus Pro very much favored in this series. But we know Alliance has the talent to bring them a really good showing. It depends what version of Alliance we're going to be seeing in today's games.
Yeah, you're right. Virtus Pro, I mean, they were the champions of Epic League, and they were so dominant, but they did fall to the loser bracket, losing to OG, the team that they did manage to beat. That being said, there's a little bit of factors involved, right? New patch coming out soon. Maybe one team might be a little bit more fatigued of this patch than the other one. That could give an edge for Alliance, right? Maybe if VP are just not that interested right now. Last night when VP beat out Vikings, they played 2 Phantom Assassin games, and it looks like they might play a 3rd Phantom Assassin game, but instead they go with the Omni Knight instead. It could still be a PA. It could be a PA or a Sven. Alliance, they're gonna have to choose something, and they might actually just end up taking the PA right now themselves.
Yeah, I'm expecting the series to be hotly contested between these two. I want to ask, what's with the lack of Sven picks today? Is it just really that figured out in the grand finals of the Epic League?
I think teams are a lot better at controlling the triangle and taking the ancient camps away. That's one of the big things. So people are kind of like trying to stay away from that if they can. And obviously creating new strategies with Omni Knight would surprise your opponent more, right? They're not going to know like how to deal with those as quickly as they would know how to deal with, like, let's say a Sven or something.
Okay. Alliance need to decide their opening. I mean, that Undying's been banned out, the Lena's been banned out. Those have been probably the two hottest first picks behind the Omni Knight in this tournament so far. So we'll see what direction Alliance want to take things in. Something like the PA obviously is very likely, but then Alliance don't tend to. Either they take Nico Baby's hero really early, or they'll take it fourth. That does seem to be their pattern.
They must have known though, like this was an opening that Virtus Pro would do, right? With similar bans, because they've gone really deep into their reserve time on the side of Alliance. Normally, we don't see teams doing that in the first pick because you're normally the night before you would sit with your team, and chat or whatever, like talk about the possible drafts, what could be banned, what we want to draft, and such things. But it looks like they really got caught off guard for a little bit. They went with a clock pick and VP instantly go with Sven. I fully expect a Phantom Assassin pickup from Alliance right now, because if they don't, I think they're going to be playing with a subpar carry for Nico Baby against the Sven Omni Knight. And VP, they're so happy. They got their bread and butter, man. They got the Omni Sven. Like PA, they draft PA when Sven is gone, and now they have the option to get the Omni and the Sven. They don't even need to think about the Phantom Assassin. They're just going to play their game. They're going to get their timings faster than the PA could. They're already looking so good right now. Alliance, 50 seconds already into their reserves. At Death Prophet possibly, or yeah. They go with the DP. They don't go with the PA. I was thinking like it's either PA or DP here, but they're just same thing like Nigma did, right? You want that Siphon, you want that ulti to battle up into the Omni Knight and the Sounds. But that being said, Sven is a very good hero against Death Prophet once he hits his timings.
Yeah, I like it quite a lot, and I like the idea that you can kind of counter Sven's ultimate with your own ultimate. The nice thing about DP is that usually when you pop your ultimate, if they've got a Sven, they're forced to commit because they've used God Strength, but sometimes you're in danger of popping the Exorcism and the enemy team just disengages. You don't get that option with Sven because of how God Strength works. Once you've popped it, you need to make the fight happen, you need to go in, you need to start fighting, and sometimes that's not always possible.
Sven most of the time ends up like 3-shotting a Death Prophet if he has a pretty decent game. So
True.
It could easily backfire, right? When you pop your Exo, you have to also run into the Sven now.
Yeah.
And you have to like cast spells and do things in the fights. What Alliance need right now is they need a lot of pick-off. They need ways to kill this Omni first. They need ways to kill everybody else around the Sven first. And then the Death Prophet with the Exo can be chasing the Sven down, because the Sven can't really man up into like 3 or 4 heroes when he's being outnumbered. So I want to see Alliance have these heroes that can, move around the fights very easily. Ench Oracle bans. So to save the Purges, that's what they're getting rid of right now. Not banning PA. Very interesting. Very interesting, because Nico Baby PA, that's what he's looking for.
Yeah.
He loves playing that hero.
It is scary. It is very, very scary. If Virtus Pro aren't banning this PA, then they clearly have a very idea on what they're going to do, a very good idea on what they want to do to counter it.
Yeah.
What the idea is, though.
They already got that Sven buffer. What they're looking for on BP is probably like an Invoker. Oh, Invoker got banned out, yeah. Good bans from Alliance, so Invoker and the Viper. Like, these heroes provide a lot of team fighting and can buy really good buffer items for the Sven too. Heavenly Grace is one good buff, but, more the merrier.
Mm-hmm.
Timber, ooh. That's a good ban against the Sven and the Omni.
It is.
I like that. VP really dislike Enchantress. That's like one of the heroes I hate playing against. I think it has to do with Epileptic Kid, because Epileptic Kid's heroes are not really that good against Ench for the most part.
Yeah.
They also
played
Enchantress.
It a fair amount. I think they were one of the first teams to start playing in Epic League.
Yeah, that's true. They like Ench was starting to die out, and then they just brought out Ench with like 4 other big team fighting heroes and constantly ran the Ench's creeps into the enemy carries jungles and like pretty much annoyed the hell out of them, right?
Yeah.
And because they know how good Ench is, they constantly ban it as well, because they know what the enemy can do against you, and they don't really want that, like, because they got their playstyle down for this patch. I think BP at the end of the day was the #1 team who like figured out this patch at the end, Like Secret obviously won for many tournaments, but near the end, like Secret kind of stopped picking like these meta-y stuff, where VP like only played the meta drafts until the very end, and they won the last tournament because of it.
Yeah, they definitely have a really good read on this alliance. I mean, I imagine S4 relishes this opportunity though. Like, this is a guy who loves drafting against other fantastic drafters, so he's going to be enjoying this. And
he's a 5-head. That's what S4 is. He's like the real five. There are some players, like let's say you play chess, you're gonna do the very good moves and just not make any mistakes, right? Like, but S4 will try to find that creative edge that he's gonna like okay, Keeper of the Light. That's another hero that we saw that was really good against Omni Knight, right? That status assist not affected by the ulti of the Keeper. So they're really picking up a lot of things that Heavenly Grace is not going to have very good impact against. That's their plan right now in Alliance with this DP and the Keeper. And it's pretty nice to hold down VP's heroes too when that EXO comes out now. It's good. I like this Keeper pick. VP though, they're going to...
Maybe the genius players are picking Coddle because they think it's going to get buffed. And then halfway through the game, Coddle just suddenly feel really strong and Sven's going to get nerfed and he's going to feel awful. Imagine if that's how it works. That'd be great. So suddenly one of your spells changed, like, what? Oh, patch dude, didn't you hear? Oh, shit.
I saw so many people in Twitch chat writing, the patch is out, trying to debate everyone.
Yeah, I did that.
And then like, I'm pretty sure there's somebody who's like opening up their Dota 2, checking if it's updating or something.
Yeah. That one really naive person which falls for it every time. Like, they keep telling me, but I can't see it. I mean, they wouldn't lie to me over Twitch chat, would they? Anyway, we've got a Phoenix picked up from Virtus Pro, so this is kind of their answer to the Coddle, it feels like. Or maybe it's also nice versus Clockwork as well. Whoever he jumps on, you can just throw in the Sun Ray, and all of a sudden that Clockwork kind of traps himself in his own oven, and you're healing up his target, which is always very nice.
Keeper used to be pretty nice against Phoenix because you can mana leak him, right?
Yeah.
But the mana leak now for the Keeper is a bit different because that's also your mana that you're taking away because you rather give yourself mana. It's like the same spell, right? So probably won't be seeing that a lot being thrown onto the Phoenix, and Phoenix pretty good in the lane against Keeper too. Well, that's the one weakness of Keeper of the Light. It's not a good 5 to like support your carry with. It just isn't. But yeah, now they got a PA. They get a 4th pick PA on Alliance. Like, this is insane. VP are so confident that they're just gonna own this Phantom Assassin. They really like know what matchups and what things can beat their strats, and watching this makes me believe that VP, they don't care if Nico Baby has a PA. They feel like their heroes are countering the PA. That's how they feel, because they're allowing this hero to go this far.
Yeah,
instead of it being banned.
Like, to be honest, straight off the bat, how do you think this lane looks? Because it doesn't feel great to me, does it? PA with Coddle versus Phoenix Mars? That sounds painful.
It really doesn't look too hot, honestly. I think Keeper of the Light is a pretty cool hero when he's played with like the position 3s, because those heroes don't mind you blasting their lane, right? Some position 3s like it when you shove their lane into your opponent, so the enemy's being pressured, you can get all the creeps and you can pull the waves, right? But when you play Keeper of the Light in the safe lane, it's a lot more awkward, because if you shove the lane, if you shove your carry's lane, he doesn't get that bonus anymore, and then the Keeper's small camp pull normally is not going to be available. So I want to see if Alliance are going to change something up, get the Keeper to go in the offlane and have the Clockwork be the safe lane support in this game.
Yeah, there's possibility of them kind of changing things up a little bit, but yeah, no, I imagine this is just going to be pretty straightforward for Alliance. Just a little bit of flex in the DP, and that's really it. Virtus Pro, their draft is even more straightforward. There is nothing surprising coming out from these guys, I'm fairly sure.
Dragonite banned out. That's something Alliance can flex with the DP and the DK and the DP. BP gonna have to pick their mid laner next. I'm expecting Kunkka is not that good for GPK to pick this game, because there's a Death Prophet. Okay. Death Prophet is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe. What Well, what else of Virtus Pro? I mean, all right, really, really popular mid laners. I mean, we've seen Zeus like 9 out of 10 games out of the past like few days. So Zeus has always got to be considered. That said, doesn't really look like a fantastic Zeus game for either team, so probably not going to expect that one. I reckon it's probably Alliance are going to grab SAPPHIRE. Is my prediction.
I think VP, they're pretty good with like a Void Spirit this game. It's a very good hero here for them.
Yeah.
SAPPHIRE, that's not banned out. I would love me some GPK SAPPHIRE.
Yeah, for Virtus Pro as well. I'm sure if they don't take it, then Alliance will.
Yeah. Well, Alliance is going to be picking after, so they're going to just look to counter no matter what hero VP pick, right? So there's going to be a lot of options for Alliance.
All right,
they ban out the Void Spirit.
Ember. All right, Void's banned. And
Quap. Ooh. We have not seen this hero in a very long time.
Yeah.
Let me take a look at when GPK last played Queen of Pain in an official.
I've certainly seen
He has not played Quap for this team.
For the in Virtus Pro.
Yes, in Virtus Pro he has not played Quap. In the last month he has not played Queen of Pain.
Okay, so weird.
This is his first game.
I'm fairly sure he played it in ESL 1 Birmingham when he was playing for Gambit. I certainly remember him playing quite a lot back then, but yeah, a long time ago. And now the Puck. The classic Puck Quap matchup between GPK and Limp. That's going to be an interesting
good
one.
lockdown.
Yeah, very, very good hero against the Queen of Pain, I would say. You've got the leash, you've got the ability to dodge dagger. It's just generally a pretty good matchup across the board, really.
They're waiting to pick who will go mid and offlane, I think, for S4. At the end, they still decide the Puck versus Quap matchup. It's good because, you got that base shift to dodge the Queen of Pain's Shadow Strike. It's still a very skill-intensive matchup. Quap can still do very well, and there's going to be a lot of bursts from the Queen of Pain against the Puck, too. We're going to be seeing a lot of crazy stuff happening mid lane. And now they got the Death Prophet and the Clock versus the Sven and the Omni Knight. Very good lane for Alliance there, at least.
Yeah.
The DP range hero versus the Sven Omni.
So, where do you stand on these drafts? Who do you think has the advantage, and who do you favor?
They're both good, but I think VP have a little bit of a more solid, like a firm draft in this game. Keeper of the Light, I saw have a lot of impact yesterday, but I'm still a bit shaky on the hero.
Yeah.
So just very slight edge here for VP's draft, I want to say. Alliance, they need to do some cool stuff. Like, they need to really bust out everything they have to get the early advantage and keep on pressuring VP from there. Like, Puck can't afford to lose mid, that's for sure. S4, he needs to take that early game range hero versus the 2 melee dudes and really try to punish up the Sven and maybe take that tier 1 tower early on so they can create plenty of space for Nico Baby, because Nico Baby is not being buffed up in this game.
No.
There's actually no buffs for Nico Baby.
Yeah,
that is
my concern as well.
Yeah.
There's just like a Sven with Heavenly Grace, and Heavenly Grace is one of the best buffs you can have on a Sven. Meanwhile, Nico Baby has nothing. I mean, I'm sure S4 will get a Solar Crest, but that's probably going to be it. And I'm sure someone will buy a Solar Crest for the Sven as well. So in the head-to-head matchup, I think Nico Baby is going to feel a little bit weaker. It all depends on how these lanes go and how the early mid goes. That's going to be a huge indicator on how this game is going to play out. So let's get into it. Game number 1 in this best of 3 elimination series here in the OGA Dota Pit. It is Virtus Pro versus Alliance battling out against elimination. The loser of this series is done in this tournament. Their chances are gone, and that'll be them out. So let's get into it.
And the winner will play against Team Liquid. Not Team Liquid, see Team Nigma. I still, it's been over a year, and I still imagine them as Liquid, But yeah, Team Nigma, they'll be playing as Team. Team Liquid did not play in this event.
No, they did not. Alliance and Nigma did, however, that little triad of exchanges. So down at bottom, you got S4 and Handskin hanging out, just kind of looking around. Ilias and Epileptic Kid, they are also giving them some vision,
30 seconds.
setting eyes on each other and seeing if anyone can steal a rune from one another. This top lane is going to be the Phoenix and the Mars, that old classic combo. Very, very strong though. It's classic for a reason because it just works. It just works. The arena with the Supernova later on, and in the lane, it's just kind of a lot of harassment. The Mars really appreciates heroes which can help him feel tankier, and the Phoenix does exactly that with the Fire Spirits and the Sunray later on.
The battle begins.
My focus still is going to be probably on the Keeper of the Light. I think there's going to be a lot of kill potential on him. If he ever gets God's Rebuked, like if he gets close enough for Mars to cast that spell, he's just dead. Right? This hero only has 500 HP. Yeah. One of the worst starting HP pools in the game. And then mid lane, Puck versus Queen of Pain matchup. This is always so nice to watch.
Yeah, Puck generally has the advantage in this lane, but oftentimes we'll see people just not leveling the dagger. As we see here, Scream of Pain is going to be the starting point. So, mid lane pretty sleepy, and of course bottom lane we've got the Sven and the Omni Knight laning up into S4 and Hanskin. Hanskin of course on the Clockwork, and S4 on the DP, just going to be sucking away with the Spirit Siphons. 2 melee strength heroes makes this DP feel very strong down here at bottom, so I imagine Alliance are going to do pretty well in this bottom lane.
Exactly, and Hanskin already playing the creep wave, as we see pretty much every single game with the position 4 hero. It's going to bring that in front of Death Prophet's tower, and S4... Like, they don't really have any kill potential onto S4. S4 really has to mess up big time in order to actually die. But he can just constantly right-click this Omni and Sven without having to worry too much.
And I was doing a local UK event about a month ago, and one thing we noticed in that tournament was none of the position 4s were really pulling the creep waves for their offlaners, and they'd be in these like unfavorable matchups, or even sometimes favorable matchups, but still losing because they just had creep control the entire time. And eventually somebody decided to start doing it, and then they're like, oh, and then everyone starts doing it the whole tournament, and everyone's pulling the creep waves past. They realize it's pretty damn good. Not something you want to miss out on. Hanskin doing a good job disrupting this Sven, who's trying to just farm peacefully between his 2 towers. And S4 just laying into Ilias a bit here as well down at bottom, as these Radiant heroes are getting a little bit battered by Alliance. Have plenty of regen.
Knight. He did go for a Bassi level 1. Just for the extra mana regen for the Sven and the Omni Knight. Gonna be a little bit slower to his other items though. But that's okay. They're just looking at XP in this bot lane for BP anyway. Eventually Sven is just gonna get out here and just go start jungling.
Hitting up them creeps.
How's top looking? Nico Baby, pretty low. He does have a healing cell for himself. But pretty even so far, I would say. And the wave is in front of Nico Baby's tower, so he's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, definitely. And we see, FNG immediately going to utilize the fact that Nico Baby's just farming under his tower. This frees him up to go and do all the stuff. He can make stacks, he can be more efficient in the lane, he's going to make the double stack here. Like, this is why you want to have lane control when you're playing in the safe lane, because it stops your support having to just babysit you, allows you to get solo XP, because there's just no threat of you dying, so you can just get back under that tower easily.
Yeah, nice stacks already from FNG. They're also planning an early ward and a sentry there. So if VP ever decide to go there, plant a vision, it's going to get dewarded right away.
Oh, yes. S4 taking a bit of damage in response, but Hanskin just coming in, gets them both inside the cogs, and SLO is going to be able to stick a straw into the both of them with the Spirit Siphon and just start taking away their HP. Nice trading again from Alliance in this bottom lane as they continue to lay the pressure onto these Virtus Pro heroes. So back in towards...
I was gonna say, I wonder who's gonna be actually taking these stacks, but it's most likely gonna end up being the Puck. Right now, he's got pretty much full resources. Quap still waiting for that bottle to come back. A little bit low on health at the moment, and in 10 seconds, the rune is gonna spawn. This big rune right now for the mid laners.
Yep, let's see. Save's going to come in and just try and harass up Limp a little bit. Limp's going to throw in the orb, but it's the Invis rune picked up by Save, which is going to end up going in towards the Phoenix, so not filling up anybody's bottle, unfortunately for Limp and GPK. But first blood happens down in the bottom lane as they run down S4. Ilias and Sven get some sweet revenge as Hanskin goes off to try and get the rune, leaves the DP alone, and unfortunately S4 just didn't respect the damage which Epileptic Kid and Ilias could really put out.
Yeah, he got that level 2 Stormhammer skilled up on the Sven. It must have really not expected that to happen. I mean, S4 was pretty much the last person I expected to actually die first. But, you know, BP making a good call there, while Hanskin did have to go help for the power rune.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Taking advantage of the fact that Hanskin was elsewhere. So that's going to put things pretty favorably into Virtus.pro's pockets in the bottom lane. They'll be definitely happy with that. A bit of comeback potential as they can start to turn these side lanes around. Hanskin able to secure the bounty rune at least. Yep. And it looks like it's all going to be even Stevens on that regard.
GPK putting a sentry for himself.
Oh, limp. Now, is he going to TP to the orb and try and steal the bounty? No, he's not. Probably because he knows GPK has the
He doesn't know.
Yeah.
He also doesn't know, right? There's a bounty there. He might have thought like someone already took it. No vision, really.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen players just try and like invade sneakily, and if they ever think that, hey, you know, this guy's got an empty bottle, they're probably going to be trying to min-max this one out, and I'm going to go and steal it, but not this time. Hanskin trying to wrap around on Sweat Black Dakota. They're just going to turn around and drop a bunch of spells onto Hanskin's face instead, so he's going to be forced to cogs defensively rather than wanting to cogs aggressively. And this is really nice, that the way they just see this clock and they just drop all their spells on him, it stops him being able to get anybody inside the cogs, which would allow S4 to get off the Spirit Siphon and the Crypt Swarm. So yeah, I quite like what Hanskin's doing in this bottom lane. Sorry, what VP are doing in this bottom lane.
It's good. Again, a little bit hard to pressure up S4. They killed him one time, but now he's level 5 already. And he's got 15 denies on S4. That's a lot of denies in this lane. And not going to be happy about that. Only level 4.5. He might just go into a jungle now. He's like, alright, this lane looks pretty bad for me. I know the lane's pushing in. There's a catapult, but this is when Alliance can dive me. Omni, you just take over this. If you die, you die, but at least you can get a bunch of XP. And look at Hanskin. He's making the plays too. He knows what the Sven wants to do and just tries to chase him out of the jungle. They just loop right back around.
Down in the middle lane, tries to make the deep dive. He had a DD rune and wanted to try and finish off GPK, but the rotation in from Save turns it in his favor, and they will get that kill onto the puck.
Wait, that's interesting. Where was his coil on Limp? He just didn't skill it up?
Nope. Nope.
Interesting. He actually went for the level 2 silence instead of the coil. Maybe that's what he actually needed to be able to kill GPK.
And now GPK coming in towards the bottom lane, full HP, full mana, trying to jump onto S4. He has got that Sonic Wave if he wants to try and bring down S4. Needs a little bit more damage than he's got right now. Meanwhile, Hanskin, he's just going to run away on the side, and it looks like they won't be able to actually turn this into a kill, unfortunately. Oh, never mind. Hanskin comes back in. He's going for the TP out. That's not going to happen, Sunshine. Good night. GPK will close the gates with a Sonic Wave.
Mid coil, but
yeah,
that's not a kill. He has a raindrop on the Phoenix, so he's actually very tanky. Look at this, yo, 940 HP. He's not a squishy boy, that's for sure.
He's not, and that's really not how you want to be spending your first few minutes as level 6 on puck. You know, you want to be making these plays happen. You want to be trying to bring down these heroes, as Coddle's going to help him farm up these big stacks here. Even making another one in the process. Loving the efficiency.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's very good XP and gold for both of these heroes. Meanwhile, Nika Baby getting pressured up top by himself.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
DM
Phoenix
just
is on the way here too. Yeah, DM's got his ulti ready now. Where would you rate DM as an offlaner?
Radiant are scared.
Honestly, I think he's the best offlaner we've seen come into the scene in the past 2 years. I think he is very, very good.
He's really good.
Yeah, I remember seeing him play mid for a team called Aachen City Esports Club, which was him, Funnick, and I think some German players.
Yeah.
And he was kicking ass back then, and he was playing mid, and he was playing like Sanking and stuff, and trying to goofing around, but you know, you could just see the mechanical skill of this guy was actually insane. And not just that, but he always plays for his team. Like he always plays for his team. Like he's never greedy. He can be greedy if he thinks that's what's going to be best to secure the game, but yeah, he's just a guy that wins games. And that's what you want in an offlaner. Yeah, I think DM's a really incredible talent.
He is. I always see him just having such a great game. Doesn't matter what hero he plays. And that's very impressive for an offlaner.
Yeah. And
very nice dude too.
He's just outstanding on as well, is he?
When I heard him do the interviews.
Oh yeah.
Very open.
Chill. Yeah, hella chill. Yeah, I mean, he's got a few heroes as well, which he can just kind of play to a much higher degree, as he does so on the Mars here, brings down FNG, catches him out, just uses mobility to get on top of him and get that kill. Mars is one of them. I think Sand King and Axe are definitely two heroes he really stands out
Magnus?
on as well. Oh, yeah. Meanwhile, down the bottom lane, they're looking onto the Phoenix, safe corner in the tree line. They're going to be able to bring him down, but in comes DM, looking for a bit of a retribution play. Turns in with a God Review, but unfortunately he's losing his health. But in comes the Sonic Wave, taking down Samskin, but S4 still perfectly healthy. No, well, maybe not for long. GPK and Ilias trying to chase him down, but they don't want to stay too close because his Exorcism's just constantly ticking through. It looked pretty from Virtus Pro, but in the end, wasn't really that good.
Dude, that level 4 Spirit Siphon, look at S4's build. He does not have that maxed out Quips for him. It just healed him for so much, right? This Mars has 1400 HP. Phoenix also has a lot of health. The Queen of Pain with that Heavenly Grace is actually feeding back a lot of HP to S4 too. Yeah. So it looked like he might die, but that level 4 Siphon, this build is just spot on from S4 here.
Yeah, he did
so much presence.
500 damage in this early game fight. Very impressive.
Yeah. Good use of the first Exo, just forcing people down here. Getting a kill onto the Mars 2, who was otherwise unkillable, chilling top lane, free farming.
Look at old Caster's Curse as well for DM there. You know, we spend a bit of time bigging him up and then makes a play which is a little bit not
middle limp. What's going on? Oh, he got the tower.
He's the tower, and he will do. Beautifully done with the orb. The jaunt back after getting the last hit onto the tower. Very nicely done from the puck.
Bottom tower is under attack.
And Nepalite the Kid also going to take top tower. But this mid tower dying, that's a pretty big deal. Alliance going to be able to protect their jungle much easier now too. As VP don't really have that instant TP to mid. Defend the mid lane.
Limp trying to play around here with DM, but might have taken a step too far. He turns around, drops down. The Dream Calls try and interrupt DM. Nice dodge on the Sphere. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive though. They will be able to drop the puck. And VP going to be happy about that one as they dive in to the enemy jungle and even start to close out the map a little bit. But thankfully, Nico Baby's farming on the other side of the map. He is predicting the movements of Virtus Pro and playing where they don't want him to be, which is in their safe lane.
Indeed. Sven. He's just going to wait for that Echo Saber first before he starts to play with Ilias on his Omni Knight, it looks like. And I think the Echo Saber is the timing when VP want to take the mid tower back. That's what's going on right now. And GPK also making his way towards an Orchid. He's going to be having a pretty early Orchid in this game. But at the same time, Limp understanding that, going for the Yule's first item too. Not a Blink Dagger or E-Blade.
Yeah, no E-Blades today. Thompson is playing, I believe, tomorrow. So that's when we'll see our E-Blades. Meanwhile, DM and Handskin having a bit of a lover's quarrel here as the cogs come down. The hook shot as well, just trying to hold him in place for as long as possible. Villiers comes in, throws down the heels, keeps DM alive and ticking. Alliance won't be able to get that kill.
But I like the pace Alliance is playing at right now. It's not like overly aggressive, it's not defensive. They just, whenever their skills are up, they'll try to go together, make something happen. And FNG has been making plenty of stacks in this game, which has helped them keep up with VP's farming. And PA is going to have a pretty quick Battle Fury. We're looking at what, 15 minutes here? And if Nico Baby doesn't die, that's like a 20-minute Desolator as well. It's really good for him.
Yep, unfortunately Sven with the inbuilt Battle Fury is already farming pretty damn quickly across the map on his way towards that Echo Saber and top of net worth currently, but once Nico Baby has that Battle Fury, will farm at a faster rate. Are you okay with the way Virtus Pro's played into this PA so far? Oh, yep, hold the phone. We'll
this smoke could be pretty big.
Yeah, this is huge. Hook shot in onto the Sven. Ilias is here to try and heal him up though. In he goes, but the ultimate pop from FNG trying to stun as much as possible. God's Strength actually being popped from Athletic, and he wants to try and take this fight. Heal comes in, he gets a kill. DA as well, they keep him alive. As Vol comes through, needs to finish the job, but can he do so? They will get at least one, but they've given so much for this at this point. Omni-Knight trying to get himself away. S4's being beleaguered. They take down FNG in the back, and now the core come through trying to buy some space, but it's not going to be enough to keep S4 alive. Limp just going to run himself back. Meanwhile, ping's coming out for Nico Baby. He's just farming nearby, looking to maybe get involved. It looked good. It didn't, so he didn't. They stay back, and they're just going to hit that reset button. Although saying that, Nico Baby coming pretty far forward. GPK showing off this Orchid, and also getting the Arcane Rune there as well. So GPK going to be happy with that one. But yeah, I mean, the Sven staying alive for such a long time. They do get the kill in the end, though. So in some ways, it's worth it for Alliance, but they did lose a lot of heroes in the process.
They lost a lot of heroes, and the DP EXO is on cooldown, which means Sven, he's gonna finish his Echo Saber in 300 gold, and they're just gonna run straight out to the mid tower. If that heal did not come out in the end there, that could have been really bad for BP, because Clockwork would have still been alive, and they would have just tried to go on to the Phoenix together, and at least, maybe if they do lose some heroes on Alliance, S4 could have lived. But because S4 died as well, that's why it looked kind of bad for Alliance in the end. That being said, Nico Baby, he was free farming the whole time. And Sven was dead, so he's very happy. He's got that 15-minute Battle Fury. He's going for a BKB instead of the Desolator. Understanding that Mars, Sven, Orchid, like these are problematic things for him.
And now they go forward onto the Clockwork. That is a dead little robot. Good night, Hanskin in the top lane. Virtus Pro really starting to get this ball rolling, finding their pressure. This is that high momentum Dota, which you have to fear if you are playing into this squad. You have to be ready. You have to have the counter plays ready. And, well, this is one of them as they drop GPK in the middle lane. Very nicely done onto the Quap by Limp and S4. And meanwhile, Nico Baby's just farming up this bottom side of the map again and again and again. No one is coming to interrupt him. Virtus Pro, they really just want to find kills elsewhere on the map and try and pressure the objectives rather than chasing Nico Baby around the map.
Pretty big kill onto GPK there. GPK not really been able to find the big Orchid play that he would like to at the moment. I think this Orchid would have been nice, like maybe smoking, finding Nico Baby or something, but they've been kind of delaying things on the side of BP while Sven has been waiting to finish his Echo Saber. He has it now, but Quap is dead, and EXO is going to be back up now. Level 12, by the way, on S4. He's almost level 13. Jeez, he's having a great game. And we kind of expected it, right? Laning into Sven and the Omni Knight.
Yeah.
But this great of a game, it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, he did have that one early on death, but definitely made up for it. You know, the Spirit Siphon's such a good ability in this game, staying alive through some clutch engagements as well and making some plays with Limp. These two have been doing such a good job of opening the map up for the Phantom Assassin, but now VP are forcing a team fight. They indeed have the Echo Saber and the Mask of Madness coming through onto the middle tier 1 tower. Limp is here though with the Invis, gets his choices set up. He's going to lock down the two cores, but in comes the Supernova right on the head with the Arena. Yules comes down, but they're going to be in some trouble. S4 just trying to hold his ground, get as many Spirit Siphons off as he can. He's doing exactly that. GA comes through as a hookshot comes down the backlines. They're trying to bring down the Queen of Pain. Can they do so? No, she flicks herself away. Meanwhile, the Mask in the middle, beleaguered somewhat as they drop down the Sonic Wave. Still not doing enough to bring down these heroes, and they managed to isolate an Athletic Kid as he's trying to run himself away. Not going to happen. Cut down by Nico Baby. A great fight for Alliance. Really beautifully played that they force out the spells from VP, but are able to dodge it. First the Puck with the Yules, dodging the Supernova explosion, and the DP just connecting with all of these Spirit Siphons to keep herself alive. And in the end, you know, it's not an explosive fight. Only one kill in the end as the Sven drops, but still, very, very important kill.
I mean, all the ultis were expended in that engagement, and that was an amazing Will-O-Wisp. That just landed on all of VP's heroes. They didn't want to kill it. They tried to get out of it, but that created a very awkward situation where they didn't have that positioning any longer. VP, you know, like Clockwork, they get their items. They go straight down mid lane to the tower with 5 heroes and Alliance. I think they did their homework. They knew that was going to happen, and they prepared for it.
They did indeed, but wow, Virtus Pro, they're meeting their match here, you know. I came into this series thinking that, you know, it has a possibility to be a bit of a stomp for Virtus Pro, considering the form they've been on recently, but Alliance have given their all, at least so far in this match, and Nico Baby is really starting to pull ahead now.
Yeah, he's just a recipe away from that BKB. That fight, even though they only lost to Sven, it's enormous, because they made their first 5-man move and it failed horrendously, because normally when BP does that move, they're actually destroying the game afterwards, because they will take the tower. If the enemy fights them, they get like 2 or 3 kills, and then they just completely take over the triangle area and everything. So BP, this is the second attempt now.
Yeah, they're trying for it again. They know their cooldowns are slightly shorter than that of Alliance's with EXO in 20 seconds. They're just going to try and bully them off the tower. Oh, Coil actually misses, nearly catches out Save, but not quite connecting. And now I think Alliance just need to leave. But unfortunately, FNG looking like he's going to get left behind. The old man and his horse put to death as the tower shall shortly follow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
This time they do get that tower, but they did manage to hold off for about 2 minutes on the side of Alliance. That did help PA finish up her BKB now. 19-minute Battlefield BKB, they can defend Roshan now, and also have this PA involved in the engagements.
Yeah, they're ready to go. They've got this BKB coming out on the courier now for the Phantom Assassin. Oh, and a nice little neutral item as well to give us some lifesteal, which it didn't previously have. Thank you very much, Vampire Fangs. PA loves that item. And now they are feeling fighting fit. Shame about that coil in the last fight. Lim tried to grab it on the Phoenix just as Save Icarus dived away. Didn't quite land it in time. And therefore the coil gets wasted and there's no more defense possible because they were already lacking the exorcisms. They needed a nice coil to get themselves a kill. Nevertheless, Alliance,
Yeah,
still in a good place.
could have been nice if that coil did land on the Phoenix there.
Yeah.
Would have
No.
forced out a
Radiant's
supernova probably.
tower is under attack.
At the very least.
Radiant structures
But now they really start to take over the map. They go into the enemy triangle, pushing down the tier 1 tower. The last one left alive, the side of Virtus Pro, is going to probably be taken by Alliance. The counter-aggression comes out from VP though. DM Epileptic Kid pushing down the same mirroring tier 1. Hanskin's already in the neighborhood though. He might be thinking of popping something here.
Radiant's top tower
Alliance,
is under
He
attack.
wants to catch them on their way out, but VP just too quick and moving back together as a team. Hanskin hooks in here, it will be very awkward. They do see FNG though. VP, they're like, that's the one we want.
Radiant are scanning. Radiant's top tower is
An
under
icy
attack.
silence on the map as the killing has kind of stopped, and both teams are trying to work around each other. No one wants to be the one to make that big misstep. Baby is farming at the same time, as is the Sven. He's going to have his own BKB finish now. I kind of feel like Alliance should have tried to take that fight whilst the Sven was BKB-less and the PA had hers. Could have been a big advantage, but they didn't find anything. And so the game will continue to jump ahead, but still a bit of a gold advantage for Alliance. Do you feel like they're in a good position right now?
On Alliance, yes. On VP, I think they're feeling a little bit uncomfortable at the moment. Because I'm not sure if they faced this much of a resistance whenever they play with Sven. But they do have the BKB now, so
here
this is
they go.
another timing.
Hanskin's going to interrupt though. He's going to pop the cogs. This is a slightly awkward engagement from VP as they can't get off that arena straight away. Hanskin might just be sacrificed. Alliance, what do they want to do here? Throw him with a blinding light. Arena comes down. They're throwing so much onto this clockwork and they will
S4's
get
here too.
Hanskin. Meanwhile, S4 jumps in with a BKB, popping those Spirit Siphons. The Supernova's going to go uncontested. GA's going to come down, but that Ignis Fada's holding back along with the coil, stopping VP from coming forwards, but now they get on top of the Connell. Connell gets torn ahead. Now S4 on the run, getting run down with the silence. No survival for her. Read that Alliance, they are going to lose this one. And Nico Baby's actually in this engagement. Uh-oh. Can blink across the limp in just a second. Should be okay. But still a really bad fight from Alliance there. They kind of weren't quite sure if they wanted to really make it happen. Taking the 4-on-2, which eventually turned into a 5-on-5. But again, just not quite going their way in the end. What was the downfall of Alliance in that one?
I think they just hesitated. They saw that Arena was dropped, Sven popped his spells, and they just wanted to sacrifice Clockwork. But S4 had another idea. He felt like he was really strong with his Exo and the BKB. So all of a sudden, Alliance is like, wait, are we backing? Are we fighting? And then S4 goes in. They have to follow up. They have to help him out. He's a big boy in this game and ended up being not the right call, fighting into a Supernova. Alliance were already thinking about getting out of there. If they just gave away the Clockwork and got out, I think Alliance would have had a chance to take Roshan right after that, when the Clockwork was alive. And take a better fight against VP. But I think this is the way VP plays, you know, they get their timings, they force something, and it makes you think, do we fight? Do we not fight? You know, and they just take advantage of those errors coming out from the enemy team. And now they're starting to build up some momentum. Alliance is a little bit up on gold, but Epileptic Kid, he's feeling really good now. Going for a Hyperstone next. Interesting. Is that an AC coming up? Get some armor against this Phantom Assassin, possibly?
Definitely. Yeah, armor into the Phantom Assassin and into the DP as well. Really important in this game, I think. I like that pickup a lot. And they're immediately going to get the silence onto the puck. No follow-up, though. They're not really committing very hard to this one. They don't really want to fight up into the high ground when they don't have that vision already down. So they are going to respect Alliance and look for something else.
Alliance is very fortunate that this Roshan was not taken by BP already, so they're still got that opportunity to fight over there. Desolator on PA now.
Going down, they get the ward on the high ground, which means they can follow through with the Serena. Where did they go? Alliance heroes just get swept off the
Wow.
map. This is a terrible engagement for Alliance as Virtus Pro take down 4 instantaneously. Oh no, the hook shot missing, cutting through everybody, and then just setting themselves up for the easiest arena into Svencleave, into Supernova. They really had nothing to do with that Alliance, and they really tried to push hard to make that fight work, but unfortunately it was doomed from the start, and now Roshan is going to be their reward.
That was a double stun too, right? Like, S4 just can't afford to get disabled like that, because he's just going to get chain stunned. He's got to get that EXO and the BKB off. On top of that, when Nico Baby, he blinked onto the Omni Knight, tried to kill the egg with that attack seed, but he didn't click BKB, so he got instantly Yuled.
Oh no.
And got stunned as soon as he came back down.
Oh,
Maybe if
dear.
he killed the egg there, he could have got away, but also dying too. And now they get the Roshan on BP. The game suddenly looks so incredibly hard for Alliance now.
Symphony of subpar BKB usages from Alliance really cost them heavily in their second big team fight of the game. Losing 2 back-to-back, it makes this game incredibly difficult for them to come back into it. They do have Nico Baby PA, which is always something you've got to consider, but now the hookshot landing onto the Phoenix. They just want to get this easy kill. Get the easy kill, and maybe chain it into something else in the Sven. Well, I mean, this guy has an Aegis. Probably not the guy you want to be committing to right now. They realize that. They'll just blast him off with some cogs and move on with life.
Dire's middle tower
VP is also not interested in fighting right now. They got 10 seconds left on the Gaussian. Like, you know, this team, they're always going to wait for their cooldowns before they take these engagements. But now that it's up, and he's like 100 gold from Playmill, they might just finish that and start running at Alliance once again.
Yeah, and these Supernovas have been completely unstoppable inside these team fights as well. With the arena and with the Sven,
So
and
hard.
it's just too much damage, too much control, and too much kind of AoE to just run in and attack the egg together. Like, you will just get comboed up and die on all your heroes if you try and do that. So the Supernovas really are free this game.
Not only that, Phantom Assassin is not very happy hitting the egg either. So you don't have the option to even be able to kill it unless Save decides to just go in Rambo style and dying to like 5 heroes hitting his egg.
Yeah, and that's not going to happen.
Yeah, definitely not. As we say that, no man. Yeah.
This has been happening a lot recently,
thinking.
yeah. That Epileptic Kid running onto the high ground once again, looking for a target. Sees Limp. Limp blinks away. Nico Baby as well, just use the blur. He has been pinged out by Save though, saying, look, this PA is nearby. It's 13 seconds, there's no creep camp there. She took it, but unfortunately, investigations can only carry them so far. S4 actually initiating onto Epileptic Kid here. Now, this is a guy with an Aegis and a BKB. Meanwhile, they're going to drop the backlines with the Puck. Puck, though, immediately going to get speared up to a tree. Sonic Wave going to cut through as well. Limp almost losing his life. Throws down the heels, but now he really comes down. Hanskid's probably going to be the one to die here. The Puck is able to get himself... Oh, no, he dies and then bites back to the tower. Immediate buyback. Now they go in with the Ignis Fighters, trying to block the Mars as quickly as possible, but the save comes in once more from Ilias, just keeping his heroes alive, using all his heals onto the Mars. Now the PH is getting completely cut as the Supernova comes down as well. They're trying to reset on Alliance, get themselves back. 2 buybacks though. They need to make this fight happen, but they can't find the pickoffs. They don't have the hook shots, they don't have the catch, they don't have a coil either. They jump in though with the silence fan, trying to take those front lines, using his Aegis to buy the team some space, but Nico Baby just jumps straight past him, bang, takes down Ilias, and now just trying to fight into GPK. GPK, they're surprisingly tanky as they take down the Sven for the first time. He's going back to life. It's a buyback out from the Omni Knight as they back themselves way on Virtus Pro. A really costly fight from Alliance, and it's really difficult to say they come out with the win there. Yes, they take down the Aegis. Yes, Nico Baby gets himself a kill or 2, but still, the buybacks from Alliance, it's just not enough for them.
Yeah, they got 1 kill onto the Omni Knight, and he bought out. Maybe if they kill him again, that's when it's really worth it for Alliance.
Yeah.
But yeah, Limp buying back there too. Not gonna feel too good about that. Hanskin, same thing. They just keep kiting so well, actually on both sides, honestly. Like Alliance, they got away from that Supernova, came back in, tried to make the best of the situation, but it just wasn't enough.
Now Hanskin getting bullied, unfortunately.
Oh, no.
He's not getting out of this
Hanskin.
one. The Purification will finish the job.
Yeah.
is under attack.
That's 70 seconds. He's gone for, and this is going to be tier 2 tower dead for Alliance most likely if Epileptic Kid just decides to push this all the way in.
Man, this clock. He had dreams of Ags, and I believe he had like 1,200-ish gold towards it earlier on. But a couple of bad
Still
fights.
at the same place.
And yeah.
He had to buy it back, so very unfortunate. Also, did you see how many gold heroes there were in the last fight?
How many
Everyone
gold
was just
heroes?
BKB'd.
Dire's
Oh, right,
BKB'd.
is under attack.
They were all just BKB'd in one engagement. I'm like, wow,
Oh, yeah.
that looks really scary.
Yeah, everyone's just dropping in with the BKBs, and anyone who's not BKB'd is going to get heavily graced up by Ilias. Like, these heroes just aren't falling. That is the problem. No one is dying.
It's the Will-O-Wisp. The Will-O-Wisp is like pretty much forcing all of VP's heroes to like click their BKBs right away too
Dire's top
Yeah.
tower has
in the
fallen.
fights.
Look where FNG's farming currently as well. He's just making some stacks in enemy jungle, farming them up with his Illuminate. Getting some money anyway, knows how.
I mean, he's got good items. Glimmer Cape, Mech. It's a pretty big position 5. Actually ahead of his position 4 Clockwork. Split pushing, buying some time for his allies.
I'm sure Coddle Lags is going to receive a change in the next patch, because current Coddle Lags is a little bit poo.
Oh, it's like what, the worst axe, right? It's
Probably.
really bad.
Probably. It's really not good. I would say Terrorblade's Ags is better than Cottle's Ags.
Oh, definitely. Turbo's axe is a beast to the late game.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll see something cool coming for Coddle, but not right now. Probably not going to be buying that item. He's actually going for a Solar Crush, just wants to buff up his PA a little bit further. Thought that would be the Nature's Prophet's, sorry, the Death Prophet's job, but she's instead going for the Shiva's Guard. I like that item in this game. Does seem very strong. Still a way off though.
It's very nice. You need the armor. You're playing as DP and you're playing as Mars and Sven. S4 was having a pretty good game, but just a couple of bad engagements has really put him back. Even the Queen of Pain has overtaken the Death Prophet by a lot now too. Pretty much an entire big item. And GPK going for MKB next. Wants to be a Phantom Assassin killer as well in this game.
Yeah, but Alliance are doing a really good job right now of just kind of pushing out the side lanes and being very annoying. What's wrong, sweetheart?
Check Epileptic Kid. I did not click him for a little bit, like 2 or 3 minutes, I think, and look what he's got. An entire MKB complete.
Finished off that AC a little while ago, now whips out an MKB from nowhere. Yeah, he's just pulling items out of somewhere we don't really want to know about. It's terrifying. And now the PA is going to have to deal with that.
Exactly. She's going to be extremely... She was already scared to jump into the fight, even though she had a BKB, right? She couldn't find the angles to be able to blink in. And now, there's an MKB on the Sven. Not only that, these supports from Virtus Pro are very hard for Nico Baby to deal with. Omni Knight has a Ghost Scepter. Every time he gets daggered, he instantly pops the Ghost Scepter. And then Save has Yule's 2600 HP, can just pop that Supernova. He doesn't have any good targets to go on for Nico Baby.
Indubitably, tis not quite the
Got a
situation you
Satanic,
want
though.
to find yourself in. Satanic might help. Unfortunately, when the crits come in, sometimes you just can't catch the damage from the Sven, not the crits, but just the straight up damage that he's got here with these items. It's very difficult to return the hits in time. Hopefully, PA will be able to survive these engagements, but I don't know, man. It's feeling difficult. And VP have shown absolutely no hesitation in just jumping in and blowing up these heroes. When they commit to a fight, they go for it. Alliance have not been showing anywhere near the same amount of commitment to the engagement. So I think that's probably would be their biggest downfall in this fight. We've seen a few times where they've just like held back on 1 or 2 seconds, and that's what's cost it for them. But now this is decisive. They're smoked up as 5. They're going for the wraparound into the triangle. Virtus Pro, they're hyper aware of this though. They're in the area. Let's see what happens. Nico Baby, he's going to be revealed. Throws a dagger immediately in towards, but the arena comes down, controlling up Hanskin. Supernova very far back, but on the high ground, so they can't really fight into this. And now the heroes are getting blown up. GPK comes forward with the Shiva's Guard and Scream as well. Hanskin and FNG are already dead. They're trying to still fight up into them, and they have actually killed the Sven. Now GPK is going to be the next target. Nico Baby with the BKB ain't nothing to mess around with it. He jumps on top of Ilias. Ilias going to pop the GA to try and get himself out of this one. But, I mean, the Sven going down is just such a big deal. That was a puck axe coming down. He was not ready. And now, well, the buyback from Epileptic Kid. Uh-oh, Nico Baby's in some trouble. Needs to get the blink strike up onto the high ground, but gets pinned to a tree and killed off instead. The buyback from the Sven, it gets him the kill onto the PA. Maybe they can get S4 as well with her spider legs. She's a quick little lady. Follow the ghost, CM. Follow the ghost. I'll tell you where to go, but it doesn't look like anybody else is looking to chase down S4, so I don't think this is going to result in a kill. But wow, what a crazy fight. I did not expect the Sven to want to buy back there, but he did. He gets them a kill onto PA, sure, but now there's a bit of a, like, opportunity for Alliance to take the next engagement.
If they get the Roshan, then it's completely fine that the Sven bought back there, right? He's got pretty much, you know, full items for the time being anyway. He just needs Aegis, and it's going to be up very soon. Alliance, that was an incredible fight. That snap from the Sven and Omni Knight not being close enough to be able to get that Guardian Angel off onto the Sven. Like, he takes a lot of damage of the Phantom Assassin plus the Death Prophet ultimate, the Exorcism, so he has to be a little bit careful not letting himself get snapped with that Dream Coil.
Yeah, I mean, that was a
Very
reveal,
well.
so you can kind of forgive them for falling to it once, but next engagement, they're going to be aware of it, and now Roshan is being taken. Oh, no. You can't let this go, Alliance, but at the same time, without their PA, it's very difficult for them to actually
You can't
contest
fight
it,
without
but
PA.
they're going for it. They're
You
going
can
for it.
rock
They've
it.
got the Ignis Fadas, they've got the rockets as well.
He's gonna have to hook shot in right now.
No, there's no way, there's no way.
DM is blocking this.
Yeah. DM and Save
I
just
remember
swooping
the
around,
days.
just making sure.
Remember the days when hook shot into stealing Aegis and stuff was a thing? Nowadays, everybody knows it's coming. They like literally surround that pit, not let the Clockwork even get close to hitting the target inside.
They know what's going on. Poor old clock. There was a time. There was a time. There is one play you can make though when you have the axes to refresh it. So you deliberately hookshot onto one of the heroes defending it, just to jump to the other side and then hookshot in again. It's you know, pretty advanced. Don't see it very often, but it has happened. Meanwhile, Alliance, they're actually trying to hold this high ground. They're going to go for this fight. Hello, the S4 popping the Exorcism, committing pretty hard to this. Hookshot again, missing. Oh no, and now they're going to come down, just controlling up the Clockwork. They don't want to miss engage. They're going to try and take down the Supernova. It's one hit. They won't do it. Oh no, they've lost Nico Baby. They're going to lose S4 as well. Talk about it, FNG. He's trying to run himself away. Not going to happen. Oh, they couldn't kill the egg. Epileptic Kid gets in, cleaves through these heroes, and now they're running up the high ground with an Aegis. Alliance, they might have made their last play here. It was so close to working, so close to bringing down that Supernova, but then the Sven come through with the big damage, and that's it.
That's double MKBs, Nomad, Queen of Pain, and Sven. This Phantom Assassin needs to be killing one of them and not the egg.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, we talked about it before. This egg is just a huge bait. If you go and try and kill it, there's way too much AoE damage on GPK and Epileptic Kid for you to actually do it successfully without losing all your health. And they couldn't even finish the job. Tragic.
40 seconds on PA. I'm not sure they're gonna stop here. They don't have the God Strength. That's why they're going back. They're playing it very slow right now on BP. Or not slow, but safe. Because they know PA could potentially have a buyback. We know she doesn't, but they don't know that.
Yeah, a little bit surprising to me still, as they did have creeps coming onto the high ground, but you know, just erring on the side of caution.
Yeah, this is the safe play for sure. I mean, you got the game down. Oh, Mr. DM, is he always gonna lose his gem? Oh no, he gets it.
All's well, all's well. FNG trying to make some plays, but unfortunately it didn't quite work out.
That was pretty funny actually. If he actually got the gem and somehow got away from there, that would have been cool. But when you drop the gem, it provides like vision, right?
Yeah.
So he saw FNG like on top of the gem, and that's why he was able to get that Yos off.
Yeah. Pretty clowny though.
Close one.
Now without their Ignis Fadas, this could be a pretty tricky high ground defense, Steven.
That's a dieback from Kara. So maybe wasn't the coolest play dying. That's for sure. They got the God Strength too.
Yeah.
He has an Abyssal Blade on the Sven too.
Little hesitation. And again, if you're going to land a hook shot, now's the time to do it, but they want to wait. They want to try and wait it out. 25 seconds, they've got a bit of harassment, they've got a fortification which is now over. And GPK gonna jump in, looking straight forward onto Limp. Supernova coming down nice and deep here as they take down one, and the Pug's gonna use himself into the air, but when he comes back down, he's gonna get murderized. There is a buyback available. Pug's gonna use it. It's gonna be a 4-on-5, although actually having to run into this before the coddle's even up. S4 trying to make something happen, just running around with these ghosts, but now GPK jumps in with that 25 time, but Nico Baby looking for the response. Cheese out from GPK, keeps him alive. The Mega Creeps have been gotten. Now can Alliance find anything from this? Dual Yules coming out as they take down FNG on the side. He comes back to life, does get off to the Ignis Fada. Sven tries to take it down, but it's just going to get controlled up by it. Nico Baby, he needs to commit to this because they're facing Megas now, but they just don't feel like they have the manpower. They want to try and wait out the clock, maybe. But, I mean, they've been megaed here. It seems so unlikely that they're actually going to be able to hold on for this one. They will try for one final fight, perhaps, or they might just let VP relieve. And, yeah, it looks like that's going to be the call. Oh dear.
Try to hold off for Megas, and Nico Baby needs to make his way into a Rapier, hopefully. He's switching up his quick buy right now.
I mean, even for Nico Baby, I feel like his chances are slim. 1% chance, says Daddy Gabe. The 1% comeback. Well, I think I'd agree with that. I think 1% seems likely.
Quite generous.
Are you getting into decimals?
We might have to, looking at
0.3%.
this game. Well, you get the PA factor. That's the one thing they got, right? The PA factor. But this game will take another 30 minutes if Alliance have a shot at winning this. So.
Yes, VP have to mess up spectacularly, I'd say, to not win this game. Or Alliance makes some absolutely crazy plays. Let's see.
Smoke up. They need to win this fight. Guaranteed.
Yeah, just throwing some daggers across. Warcry to kind of counter for damage. Now swoop in with the Hex onto the Death Prophet. They hook shot in, but it's not enough to keep her alive. They'll take it down. These golden heroes smashing through everybody that comes their way. They do have a buyback on Hanskin. He's going to try and do something here, but Nico Baby jumps in the engagement. He has popped that Satanic, trying to keep himself alive. Can he out DPS and Sven? No, he cannot. Sven is too damn big, and DVP are too damn strong. They'll take down everybody on the side of Alliance and claim that GG. Prize it from their cold, dead lips. Game number 1, it goes the way of Virtus Pro. It looked so close. Alliance, they looked like they were doing great, but then the moment they start team fighting, Virtus Pro remind everybody why they were the finalists of the last big event, because these guys, they do not mess around when it comes to these engagements. This Phoenix-Mars combination looked absolutely brutal. Epileptic Kid running around doing whatever he liked. GPK as well, just all the damage in the world. Virtus Pro really did just smash down Alliance once they started fighting in this game. And yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like Carl had a good laning phase. S4 had a good laning phase.
He did.
But couldn't really transform that into any kind of pressure in the team fights in the mid game.
That's what VP does. They, when they get their item timings, they're so quick. They finish one big item on this carry, and Epileptic is like, we're smoking right now. Or he'll tell his team 5 seconds or 20 seconds earlier, we're smoking. As soon as it finishes, everyone groups up. They instantly smoke as soon as they pick up the item from the courier. They run at you. They force these mistakes because they just suddenly have 5 heroes showing right in front that Alliance just didn't expect. The first time around when they went mid for the tower, that worked out for Alliance. But ever since then, VP made a little bit more of not random, but awkward places where they were smoking into, and Alliance just got caught off guard. One mistake where they're like, okay, we should fight here, but in reality, they shouldn't have fought. They should just let the Gaussian and everything run out and then take the fight afterwards. They lose that engagement. VP just start to build up this momentum, and their lineup is just so good when they get ahead. They have plenty of disables, plenty of sustain, and looking back now after this game is finished, I see that PA just really couldn't fight against these heroes.
No, she was completely controlled up. She was completely neutralized by the amount of control, the amount of damage, the amount of just straight up PA counters they seemed to have on the board there. She just got kind of tossed around and couldn't really get off any of her abilities, and never mind actually get in some right clicks, and in the end couldn't even take out the supports. And when that starts to happen, it gets very grim for a PA. She has one job, and that's to nuke people down as quickly as possible, and she just couldn't do that in this game. So that's going to be Virtus Pro taking game number 1 in this series. Alliance now just 1 game from elimination. Can they come back into it? Can they hold on to this series and push it to a 3rd game? Well, we're going to find out after these short ad breaks. We'll see you in 5 minutes for game number 2 of Virtus Pro vs Alliance here at the OGA Dota Pit.
This changes nothing.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's turret has been killed. Dire's
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit. My name is Nomad. Joining me is 1437 as we get into Alliance versus Virtus Pro game number 2. And Alliance are of course trailing one game after Virtus Pro completely destroyed them in every single team fight in the last game. It was gosh darn brutal. Alliance, can you put together a better team fighting roster this time around, or are you going to get stomped to the ground once again? I certainly hope not, but Theban, let's find out. What do you think?
They gave the Omni again. VP's gonna have Sven once again. The thing about VP is they don't get tired of playing the same drafts over and over again. You know, they like winning. They're not gonna try something new if they know this is their strat and it's gonna win the game.
Ooh, I like
so
this
Alliance, yeah, they go with the Shadow Demon 1st. All right. They might pick something else other than Sven, just maybe like small percent chance, but I think they're just gonna take the Sven here.
I mean, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you?
It's
so
just
strong.
like, it's not, the thing about BP is it's not just the Sven that's the problem, right? It's everybody on the team, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's playing some kind of tier 1 powerful hero. So if you put all your emphasis onto that Sven, then everybody else owns you, right? Because you're no longer focusing the other heroes in the game. And BP, like, the chance of winning this game just skyrocketed again, like game 1, because they just have this combo already that puts so much stress onto Alliance's draft. Hey man, this is the last day of the patch, okay? It's just the last day. Just enjoy it.
Just enjoy it. Enjoy Sven. I'll try my best. But I like what Alliance are doing. They're trying to come up with some
Timber.
answers for it. Like as
for Timber.
Shadow Demon is a nice answer to the Omni Knight. Timber is a nice answer to this double strength lane. So yeah, I mean, I can dig Alliance's answers. Is it going to be strong enough to beat the Sven though? See, I kind of feel like they haven't really gone. Well, I don't know. It's about how you play is how you beat Sven. You know, you have to be invading his triangle. You have to be trying to catch him out as he's farming and he's vulnerable. These heroes won't do that, but they will win in the lane. And Shadow Demon is going to help out in the team fights to counter this GA and such.
It is a pretty annoying hero for them to deal with.
Yeah.
That is for sure. But pretty sure VP is also ready for this. They know that having the Omni and the Sven together just throughout the game is going to be better than having a bad lane against a Timbersaw. The Timber will have a pretty good lane, that's for sure. But VP do have 3 follow-up picks just to shut down this Timber. And this time they banned the Phantom Assassin out. Last game they did not ban the Phantom Assassin out, but this time they do. They see that maybe the Timber could create enough space for the PA to be stronger and farm more, or have more space to be able to deal with the Sven.
Yeah. Open up the map.
Interesting.
That's what you need to do. Don't get yourself choked
Lines ban out the Invoker. Now DP all of a sudden looks pretty decent too against Alliance. DP's pretty bad against Shadow Demon though. When you get Demonic Purged, and if you cast Yules, like DP is dependent on the Yules, right? When they jump you need to go in the air while you're siphoning so you can heal while you're invincible. The Purge removes the Yules right away. Like you don't even go, you go up for like a 0.1 second and instantly gets removed. So maybe DP isn't the best, but it's one of the better heroes against Timbersaw. The silence is annoying, Siphon's annoying. Sometimes Timber joins the fight without any armor stacks.
Yeah, that's definitely where you can catch him off guard and try and run him down. You need to have some ideas on how to bring down this hero because, Virtus Pro, whilst they're really good at putting together these drafts, they almost always do it in a way which counters the opening picks of the enemy team. So whatever they pick up, I'm fairly sure it's going to be a pretty good idea on how to get rid of these heroes. Any predictions?
We might still see the Death Prophet. That's what I'm thinking right now from Alliance or VP, like one of the teams. But I think most likely Alliance. They do still like it against the Omni Knight. VP didn't ban it out. Alliance do ban out the Mars, so we will not be seeing this. We will not be seeing the same draft from VP. That's for sure, because the Mars is gone, and they banned the Storm too. This gives an opening for VP now to get their Void Spirit, which they play very well with. I don't think they're gonna go Kunkka because of the Timbersaw on the side of VP. So Void Spirit, something I want to see from VP. Phoenix, probably not the best choice. Possible Skywrath Mage game from Virtus Pro. That's a pretty good hero against Timbersaw.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's not great playing it into the disruption because you can counter Mystic Flare pretty well, but I still like it in general.
It's just about the silence, right?
Yeah.
And the magic burst that you have. You also have a Sven on your lineup, so you got that disable as well. Save what you're gonna get for yourself. I mean, Alliance is gonna pick first. They're gonna get the position 5 here. It's looking like there's no Undying, obviously, because first phase banned. That's like FNG's tier 1 S tier hero that he loves to play, other than Omni Knight. Venge draft. We could also possibly see a Venge draft come out from Alliance.
I'd quite like that. Oh, they go with the
Leshrac. Oh, a different route.
Spicy.
Interesting.
Spicing it up. I like this. You know, go out with a bang. Try some new ideas. It's the end of the patch. See what you can do. Something you've been thinking
Dude,
about.
I like this hero.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So this Leshrac, they also picked against who was that? Gambit, I think. In their best of 5, they played against Gambit. Yeah, and they had a Leshrac. Oh, that was a really good game for it.
Yeah.
So this is most likely mid Lesh, right? That's it. Like they actually, I'm surprised they even picked their mid this early, and like they're holding off on their +5 for now.
Ugh. Viper. There's the answer to the Timbersaw, as we mentioned earlier on, and does do pretty damn well versus that Leshrac as well. You just drop the ultimate on him, and stops him running around and just kind of blasting everyone down with his magic damage. It's very annoying. Good pipe builder as well.
And this means most likely a tiny pickup from Virtus Pro, so they can have that with the Viper in the offlane. If it's a Viper mid, then we will see a different position 3 hero, and then we won't be seeing a tiny, if that's the case. But Viper is also very good against Leshrac middle, so that's why I'm kind of leaning more towards this Viper going mid against Leshrac.
Interesting. Alliance, though, next pick for them. This is usually the point where they pick up their carry, but I believe they have... yeah, there we go. They will grab the Life Stealer and save the last pick for their pos 4.
So this makes me think, because they picked the Life Stealer right now, that the Leshrac could be a flex on the 4 now, and not the mid laner anymore. And then the Shadow Demon will be the 5, and they're just going to wait to see VP's last 2 heroes, and then draft up something to counter all of that. Because Timber doesn't really need help, right? Laning into a Sven Omni Knight. So there's even a potential Alliance that's just going to tri-lane with this Leshrac Lifestealer Shadow Demon combo. And just like solo this Timbersaw. Which I wouldn't be surprised with, honestly. They've done something similar to that before in the past.
Yeah.
A different situation, but still the idea is there. VP, not seeing the Lifestealer, maybe they're probably deterring from picking a from picking a tiny, or even putting the Viper in the offlane. This is looking more and more like a mid Viper now.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I'm mostly looking at this Leshrac and just wondering, you know, it's really nice to combo it up with the Shadow Demon. Of course, if he's not a core, then he doesn't have to be farming, so you can just go around with the Shadow Demon. These two can just make plays through the entire game, and it's very easy to make that happen. Virtus Pro, however, are going to take the Tidehunter. That's going to confirm the Viper is going to be mid, and that is going to mean the Tidehunter is going to be in the off lane. Now, does a Tide survive versus a tri-lane of Lifestealer, Leshrac, and Shadow Demon?
There's not a lot of heroes who can survive tri-lanes if it's just 2 going into the off lane. My concern more is about the Timber versus the Tide. Like, you just drafted Tide into Timbersaw. Yeah. So this Timber is having a much more of a free game now. Like, either side lanes he goes to, doesn't matter for him.
Ballin'.
Honestly, they could just solo Timber safe lane now and just go aggro tri-lane with Lifestealer, Leshrac, and Shadow Demon.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
That could be the play for
Tide, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably going to be the play from Alliance here. Like, why not?
Yep.
Unless they obviously put the Leshrac mid, then they'll pick another 4 or 5, and then still, they should tri-lane, I think, on the side of the Alliance. They need to do something a bit different. And Timber is going to have a good lane no matter who he plays against.
Yeah, he should be fine. And
this
S4, you know, he likes making space in this timber. He loves playing alone and just letting his pulse forward do whatever he wants. That's his favorite way to play in the off lane. He just wants to enable Handskin to be more active.
Pugna banned out from Virtus Pro. Interesting. I would think not the best hero for Alliance to take, but maybe they're thinking like, oh, they don't want to get pressured up early on and have all their towers be dead to Leshrac, Edict, and Pugna Blast.
Yeah.
Alliance banning out Wind Ranger. They're banning out save heroes right now. Wind Ranger, maybe a Skyrath, possibly. It's one of Save's heroes too.
So, final pickups. Founders Pro. No, I was just trying to think if they could actually run the Viper as a 4 this game, but no, I don't think they will do. There's some really good mid.
Viper as a 4? Did you say Viper as a 4?
I did.
No, please don't. No.
I mean, putting him on the side lane versus a Timber might be really nice, and then you can kind of counter him out, but...
That's kind of true, but you have Tide. Unless Tide goes mid, OG style, right? Unless Tide goes mid, I really don't see this Viper going to silent. And they do ban the Tiny, though, just for the safety of that, in case, for whatever reason, Viper does go side lane, they don't want that Tiny Viper combo, which is probably the best combo, and VP have played it multiple times.
Yeah.
So...
Absolutely. And the final pickup from them will be the Skyrath Mage. Comes down eventually. Long distance snipe. There
was many picks that went before this Skyrath came out, but it came out nonetheless. I do think the Alliance should have got rid of Sky instead of Tiny, though.
Yeah.
It just didn't make sense for them to put the Tide Hunter mid that much, and they're not going to put Tiny and Tide offlane, especially against a Timber, right? Tiny hates playing against Timbersaw. That's just a given, so... this guy will provide a bit of burst damage. Oh, Nyx!
No, I don't like that. I can't get behind that.
Their draft was going so well until I see Nyx. That's a position for Nyx.
Yeah, it is. Okay, so I mean, this is kind of considered to be a classic counter to the Skyrath Mage. Mana burn, very, very good against Skyrath.
And Viper.
Yeah,
and
Viper as well. Pretty good at just kind of stunning him up and locking him down. But I mean, it's still Nyx Assassin. There's a reason we're not really seeing that hero a whole lot. I guess there is 2 heroes as well, which the Break's going to be quite good at. 3 heroes, which the Break's going to be pretty good against. The Sven, the Viper, and the Tide. I can see its value, but at the same time, I can't get behind it, guys. I can't. Can you get behind it?
I really can't, but I can see how it works when the Timber and the Lifestealer win their lanes really hard.
Yeah.
Right? You need both your sideliners to win their lanes really hard. If you can do that, then I can see the Nyx having impact. Right? The problem with Nyx is early game, right? He doesn't really provide a lot, and then later in the mid game, if he gets enough levels, he's a beast, right? If Dota started with all heroes being level 14, then Nyx would be a god tier hero in almost every single game, right? But that's the problem. He doesn't provide a whole lot in the lanes. His early game is a bit weak too, especially when his Vendetta is on cooldown. But if they can get to that mid game, 50-50 or even ahead on Alliance, then this Nyx is going to be extremely valuable. Other than that, I'm not the biggest fan of a last pick Nyx Assassin. I don't think it really is not the game-changing hero that I was hoping for.
It's not what we were hoping for, but it's what we're getting, and it's what Alliance are going to go for. We got to trust in S4 head or S5 head. Which one's going to turn up? Well, let's find out. Let's get into game number 2 of VP versus Alliance, battling it out for the elimination. And Alliance are very, very close to that elimination. They're putting their faith, their hopes, their dreams in a Handskin Nyx Assassin. Question marks have been raised. Answers maybe on the horizon. Is it good? Is it bad? Let's find out. Ilias and Epileptic Kid chilling out in the safe lane together. I mean, this does look like a good dual lanes now, to be fair. Oh, Handskin. He's good to see a lot of heroes here. Run, run. That's literally the entire Virtus Pro squad. Handskin. Run away. He's going to be alright.
30 seconds to battle.
So that allows Nika to take both druids at top, which is quite nice.
Yeah, if they can do it. That'd be really nice indeed. And Hanskin, we might see him go for that bottom bounty as well. They might just try to get 4 bounties on the side of Alliance here. It's quite possible at this rate. But Tide going in is like, no way you get my bounty rune.
No, FNG's in some trouble.
FNG.
Pops the disruption, interestingly. Nico Baby gonna have to stick around for the bounty rune here, trying to body block up DM, but is not quick enough as DM's able to grab it, and now FNG, well, he is running into no man's land right now, trying to get to somewhere, but unfortunately he is just gonna drop as Save drops down with the spells, a couple of concussive shots, a couple of right clicks, one more will be required. Oh, Fairy Fire out from FNG. If he can get out of vision, just the concussive
GPK.
shot. Oh, digging through the trees, digging through the trees. He's not going to be out the other side, though, just trying to hide as he's now going for the blocks. No, he's not trying to block out a save here. That's really nice. Going for the TP now as well. He's actually going to live. No first blood for you, Save. Oh, that was beautiful. Using the disruption illusions to block his pathing so he couldn't follow through the trees, allow him to TP out. Incredible stuff from Hanskin.
Hanskin, FNG, give the man credit. The right.
Sorry,
man,
FNG.
that was
Jesus,
crazy.
Jesus. Thank you. Yeah.
Holy. I thought he was just dead, and not only that, he wasted GPK's time too. GPK didn't get a block, had to TP back to the mid lane. Scarlet doesn't start in the lane too. Nice, good start for Alliance. I mean, he does have to walk back top, but that's okay. His carry's a life stealer. He doesn't mind soloing.
Yeah, and Save only just arrived back to the top lane as well because he spent so long walking from the that camp over up towards the lifesteal. So he's only just arrived. There's been very little pressure put on Nico Baby. Yeah, thumbs up for FNG. Incredible.
Bottom lane, very classic stuff happening. Pulls 4, goes behind the second creep wave, drags it in front of Timber's tower, and S4 just gonna do S4 things. Just chill down here, farm it up. He will start pressuring up the Sven once he's like level 3, level 4-ish. But for now, it's just gonna be a farm fest down here.
Yep, just eat them creeps. See who comes out on top. Imagine it will be a slight advantage to S4 in the end, but Sven's going to be able to bounce back with the creep, so it won't be long that he's behind. Although that said, S4 is struggling straight off the bat, with only having himself 4-2 currently, with the Sven's 10-2. Not good stats, but hopefully that should improve over time as he gets a couple more points in Whirling Death. Meanwhile, at mid, we have Limp laning up into GPK, the Leshrac into the Viper. Pretty Viper favorite
taking a lot of
matchup,
damage.
He is indeed, yeah. Poison
Hold
belt,
on.
5 stacks upon him.
Wow, that's a TP for him.
Ooh, in comes the disruption from FNG. Limp is ready with the stun, lands it nicely, controlling up the GPK Viper, but he's actually just going to straight up TP himself away. Goes all the way back to the fountain, though, so that is costly.
But Limp, what is his plan? Oh, he doesn't know where the Viper is. He thinks Viper TP to a tier 1, but he actually went back to base. He's still gonna stick around though. Needs only one more creep to get his bottle up. So you're locking it back. Good play then from FNG.
Yeah.
Because if he didn't do that, that Leshrac would have been completely kicked out, lost a bunch of XP, and not only does he save him and gets Viper to the base, but also double stacks in the jungle too, which Leshrac loves to farm at 6.
Yeah, he does indeed burst through these. I mean, Leshrac is essentially played the exactly same way as Zeus is these days. Use that magic damage to take down the creep waves, break down some stacks, and get yourself some money. Simple.
Yep.
We haven't really talked a whole lot about the top lane since the very start shenanigans, but it is Tide versus Lifestealer. Classically, Lifestealer's pretty happy in this lane, and it's just going to open up FNG to make these rotations and feel safe that his Lifestealer is not going to get killed off. So we'll probably see a bit more of that. Or we'll just make stacks. One or the other.
I think stacks is just better because you have Leshrac who wants to farm it. But then again, BP know those stacks are happening. Viper will want to steal that.
Yeah, they need to be very aware of that on the side of Alliance.
And Tide.
Can't let these stacks go.
I fully expect both DM and GPK to just run in there about 5.5 minutes in, maybe 6 minutes in. Meanwhile, Limp does get a haste rune and is just farming it up. He's not going to die to the Viper any longer while he still has that haste.
Yep. get out of jail free card. It's very nice for him in the mid lane. Like he doesn't want to be playing aggressively remotely onto this Viper. He just wants to survive this lane and then hit jungle creeps afterwards.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Epileptic Kid still doing very well at the moment, level 4. Last time I saw S4 play into this Omni Sven combo with this Timber, I think it was an Omni Sven combo. He did very, very well. This time around, not as good. I wonder if it's because of the Nyx factor. It could possibly be. Oh, Hanskin steals the bounty. It's a stun. Good. FNG going for the other bounty. Dude, FNG has just been such a menace this game. Damn. This man, he refuses to lose. It's like a... Yeah.
Yeah, he's mad. He wants his team to stay in the tournament. He's doing everything he can. He's making the plays. He's having an absolutely dream time on the Shadow Demon so far, making a ton of really nice plays.
His first 5 minutes has been really spot on by FNG so far.
Good stuff. The rotation to mid, the 0-minute jukes, the taking the bounty runes.
It's time.
So far.
Radiant are
He wants the farm. 5:30. Here it is. Any rotations from VP? Doesn't look like it. Limp. Oh, look at this juicy farm. That feels so good.
Yum yum creeps. Meanwhile, down in the bottom lane, Epileptic is kind of being chased by S4 here. He's trying to go for the kills. Ilias is going to be able to heal him up though, so I don't think he's in too much danger of actually dying. Although saying that, he just hits level 6, gets the Chakram, and that's going to be first blood for S4 solo onto the Sven. Whilst this Leshrac farms up these jungle creeps all by himself. I mean, this is looking real good for Alliance currently.
Yeah. Just the fact that they got that farm and get this solo kill, he instantly went from 6 to 7 as soon as he kills this creep, like just a sliver away. And this is where it's so problematic for VP, right? The catapult is down here. The Viper canceled this TP, so he can't actually get down here to try and save this tower either. S4 a little bit low on mana. That's pretty much the only saving grace for them right now for this tower.
Yeah, but he's going to pop that Soul Ring and throw a bit of harassment the way of Ilias, continually chop him down. Meanwhile, Lifestealer going for a play onto DM up in the top lane. They want to try and crack the Watermelon, and they might be able to do exactly that. Ag Special not going to help you against the magic damage of the Leshrac. They could maybe even pop them Rage as well, just to purge it off so they bring him down. Meanwhile, Hanskin at mid is going to get targeted up. Science comes through, he's going for the TP as well, but he's not going to be able to make it out of there. Save and GPK just do way too much damage to him, and he will fall.
Yeah. Meanwhile, bottom still the pressure on the tower. Ilias trying his absolute best. He's got pretty good levels for himself, but that catapult is just not dying. As for just not allowing it to fall.
Nope. He is not. He is tanking up from the tower, tanking up from Ilias, just trying to run around in circles. Decides, hey, you know what? My time on this plane is done. Meanwhile, Limp dies up in the middle lane. They take down the Leshrac. That's pretty insane. Yeah, they get themselves both FNG and Limp, and now open up for this tower at mid.
So DM sees GPK and save, completely controlling the mid lane. Decides to TP there as soon as he's alive. Gets that big ravage onto these heroes. That's a hero you want to shut down early, Leshrac. You don't want to let this hero come online whatsoever. Because if he does, he's going to take all your towers very quickly. He's very hard to catch with that Boots of Travels build. And he just goes completely out of control from there. Very tight game so far. Like, the cores are only maybe 100, 200 gold apart from each other. Like, you see Alliance all at the top, but it's very close.
It is tight. It is tight. Less than 1k gold advantage for Alliance currently. And this Sven, you know, he's got the 3 points in Great's Cleave. He's going to run into the jungle and just do as much as he possibly can. He will farm faster than the Lifestealer if they give him the space to do so. Meanwhile, they found FNG going for a D-ward here. He's going to get dropped pretty quickly by saving GPK. Disruption comes out, but they won't be saving him. Stun comes in from Hanskin, doesn't quite connect onto GPK. FNG with the heals, it's not enough though. He's going to get burnt away by the poison of GPK. This combo of the Viper and the Skywrath is very nice as well. Just throwing down the poison attacks, throwing down the arcane bolts with the concussive shots. it's a lot of damage amplification. This time Hanskin is able to get off the spiked carapace just about in time, but so much nukes coming through. The purification along with the right clicks and the spells coming out from the side of Virtus Pro will secure them this kill. And Limp, he is hanging on to Ilias here, but I don't know, will he actually finish the job? Right clicks coming through, but the silence comes out, GPK and save. They are playing defensively to save their Omni Knight, and they're going to do exactly that. They might even get the return around kill as well. Let's see, a miss up onto the high ground might be enough to save him. FNG comes in and just disrupts him for the end of the poison, so Limp will survive.
Yeah, Limp was pretty dead there. If it wasn't for that disruption. It's coming to the mid lane just in the nick of time. This did force S4 to come mid now, so he's not going to be pressuring up bottom or defending top. I mean, Nico Baby is already doing that.
Yeah.
He's going to be a bit vulnerable to Viper though. S4. Oh, look what S4 is doing. He's trying to steal the bounties. And they're going to get 3 bounties again on Alliance.
Ooh,
dude, Alliance is on point this game. They're really got their head in the game.
Yeah, they do. They are having a great time just playing this laning phase, playing this early game. But, you know, they had an impressive early game last time as well. It was when the team fights came in where we started to get concerned about them. So, again, waiting until the team fights before I make any judgments on how this game's going to go.
For sure. Again, big group up mid on BP. They really want to protect this catapult and take this tier 1 tower. And by doing this attacks right now, Sven is farming freely. No pressure on him whatsoever.
Nope. He is living the dream.
Soon to take over Nico Baby 2, who's been pretty much completely free farming. Did not lane into a timber saw or anything like that.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Handskin doing a bit of scouting, saying hello to DM and GPK and watching them rotate up into the Lifestealer, so Nico Baby's going to know there's a lot of heroes heading his way right now. And it looks like he's trying to bait something. He has himself an Infest, of course, but he's got to be wary of that silence, which is available in 2 seconds. But he knows that, and he's just going to back himself away.
They also know DM TP bottom, so there can't be a Tidehunter in this top lane. Alliance just going to run everybody middle. They're going to pop the Edict in 1 second. Limp is doing such a great job. He forced a Tide bottom with this Edict and the Glyph, and now he goes middle for the tier 1 tower. Alliance opening up the map really well at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to kind of equate their both, and you know, the map presence of both of these teams. Cause I feel like Virtus Pro are just looking to already move on to their next tower, but then Alliance already took this bottom tower earlier on, so yeah, VP are just lagging a little bit behind in this game so far. But I'm not worried.
They are, and it's really annoying to play against Leshrac when your towers are dead. Because you need to be very quick with your TPs and catches on the zero. You wouldn't want him to get out of control as soon as he gets that Boots of Travels. He doesn't have it yet though. That's the one thing for VP going for them at the moment.
Yeah, they are not quite on him just yet. In fact, he goes for a full wand rather than going in for the Boots Travel. In fact, he's actually queued up a BKB, interestingly.
Ooh, he has a different game plan then.
Yeah.
He just wants to fight into VP zeros.
I mean, I like it. I think they are going to need these BKBs in this game, other than the Lifestealer, of course. Although, even then, I feel like super late game, they might be considering as they jump onto GPK, and they are going to be able to take him down instantaneously. Goodbye, Viper. Save unable to do anything. Throws in a one last spell before he leaves. Meanwhile, Athletic is getting run down by Limp. Oh no! Oh no, the Leshrac gets a solo kill onto the enemy Sven. That's not how the story is supposed to go, and now Save's in some trouble as well. S4 realizing there's very little threats on the board, but unfortunately it gets silenced up, and S4 won't be able to finish the job on to the Skywrath. But wow, 2 critical kills across the map for Alliance here, as Limp's making some magic happen on this Leshrac.
It's a pretty big minute on Virtus Pro right now. Oh, sorry, for Alliance right now. They got mid tower, bottom tower, top tower soon to be dead. They get 3 huge kills, especially with the Sven and the Viper. And look at VP's map control right now. They're like pretty much squished onto their side of the map.
Yeah.
And they really need to make something happen. Save hasn't been able to make any plays with the Mystic Flare yet.
No, he's been very limited in what he's been able to output. I see Nigma and Hanskin here. I mean, they've got the silence, which they're going to throw down onto the Lifestealer straight away. They want to try and bring him down here. Hanskin trying to get inside that Mystic Flare, but he gets a rage off and gets inside Hanskin to save his life. Meanwhile, S4 jumping into the fight. They've used a couple of their ultis now, so I don't think they're very scared on Alliance, but at the same time, the Sven's nearby are seeing if they can maybe get out of God's Strength, something like that, as the silence gets dropped onto S4, so he can't move around for just a little bit. There comes the Atos, there comes the God's Strength. They're going to be able to take down the Timber Sword, but in the back, Nikobaby's going to jump out the other side, but the GA is there to counter it, so he can't actually bring down any heroes. And now that the rage is ending, he doesn't have an infest either. He could be in some trouble. FNG comes in with the save, drops a disruption, drops down the demonic purge, but there's a Ravage to control up the Lifestealer and to get on top of these two heroes. Beautifully done from DM to now move on top of FNG as well. He's going to be the next hero taken out by Virtus Pro, and Hanskin is coming into the creep wave. I think he wants to try and buy a bit of time here and see if he can just stop these pushes coming through. Goes for the TP away and will make it out. But still, once again, Alliance, you know, we've read this book before. They do great throughout the laning phase. They turn up to that first engagement, and it just goes horribly wrong.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication from Alliance. S4 really wanted to fight and man up in that situation, but Nikobaby did use his rage before he infested into the Nyx, so he wanted that rage to be back up again before they would take the fight and try to kill the Viper. So Alliance probably should have just backed off as soon as they saved their Lifestealer, but sticking around a little too long and getting completely punished for it.
Well, not the first fight which Alliance were hoping for in this game. They thought they'd kind of played it really nicely as they managed to force out the God Strength, but then they realized that Timber Sword's actually getting beaten down pretty quickly. And I mean, I did like the idea, you know, force the God Strength, and then whilst they're focused on the Timber, try and go for a kill. Oh, FNG is there once again with the disruption, perfectly positioned to make sure this Lifestealer can get out of it. Now he pops a rage, actually looking to go in onto GPK here. He does not have an infest, but doesn't really need it as the Split Earth comes through from Limb from the side to bring down the Viper, and now they look towards save as well. He's trying to get himself away, but guess what? There's a Yules, and there's too much damage for this Skyrafter to withstand it. He's going to lose his life as well.
What a counterplay. That was so beautiful from FNG. Just, I mean, he's always at the right place at the right time in this game. Getting that save on to the Lifestealer, purging up the Viper so he can't get out. Leshak also there, ready to fight with his allies. Trying to build up some momentum once again after losing that engagement top. Just gonna keep pressing on bottom. One thing about Alliance's draft, they cannot do Roshan very well. So there isn't a whole lot of reason for them to play around the top and mid area of the map apart from stopping the Sven's farm. But Nikobaby, he prefers to just play for his own farm at the moment, try to pressure this bot lane up, and I think that's the right call too. Leshak does have Edict that can take this tier 2 towers down very quickly. Maybe they also want to bring him down there.
Yeah, he's going for this Desolator on the Lifestealer to try and make Roshan a more feasible objective for them. But unfortunately, that's going to be a little while before he has it.
Limp also making his way to that BKB. He's got it very soon. They want to wait for these items actually before they take any engagements on Alliance.
You know what I actually wanted to see on GPK this game? Oh, S4 Timber Chain up to the high ground. FNG and S4 will be able to escape. Yeah, you know what I want to see on GPK this game though? I would have really liked a Blade Mail from him to try and play into the
against the Leshak and the Timber. Yeah, it could have been good.
Not just that as well, but also with Save Silence, you know, Blade Mail reflects the type of magic damage, the type of damage you receive, so if it's magic, then Ancient Seal is going to amplify the damage being reflected, so you can see heroes just pop if they try and go on this Viper if they get the Ancient Seal put on them. Leshak won't have
I do like the Atos first though, because they don't have any catch really, especially since the Sven is just going to be farming up, so that's still okay. Maybe you just realize like, oh, I just need a bigger item right now. But I do like the idea of Blade Mail. It's pretty good.
But BKB also going to be very strong into this Leshak and this Timber as well, so just opting for the Magic community. They want to fight. Virtus Pro, they want to be as strong as possible. They love it when everyone's looking golden, when their 3 cores are looking nice and unkillable. That is when they feel strongest.
Yeah, and Alliance are feeling very comfortable to stay split on this map. Like Lifestealer just bottom, he knows he can't die right now. He's pretty tanky, he can just pop the rage, TP out. Timber also feels unkillable. So Leshak has all the freedom to farm up the jungle camps, whereas VP, they need to stay tight together. They have the fear of this Nyx assassin or some kind of a smoke or something that could possibly come out. Look how many sentries they got on the side of the Radiant on the map right now.
Yeah,
It's a
they are
lot.
littering the enemy
Dire's
jungle with
top
it.
tower is
They want to
under
know.
attack.
They want to know where the wards are, and they want to get down the vision, and they want to make sure that they've got the advantage if they take a fight in the enemy jungle, which seems to be exactly what they want to do. Ato's out onto S4. He doesn't really mind, though. He's a happy boy. He's even got himself a Lotus Orb now as well, going straight Hood Lotus. That poet's going to be very strong.
Eight Sentries of Virtus Pro versus 4 of Alliance is on the map right now.
Wow.
That's a very sad Omni Knight. Constantly having to buy a bunch of cents just because of the Nyx factor at the moment.
But you know the thing I really like about Timbersaur's Lotus Orb purchase this game is that it can cover for the weaknesses of the Lifestealer. Because if he gets silenced, obviously he can't get off the rage. So that's when the Lotus Orb is going to come in to purge that off and just make sure he can get off these rages in the team fights.
It's very good. It's what Lifestealer needs as soon as the rage. He also needs these defensive items when the rage finishes. Right? Because that's actually his weakest point. Not when like he needs to use a rage, but when his rage is about to run out. So Lotus, Glimmer Capes, these disruptions just to save. These are the things that Lifestealer enjoys having on his teammates.
Yeah, he does. He
It's actually
just wants to be
often
buffed.
it's often a very scary thing when you're playing Lifestealer and you pop your rage and there's like so many heroes around you. Because you need to plan your escape out. Once your rage is down, you're pretty much a useless creep for the most part.
More or less. But they have now finished off the Desolator. I'm thinking they want to make some play, but DM just jumps in, drops a Ravage straight away. They're going to be able to completely destroy Handskin. The Nico Baby manages to get off that rage, but he's going to get Viper ulted up as well, controlling him up just a little bit. He needs to get inside a homie, and he's going to jump inside FNG. Meanwhile, S4 in the middle of the entire enemy team, but he is going to be able to get that Timber Chain away to safety. Now VP, they've dropped their ultimates for this one. Do Alliance back themselves away, or do they continue poking? I mean, GPK is getting those poisons stacked up upon him, but he is going to be alright as he backs himself off. Alliance, they don't want to get overzealous here. They can just wait for their Nyx Assassin to be back, and they can go for the counter-strike.
Definitely. This is Alliance's timing right now, right? They got that BKB on Limp. Lifestealer has a Desolator. Ravage is on cooldown. Gaussian's on cooldown. Instant smoke as soon as Hansken gets back.
And as for baiting beautifully in the middle lane, he can throw that Lotus Orb off onto himself, but he doesn't even need to as he jumps forwards onto the Viper. Viper getting beaten down here as Nico Baby just jumps in for save. The GA comes out, but unfortunately heals onto GPK, takes it off immediately, and they can just get on top of this Viper and kill him off as well. 2 kills for Alliance, and much less committed compared to what VP threw down for it. And guess what? They're heading into Roshan. They've got a Desolator. They've got 4 points in the Diabolic Edict. This Roshan is going to absolutely melt.
Indeed it is. And there's nothing that VP can do about this. 1 more minute left on the Ravage. Looking back now, that Ravage onto the Nyx probably was not worth it, as there was no other follow-up to go on to the next targets.
No, if they could have somehow found Nico Baby in the back after that, then yeah, it could have been something, but they needed to deal with Handskin, because you can't let that Nyx Assassin survive and then just get an impale on the back of you, so... But Virtus Pro really had their options limited, and now Nico Baby's going to pick up an Aegis.
He's a happy boy. Nico Baby. Just gonna keep shoving this bottom lane all the way out. And no fear of dying. Just pop rage, walk away, jump into a creep. But he did TP though, doesn't have a TP escape. So he's just gonna be a bit patient for his teammates.
Yeah, but FNG, he's here to babysit. He's actually just being stalked by this Tidehunter illusion.
Yeah. They just A-click him. Chase him around. It's so annoying.
He's just pinging it. He's going, Nico Baby.
He's like, yo, Nico Baby,
please.
can you kill this? They see me. Wonder what they're waiting for right now on Alliance. Do they have any big items coming out? I guess Leshrac has 500 gold from his Boot of Travels. Lifestealer, no, not really close to this AC. I would like to see them play top and mid and try to finish off these last 2 tier 2 towers.
Yeah, me too.
On Alliance. Also, that will give a chance for VP to show themselves in front of you, and maybe you can win those fights while you have this Aegis up.
But I was going to say it looks like they're making that classic sweep, but instead they infest inside the Nyx Assassin. Nyx Assassin pops the Vendetta, and he's going to now look for a hero to hunt. Meanwhile, they're throwing some spells at Leshrac in mid, but Lib's pretty chill. He knows how tanky he is. He's got himself a Eul's. He's got himself a BKB. Good luck bringing this guy down. He's a big
He also fogs the Stormhammer there.
Radiant
And Leshek just walks away. And now he's gonna be a fast boy. He's got boots of travels. Ooh, purple rune. Oh boy, that's a big rune for Lesh.
It is indeed. And Hanskin's going to be able to pop the entire smoke of Virtus Pro. However, they jump the Nyx Assassin, but Nigma just pops out. Hello, surprise! I'm going to jump straight on to save. Meanwhile, Epileptic Kid being controlled up in this team fight as he can't really get off his ultimate, but now he looks for a target. FNG controlling up with the Demonic Purge and just controlling the heroes, but now a big Ravage coming down. They might be able to take down Nico Baby with the cleave. They will be able to do so for the first time, but he's coming back to life, and they're losing health. DM is going to be the first one to go down here, probably, as they will get on top of him and take him out, along with Save dying earlier on. Alliance, they take this fight once again. It cost them the Aegis, but they'll be more than happy with that.
Limp also TPing after Epileptic Kid.
Epileptic Kid.
He's got him. Jukes.
Oh, Jukes.
All right.
Yep, blink across. Bye.
That's a place I have not seen. Someone juking into that little area there. Limp is still looking for him.
He is. He's confused.
Ankles. Yeah, ankles be broken for Mr. Limp here. He's just like, alright, whatever. I give up. Just gonna go for the tower. That would have been an insanely huge kill.
Yeah, that would have been game turning. But
looking
still big.
Back at that last fight, man, VP are really lacking the damage output at the moment. Alliance with that disruption save, all they were able to really get was the Aegis from the Lifestealer. Timber wasn't even close to dying. Ilias.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this little hammer boy has hammered his last nail today, as he's going to get killed off trying to just be on the enemy side of the map, find some bounties, find some runes, find some camps where he believed it might be safe. 10k gold advantage for Alliance, though. They're feeling very, very happy. Eleshrak is strong, their Lifestealer is stronger. This Sven, he's still a threat, but yeah, in the last fight, like, he tried to go for the backlines, and then FNG just straight up dumped the Demonic Purge onto his face, and he's like, oh, I'm moving at 2 miles per hour. This is problematic. He could just
Alliance
get his damage off.
absolute control. Alliance are in absolute control of this game, not only like on the map, but also in the team fights.
Yeah.
You would think this Ravage is a big spell, but it feels like they don't have the burst available during the Ravage, since Sven is slightly behind at the moment.
Meanwhile, DM being hunted by Nico Baby. Hanskin coming in as well. He's going to have that break to offer to make it just a little bit easier to crack this watermelon. He gets off a meg, but it's not going to save him. And did FNG just drop them on? Okay. Alright, FNG. Fine. Really got strong feelings towards the Tidehunter.
It's just a 50-second or 1 minute cooldown. He's good. They're going to go straight to the high ground with the Tidehunter being dead. Lifestealer can always pop that rage, hit for like a couple seconds, get out. Edict.
Just timber chains past the entire barracks just to flex. And there's a buyback from the Tidehunter. I think they should probably consider leaving, although Epileptic has got him pretty deep, but he's got a BKB of his own as they invest into S4 to just try and get themselves away. Alliance, they want to try and leave. They pop the God Strength and they pop the BKB onto VP. If they can actually get themselves away, then this could be huge. And it looks like they're going to be able to. I mean, S4, he's just sitting there watching them hit him. He doesn't care. But now the Ravage comes in. They might be able to take them heroes down the back lines, but it doesn't matter. They're just duking them out perfectly. FNG will finally will he even fall? He's just going to walk away. He doesn't give a damn. DM's going to die instead. And now with the stun coming out onto GPK, they control him up. Save's going to lose his life. Nico Baby finds the Sven. Sven trying to turn around, but he hits like a wet flannel as they take him down. Hanskin is the only one to die on the side. That's it. They're done. They are done. GG called. Alliance take game 2, drawing out the series in a very convincing way. I did not expect this.
That was crazy. I mean, this Leshek, it all came down, to be honest, to the Timber Saw in the end, right? Yeah. This is the first time where BP, they lost their Omni Sven lane. Sure, he farmed well and all, but this Timber got that solo kill, became level 7, and then after that, they just could never kill him. And their only stun on VP's side, apart from the Sven who wants to farm, was a Tidehunter Ravage. And that's like a big cooldown. So they couldn't really make many plays either on the side of Virtus Pro afterwards. And Alliance, like, not only was Timber amazing, FNG this game was absolutely incredible.
Performance. Like
his first 5 minutes was spot on. His mid game, like camping the right heroes, disrupting first, making a counterplay, and just turning the fights around, just pretty much stalled all of VP's potential momentum that they could build up with the kills that they could have gotten had FNG not been there. So
yeah.
big plays from the Alliance. This was probably one of their best games in terms of like the players being at the right place at the right time, casting their spells, just understanding how BP like to play and completely shutting them down.
Yeah, and even in the team fights as well, FNG, dropping the demonic purge onto the Sven, stopping him from really finding any targets, controlling him up really, really nicely, disrupting himself for all the targets which the Sven wanted to jump on. He wants to pop that God Strength, get a kill straight off the bat, and then just kind of rampage through the engagements, but FNG just controlled him up so nicely and saved the targets, like, constantly, just in the right place and the right time. Like, if FNG isn't your MVP, then WTF, that's what I'm saying. And that's going to tie things off for this second game, drawing us to a third and final climactic finale to this series. We've got one more game to go here in this best of three. Sit tight, hold on to your pants, and get ready for game number 3 in Virtus Pro vs Alliance here at the OGA Dota Pit. We'll see you very soon.
Are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hello and welcome back to the OGA Dota Pit. My name is Nomad. Joining me is 1437 as we get back into this very exciting elimination series. It is Alliance versus Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro absolutely smashed Alliance in the team fights in game number 1. Game number 2, unfortunately, they weren't able to do the same thing. Alliance turned things around, drew the series even with some spectacular team fighting, some awesome laning, and some standout performances, notably from FNG on his Shadow team. And let's get in to the third and final game of this series. Do you have any predictions about the draft coming into this one, Steven?
I was gonna say, if the draft didn't already start, they were gonna ban Timbersaw possibly this game, and they do. They banned the Timber, and they have picked Omni Knight and Sven once again, 3 games in a row.
Wow. Okay, all right. They get a third time over. Didn't work last time, but Virtus Pro say, "Hey,
That's Profit.
you still haven't figured it out," and they ban out the Timber.
Yeah, I think they're gonna pick Death Profit possibly right now on Alliance. The Timber was a huge problem in the end. Like, they really didn't have the answer for it. They thought they did with the Viper. than the Skyrat. I really didn't like the Tidehunter. The Tidehunter wasn't able to be that tanky hero because of the Timbersaw in the draft, right? So the Tide was like, very awkward pickup, and they also started to lack like disables because the Mars got banned out. I think Alliance this time, maybe they go for the DP again. Yep, that's what they got, and they're gonna ban out the Mars in the second phase once again. Alliance are thinking like Viper was not a problem, didn't really matter. We don't need to get rid of that hero. We just gotta get rid of this Mars.
So that will be the DP picked up for Alliance. Yeah, I mean they love this hero. They can play it between mid and off lane. It's really nice for them to just kind of play it around. Or they could do a Kuro and play it on 5. Who knows? Maybe they've had some influence from that from Nigma's captain, but. Yeah, they dropped the DP in as their second pick as their answer to this Omni Knight and this Sven.
Now BP ban out the Lightstealer. That's what Alliance picked in game number 2. They just want a different game in terms of like what Alliance have.
Yeah.
In their draft.
Yeah.
So that's why Timber, Lightstealer, the 2 heroes that we talked about last game. Like Alliance, if they want to have a good game, especially with the Nixon lineup, they had to win their 2 side lanes, and they did.
Yeah, they did.
They won really hard, actually, in those 2 silents. So they had all the stuff checked out, like what they needed to do to accomplish their task. And Alliance now, they find themselves in game number 3. Really didn't expect that, actually, going into the series today. I'll be honest with you. Because, Alliance have been a little bit shaky. They have been on their way back up ever since they beat the teams in the tier 2 in Epic League.
Yeah.
And last game, that was so nice. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think as the DPC draws closer, a lot of these teams just kind of let the quality drop over the online season, are going to start to find their passion again. And I think this break over the Christmas period is going to do a lot, and I think we're going to see things really shake up. Just something slightly unrelated to this game. Do you think we're going to see much shuffling going on before the DPC starts?
It's possible. I wouldn't be surprised. I think especially in Southeast Asia, there's going to be some shuffles. I'm not so sure if there's like in other regions what it's going to look too much like.
Mm-hmm.
I know definitely in SEA there's going to be quite a bit happening. There's a lot of really good players available too. In Europe, possible. Maybe teams like Mudgolems, for example, who've been struggling for the past couple of weeks and such. But teams like Virtus Pro, nah. Alliance, probably not. Yeah.
No, these teams, they've been kind of grinding through this online period with the idea of, playing towards the DPC. These are the squads they've made since last, basically, since the last shuffle. And they want to see these teams play at TI before anybody shuffles or switches around, they see if they've got that magic, and everyone believes they do, because otherwise they wouldn't be here.
Yeah, most definitely. It's more about building up your team, having that cohesion that matters more than just changing up a player, pretty much. Because all these guys, they play a lot of Dota, and they play plenty of Dota. Ooh, and Alliance steal the Mars instead of banning it out. So they do have the pick out of the phase. So they take that away from VP. That being said, this DP is going to be the mid then, and Mars is most likely going to be the off lane. I don't think I can say I've seen Limp play Mars before. There are some teams that are willing to put Mars mid, but I'm not sure Alliance is one of those. And it's going to look like an S4 Mars Limp on the Death Prophet. He'll have a little bit more XP, maybe collapse onto Sven's lane at some point with that EXO and the Siphons. VP now, they see the position 3 and the 2 now, so I wouldn't be surprised for them to just pick up the mid laner as early as now. Viper, Invoker banned out, and Queen of Pain, the 3 big heroes for GPK. This, again, another bad Kunkka game. I love watching him play Kunkka, by the way, GPK. Even though he buys Aghanim's, it's really good with it. You go with the Phoenix. They take that away from Alliance as well. They didn't want to see Alliance get Phoenix-Mars combo. Sven does not like to play against Egg.
No, he does not. No, this Phoenix is a pretty menacing hero, especially when you're comboing it up with anything like the Mars. So they'll take it for themselves on VP. I mean, I quite like it with Sven as well. And any AoE stun and I instantly like Phoenix much, much more, and they definitely have that Virtus Pro.
It looks like Alliance. Are they gonna take the carry again? And no, they're not. They're gonna wait for the carry this pick, right? Because they don't want to let BP pick this offlaner to counter the carry here, which is very much possible. Yeah, it would be not a good idea for them. But again, Alliance have been picking like Lifestealer, like the last game in this position. Lifestealer might be the one hero that is okay because it's hard to draft against or try to beat him in the lane, but BP already banned that out. So they don't really have that option of like this carry who just doesn't really care what he lanes into.
I stroked my beard in anticipation. I'm going to say Alliance are going to pick up a Mirana.
You know, no, man, this is a very tense situation for Virtus Pro.
Because that one game from elimination?
They've been dominating a lot. Exactly. And they're one game away from elimination, right? They've been... oh, there it is. Undying. They didn't ban it. They didn't ban it first phase. They didn't ban it second phase on BP. They thought it's a 5 Shadow Demon. And the Undying is out. Now they got their own big teamfight skill to counter up with the egg here with the tomb. Sven hates playing against Undying. This means possible SAPPHIRE pickup from Virtus Pro, I think.
Yeah, it's got to be...
They're going to need something like that. Yeah, they need it, I think. They don't have many other choices.
Yeah.
Like, Pop could have been nice. Yeah.
I don't think I want to see the Mirana from Virtus Pro, though. A, because I can't remember them playing it, and B, I just don't really like it. It doesn't fit. Pretty sure, yeah, that's not much of a flex. I think you've frozen for me, but oh, there we go. Never mind. You're going like maybe 1 frame a minute, but it's okay. I'm sure we'll get you back. There we go.
Philippines internet. Shout out to the internet in the Philippines. Happens. Bloodseeker offlane. Okay. Okay. So this Bloodseeker pick is to lane against the Undying, right? Yeah. Because Undying steals strength. Bloodseeker agility hero wouldn't mind too much and has a lot of sustain in the lane. That being said, Bloodseeker plus Phoenix is not a very good combo. Bloodseeker likes to lane with these disable heroes that can make sure his blood right lands, like Tiny, Rubik, even Venge, for example. But Phoenix, though, and they really got caught off guard with the Undying.
Yeah, overall, this Virtus Pro draft is just lacking in stuns. Like they're really lacking. All they've got is Stormhammer, and you don't want your carry player to be the only one with that stun. So they really need something at mid. I'm thinking Zeus for Virtus Pro. Sorry, not Zeus. Storm Spirit for Virtus Pro. I think that would kind of fill in their draft. It's a little greedy, but I think that's what I want.
Yeah, I like it too. I like Storm. I like Void Spirit. One of the Spirit roles for sure. Void Spirit is probably a little bit better because it allows you to fight early on. With the Bloodseeker.
True. It's less greedy.
Storm is like, it has a chance to get wrecked, possibly. They ban out the Puck on Alliance.
Yeah, true. And Void's just less counterable as well. So they ban the Puck Alliance. I'm very surprised about that, actually. I don't think Virtus Pro are going to go for that. But I guess they could have. Leash seems
they definitely could have. Yeah. Right? The coil for the Sven, and then also the egg, Bloodseeker Blood Right. It's all pretty good. But VP definitely needs something that's like a little bit faster than Puck even. And that's where I think like the one the Spirit Bros could be good. But most likely Void Spirit is what I would love to see.
Could be an option, as I think we might have lost Theban temporarily again. The Filipino internet not doing its best at the moment, but final 40 seconds of this pick for Virtus Pro. You're coming in and out, don't worry. Okay. So final pick for Virtus Pro, looking for that mid laner. Void Spirit's up prediction. Ember could possibly an option. Storm as well, depending on what they want to go for. I mean, it is GPK. He does love playing Storm Spirit, but that's the main thing influencing my decision. In other directions, I don't think there's much available other than that. With the amount of bans that have been on the board for Alliance, I think. Yeah, they go SAPPHIRE. Okay, all right. This was
Yeah, well, just
mentioned earlier on. Definitely a good option for Virtus Pro. Just takes down that tombstone, gives them something to deal with it, and also does play quite early. And then you can get that Ultimata with the Agnims later on and throw in like the Bloodseeker or something.
So they were weighing their options, right? Are we going to take something to kill the tomb, or are we going to pick something that can disable and run around the map? So they actually opted for the SAPPHIRE instead. There's a hero that can do a lot of damage. Not that amazing against Shadow Demon, though. Disruption, very good against Snap. And they go with the last pick, Nico Baby, Juggernaut. Ooh, Juggernaut into Guardian Angel. It's okay.
Yeah.
Bloodseeker, I mean, Undying Juggernaut also not going to have the biggest kill threat, but still a very strong combo. Every time I see Nico Baby play Jug, he just has like the freest game.
He does. Yeah. And honestly, it's not that like, so usually we're pretty worried about this this Omni Knight into Juggernaut thing, but you've got yourself Hanskin playing this Shadow Demon. If he wants to, he can go. I mean, he'll definitely go Aether. He could go Blink. But he's going to be there to purge off that GA and make sure that Nico Baby can land these ultimates when they need them to. So yeah, I actually really like this Jug pick. I think it's very nice. Gives you some kill potential on that egg and a lot of counters here as well. So yeah, I'm a big fan of the Jug pick. Is it enough to bring the favor into Alliance's side? I'm not sure. I think this is the most even draft we've had so far. Look at the laning phase. I think it looks pretty good for Alliance again, but Alliance have been pretty solid in their lanes so far. It's about the fights, it's about the team fights, and when it comes down to that, I'm struggling to call this one, honestly. I think I'm going to be slightly Virtus Pro leaning. Slightly.
All right, I'll take Alliance. Why not?
You will? All right.
Yeah,
Let's go.
I like the heals. I like that they made VP, they cornered VP into a draft where they don't have a whole lot of disables. Yeah, and VP is a team that likes to play with a lot of disables. They like to make the game simple for them. It's like stun hero, kill hero. You know, that's just their style. But in this game, Bloodseeker, Phoenix offlane, and their best stun is like a Sven once again. Unless GPK goes completely ham in this laning stage, there's going to be a lot of disable problems for VP.
There are indeed. Yeah, I got to agree with that. I can see the issues, but at the same time, it's Omni Sven, guys. Come on, it's Omni Sven. As long as they don't get too caught out by the Shadow Demon, then
it bled last game.
Yeah,
they took it out one time. They don't have the Timber though this game. That's true. And S4 is a little bit more vulnerable on a hero like Mars.
Yeah,
but I still believe in the S5 head.
Okay, all right. Let's see who will come out ahead here in game at number 2 as we start things off with a pause, just getting some things sorted out, some internets plugged in, some cables rejigged as we get started. It is an elimination match. It comes down to one final game between these two teams, Alliance versus Virtus Pro, who is going to take the victory and move on in this tournament in the lower bracket, and who is going to lose and have to stay home. Everyone's staying home. You know, it's COVID, but you know, go home. We can't say that because it's not a land, so that's all we're left with, unfortunately. Say's Phoenix was very good in game number 1 as well. It doesn't quite have the same freedom this time, I don't think. Last time they had so much AoE with the Sven and with the Queen of Pain, just protecting the egg. I mean, maybe they do with the SAPPHIRE, but I kind of feel like the Jug can just run in and start smashing it, and they've got the arena to try and like give them the space they need to destroy this egg if it gets too aggressively poked. So I don't think Saves is free to drop these supernovas down as he wants, as he was in game number 1.
No, he really isn't. There isn't a whole lot of protection from him. He's going to need DM to be very farmed and tank up a lot so he can run in and create a lot of chaos for him. Same with Epileptic Kid. It's bottom Mars versus Shadow Demon lane. Sven should have a pretty good time here. He's not going to be too afraid of dying, I want to say, because the Omni isn't really going to leave him at any point in time. But S4, he might be in trouble when Hanskin goes for that 4-minute power room bottom, as we saw in game number 1. VP doing that thing where they just go really aggressive when the enemy support leaves the lane.
Well, let's see how these lanes seem to go. I'm certainly interested to see which way it will fall, because Alliance have been pretty dominant in the laning phases in the series so far. Virtus Pro, they've got I still don't think they've got strong lanes. Like they just don't seem to care. They're just like, you know what? Screw the lanes. We'll just come back by fighting. That is their plan. It's the young versus the old as well. You know, VP. There's so much young talent on this squad. Almost every single player is relatively unknown for the past kind of year or 2 years, and has recently kind of come in and has just started beating everyone. It's been very exciting to watch. A couple of players which we have watched grow over this year-long period as well. Ilias has been around for a while. He was with Na'Vi, GPK of course, started a Gambit and then moved up from there. What do I think?
Do you think this VP has potential to be better than that VP that won multiple majors?
Oh, that's a really hard thing to say, because there's something special about that VP, but there's something special about this VP. I think, yeah, they've got the potential, for sure.
I think so too. I think this team has so much potential. As long as they're not like a one-patch wonder, next patch we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But if this team, because that VP was like strong in almost every patch, right? They just didn't perform as well as people expected them to at TI.
Yeah, so that was their major downfall. Hopefully this VP doesn't suffer from the same curse as the old ones, as FNG starts its lane by bullying the Phoenix. So the Phoenix going to turn around with some hits, and Nigma will fight up. Meanwhile, down lane, we got a disruption coming out as S4 setting up the God's Rebuke onto Ilias, just getting as much damage as they can onto this Omni, even going into some body blocks with the illusions as well to get a little bit of extra value, a couple of extra hits in onto this Omni.
Hey, he also gets a Basilius every time he disrupts the Omni Knight. A little bit of mana regen too. Feels good, man.
Certainly does. Certainly does. So yeah, side lanes we're saying kind of slightly Alliance favored in probably both of the lanes, which is always worrying, but maybe they can do something as DM. Getting very low here to Nico Baby. That spin along with the decays is quite scary. And Nico Baby nearly takes him down. Gotta be cautious. Meanwhile, bottom, S4 also getting chased away by Ilias. Epileptic Kid. Yeah, that's the thing. Epileptic Kid will always be able to fall back to the jungle. It doesn't really matter how the Sven's lane goes. He's always able to come back to the jungle.
Yeah, there's a little bit of zoning going on in the top lane. Bloodseeker got very low after the Soul Rip, and now he's been staying away from the creep wave for some time. He's only got 3 last hits for the time being. Nico Baby looking to get that boots and then just try to spin onto the Bloodseeker again once Jug is level 3.
This is a very some pretty heavy hits from Limp at mid. Has to get back under the tower and pop himself a couple of tangos to stay alive as Limp and him continue trading quite violently. Meanwhile, bottom, Ilias taking some hits, but Epileptic Kid actually turning it around to S4 and giving him a decent amount of harassment. With that Heavenly Grace, they don't really want to turn around and hit the Omni Knight once he's got that bonus strength on top of him and the health regen and all that good stuff.
So far, lanes are looking pretty decent for Alliance. I thought mid lane could be a bit hard for Death Prophet, but Limp is playing so aggressively. Up here, GPK is struggling to just find last hits even. 8 to 14, and the wave is coming back up onto Limp's hill.
Yeah, Limp's having a great time in this middle lane, dominating as a Death Prophet. That's the thing about SAPPHIRE is that she can't play from that far away. Her right-click range is very, very small, for, at least for a ranged hero, and Limp is just going to continuously take advantage of that with the Spirit Siphons, with the harassment, but yeah, this is a problem for DM or it's not apparently. They just want to keep on chasing him away, keep on controlling him up. They've got the creep wave coming in, don't need to overextend for any kills, just keep the harassment going onto him and force him to use his spells.
Yeah, he's got boots now, pops a mango, ready for that next Blade Fury. He just needs FNG to maybe get 2 decays out onto the Bloodseeker first. And DM is like very safe, playing extremely safe in this lane. He's only got 9 last hits because of how far back he's needed to be.
Yeah, he's not having a good lane to start off with here. Yeah, and FNG's also able to take himself a few creeps as well.
Dropping the tomb and then getting the pull off. Yeah, FNG is doing a spectacular job up in this top lane, just playing for the XP first. Again, this lane only gets harder for Bloodseeker.
certainly not going to get easier anytime soon. He's going to have to come up with another way to play in this early game if he wants to have much game impact here. I mean, I imagine it's just going to be a case of they'll try and play with the lanes and get him to farm under his tower and then maybe start rotating in some other lanes or even jungling with the Blood Right. It's possible. It doesn't feel good to do so, but it's possible. Or maybe his team put pressure elsewhere and just try and draw away the support and get FNG out of the lane and then put it into a 1v1. But even then, I still think the Jug is fine by himself.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I mean, this is just a product of having a Phoenix support with the Bloodseeker. These Blood Rights, you know, can't be guaranteed onto these heroes. So Alliance can constantly make better trades because of it.
Yeah.
Look at mid, man. Oh my goodness. Limp. 33 to 19. GPK is just jungling.
Dire's top
He's laying the
tower is under attack.
smackdown on this guy. And this is GPK. This guy doesn't
he wants to
lose
steal the rune
lanes very
too.
often.
Limp,
Oh, no.
he steals his rune.
Salt in the wound. GPK is left high and dry as he tries to
just
come in.
absolute
take some
dominance.
CS.
From Alliance.
Does able to secure that range creep at the very least for himself, but still GPK by no means happy. He's going to have to walk back to base to get that mana back, to get that bottle refilled. Maybe he's going to try and lane, but to be honest, I think he's probably just sitting in the jungle. Meanwhile, S4 is being real peppered in this bottom lane by Virtus Pro. They are not happy with this Mars' existence, and they keep on getting his health ball down real low, so he's going to have to lane back to base. It's actually the poorest of all the cores in the game right now. Being very much bullied.
He's not a Timbersaw this game. Against the Omni Sven, so there's a lot of harass damage that's quite annoying for him, but that's okay. His top and mid lane are doing so well. FNG coming in for the rune. GPK, he does have the kisses ready.
Yeah, might be tempted to drop a tombstone here. Double damage is found. Save, he's going to pick it up and probably looking to finish off FNG here. I wouldn't be surprised. In comes that Soul Rip and a jump forward from Save, but Handskin's ready. Drops down the disruption. They've got the ultimate from Limp here as well, but actually GPK's going to throw them all of his kisses. Can he track Limp though? Doesn't look like he can. The DP's a little bit too squittily for him to bring him down. Meanwhile, Ilias comes in from the side, looking to help out with this one. They can't find the tombstone though. And that means that there's nothing much they can do about it. It's a little bit too far back with this.
DM
catapult.
also TPing.
Oh man.
Damn. Yeah, they want to protect this mid lane bad. It's a lot of rotations coming out from VP, and I think Alliance should be quite happy with that. Just a little bit of chip damage, force the glyph away, free farm for the Juggernaut top. They get the Omni out of bottom. That leaves S4 to get some space too.
Yeah, he's got creeps under his tower as well, so he's been pretty happy to get himself a couple of small creeps, get himself back into the game a bit. Still a long way
DM
off
though. DM's very fast. 455, 60 MS. You know, there's a lot of battling happen on the map, so it just walks right back top. Nico Baby not yet level 6. Gonna get pressured up a little bit by these two. Where's his items on Nico Baby? Ah, he's got a Morbid Mask. Okay, he's going for that straight Mask of Madness first before the face boots. So when he pops that Omni Slash, he's gonna have crazy amount of DPS. Definitely the best build on Jug.
We predicting Mask of Madness into Midas, like we've seen certain heroes do?
No.
Or are we going for a different way?
Juggernaut is not Face's Void. He doesn't need Midas. That's for sure.
You say that, but you know, if there was a game to do it, a game with a Phoenix in it, doesn't seem too bad with the attack speed, but no, I'm sure he won't.
He wouldn't. He's got a broom handle so far, looking for that Iron Talon if possible. I guess the big play right now we're looking for is Limp with his next Exo. Is he gonna make another play onto mid, or is he gonna go bottom? The game is starting to slow down right now as the heroes are getting to like level 5, level 6 areas, and both teams kind of just respecting the power levels of each other.
Yeah, there is a lot of respect in this game. Everybody's kind of just tiptoeing around each other.
No first blood.
No first blood, no. Last game it was wait until we had an ultimate, I think in the bottom lane, until we saw first blood, and I believe that was a Mars, I want to say, so...
No, it was S4 on his Timber. Killed the
Sven,
yeah.
Right? Yeah, it was a Chakram onto the Omni Knight, and here we go, down to the bottom lane, they're going onto the Mars. S4, he is absolutely going to get his mushroom sauteed down here by GPK with the rotation in, with the Model's Kiss, and the God Strength from the Sven. Goodbye, little Mars. Made the rotation.
Yeah, and
Fine
GPK.
kill. Very nice.
He also gets the first blood. That he really needed that because he was falling very far behind the DP, almost 1,000 gold.
Oh yeah.
And look what he's queued up this game. Is this the Thompson build? Is it?
It's looking like
gonna
it.
be that first item E-Blade? Goal Scepter, first item queued up. I mean, it's pretty good against Juggernaut.
It is.
That's for sure.
It really is. And should protect you from the exorcisms for a while as well, right? When you use it on yourself.
Yeah, but the Siphon is just gonna be wrecking you, and the Trip Swarm as well. So you typically don't see the Ghost Scepter come out against DP.
Yeah, it is really quiet laning phase. Like DM's just chilling top, laning into the Juggernaut, hasn't ruptured him or anything. They're just kind of trading creeps, which honestly,
There it
Bloodseeker's
is.
doing really well. He's actually above the Juggernaut in net worth now, so DM has come back in this lane massively.
Ever since Undying left top and DM walked back top, he's been having a pretty good time. And bottom lane, they're gonna pop the Exo there. It's gonna be the first tower being taken. And the second tower top for Virtus Pro, as they brought a lot of heroes up here, committing to this.
Yep. Just making that mirror movement, trading the bottom tower for the top tower. We see it all the time. And it's, well, no one really cares, to be honest. The carry just means the carry's probably going to move to the opposite lanes. I'll do the old switcheroo, and life will go on as normal.
Yep, Sven having a much better game this time around, not having to lane into the Timber. Level 8.5, top of the net worth, even more than this Death Prophet, who was just giving GPK the beating.
Yeah, everyone's
doing
kind of
it.
just evened out.
He's doing it, by the way. He's going for that E-Blade on GPK.
Nice.
I know you guys are watching Nico Baby farm this beautiful stack, but just wanted to mention that Thompson E-Blade Snapfire build is being seen right now.
Yep. And now they look in towards the middle tier 1 tower fortification. Immediately comes out from Alliance, S4, FNG, they are here. But now the Rupture comes down onto S4. He's trying to run himself away, unfortunately, FNG. Well, the Cookie actually sends Sven down to the low ground, making it a little bit longer. FNG's actually going to be able to heal himself up, drop the Flesh Golem, and now maybe turn things around. Sven controlled up inside that arena, taking a decent amount of damage as the Mortals kids come through, but won't do a whole lot of work. And now the ultimate thrown down onto Sven, that Demonic Purge on top of him, but Supernova is response from Virtus Pro, forcing Alliance back again as FNG's burning up, but is going to be kept alive by the healing ward, just about. So very interesting engagement here at mid. No one actually falling. Still just one kill in this game, despite having a team fight. Nobody died.
Just dropping all the ults just to help each other, keep each other alive. I mean, Nico Baby still does have his Omni Slash. He can maybe drop onto Ilias if he wants to, but there's a Guardian Angel already available. There are some Omni Knights that don't skill up the ulti right away, but Ilias, he knows how valuable this is against Omni.
Oh, he does.
Omni Slash. Omni valuable against Omni, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I hate this. This happened before, right?
It happened.
This happened before.
Yeah. It just means we've got to say the full thing.
Yep. Omni Knight and Omni Slash.
Well, I think everyone's kind of just content as a cucumber to sit around and farm this game. No one really wants to make any plays. VP tried to push in for the middle tower. You trade a couple of ultimates, and they're just like, we'll call it even, and just went back to farming. And Alliance are, yeah, sure, agreed. They don't want to make any moves either. They've got this Juggernaut, which they feel is farming up pretty damn nicely. He's heading in towards this Battle Fury to try and farm up even quicker. Meanwhile, Sven, he is going in towards the Echo Saber and getting some Ancient stacks for himself as well.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
S4 really that core that's just struggling at the moment to try some farm. He's also just in the hardest lane at the moment, waiting for creeps to come into him. He's quite far again away from this Blink Dagger.
Yeah.
Doesn't really have any options to run around and use his arena. Well, he sees DM, but he doesn't really have backup quite yet.
Yeah, doesn't really want to be finding any engagements until he has that Blink Dagger and Virtus Pro. They want to push him down even further. They're moving heroes over, but S4, his game sense is sharp.
Smoke.
And he TPs back into the smoke for his team. So, escape into a smoke to look for some revenge, or maybe look forward to kill at mid. GPK would be a great
Could be a big
target.
kill here.
Scanning.
Yep.
And the tower take right after. They want to pop the Exo here.
And Skin gets the disruption. A Cookie comes in to hold back Limp. Is it going to make a difference? I don't think so. Arena comes down. The damage is through, and they will get him down. The Sunray is just a little bit too late. And now they've got the Supernova to try and save the Sven. It's a pretty nice job, but they have to deal with this Tombstone first, and they are struggling to do that. The Sunray across is going to deal a little bit of damage to the Mars as they force Alliance back, but not nearly enough. And now they can come back in and look to take this tower. Virtus Pro, I think, have kind of lost his fight. And now the Omni Slash comes through, jumps himself back around all over the place, and will be able to finish off save. FNG will get the kill. Fortification used to get that split shot on the tower, but the middle tier 1 surely will fall here, though I say that. The Sen's coming back in. DM's here as well, throwing down the blood rights, but it doesn't matter. Alliance have taken it. They get the tier 1 first, and that is a big step forward for them. But will Virtus Pro want to make a similar play when they are all back alive again?
I don't think they can. They don't have the Gaussian available.
No God
One more
Strike,
minute
no
left.
Supernova.
Yeah, and no easy just initiation form right now. Actually, Bloodseeker does have the Atos. Maybe they can use that to try and do something, but they need to take this mid tower back right now. Or Alliance, when that Exo's back up, they're just gonna invade your triangle and never leave if they have the option. So you can see BP just grouping up around the mid, but it's nighttime. Gonna have to go pick up the bounty runes first.
They do indeed. Have to move around. Get them a little stashes of gold as VP mount their attack. Yeah, they do really want to force this, huh? They've got a catapult. Warcry to come in, start dealing some damage to the tower. There is no fortification available from the Radiant, and immediately just unleashing onto the FNG. But yeah, he managed to get out on Tombstone. That means Virtus Pro can't really fight into this. Like, they have no way to jump in and destroy that Tombstone, so they will just have to back themselves off. It's a big problem that GPK can't actually come in and kill off this Tombstone most of the time.
Oh, they're there for a very long time under this tier 1 tower. Exo's up in 20 seconds. Ooh, they're gonna drop the ulti for this.
Alright. Alliance, they're finally gonna say, hey, you know what, guys? You can take it. You've earned it. You've done a good job. And now, well, the Mudgolems Kisses with the Supernova is gonna finish Handskin, but it's only Handskin. This is a pretty good trade, all things considered, for Alliance. As now, Virtus Pro, they won't have their God Strength, they won't have their Supernova, they won't have their Mudgolems Kisses, like a ton of ultimates on cooldown for them. Alliance pretty much have free reign of the map now for the next kind of minute.
Yeah, they got that level 2 Omni Slash up. DP about to hit level 12 as well. For her level 2 Exo, they could just go Roshan actually. 70 seconds not on the Sven's ultimate.
That's gotta be tempting. Still only 4 kills in this game.
That's a very slow game right now. Both teams, you know, they just want the items. They just want to get their timings. They don't want to mess up one bit. This is an elimination game.
Yeah. 1 kill every 4 minutes is what we're sitting on currently. And Nico
doesn't feel like Dota, does it?
Fury. It doesn't. He's nearly there though. He just needs to finish off this ancient camp, and he is going to have that Battle Fury completed. There it is. 17 minutes, and he's got himself a Mask of Madness and a Battle Fury and Phase Boots. Feeling pretty good on the Juggernaut. Not spectacular, but pretty damn good.
He will be able to keep up with the Sven. The problem for Nico Baby this game is definitely just the Guardian Angel, right? Yeah. Oh, top. Got one.
Oh dear, yeah, they go fishing and they catch themselves a DM fish who gets taken down very, very quickly inside that arena, and that'll be that. Tower probably to follow.
And the tower too.
Yeah.
That's a level 2 Exo. So VP, you know what that means? Enemies down a big key spell. Just try to do something ourselves.
The shoe is now on the other foot, and they're going to try and go into Nico Baby the Cookie. It was a nice idea, but it doesn't quite land, and that means the Juggernaut's going to be able to spin himself to safety.
Yeah, I'm not sure even if that Cookie did land, they would have been able to do something with it. They have no stuns, really. Like, the Sven stun has a projectile speed, and by then, Juggernaut would have just been able to Blade Fury. Just kick him out of the lane, at least, right? That's what they were able to accomplish.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, Virtus Pro, what is their idea of a play? Do they want to try and position themselves for Roshan? Do they want to try and take this final tier 1 tower at bottom? Or do they want to invade the enemy jungle, get some vision down, and start setting themselves up for a more aggressive mid-game?
They might just want to wait for the BKB first. Oh no, they smoked under a ward. and they're about what 800, 700 gold away from this BKB2. Ooh, if this goes bad for them because of this ward. Oh, they ruptured the illusion.
Yeah, that illusion was well within smoke range as well, but you know, DM a little bit premature, just you know, really wanted to rapture that first profit. Know how he feels.
That feels bad. That smoke absolutely doing nothing. Epileptic Kid just goes back and farms up. That was definitely not a call from Epileptic Kid. Every time he calls for a smoke, it's when he's got like a complete item.
Yeah.
So somebody maybe getting a little bit premature with that play. Ilias does have another smoke ready though.
That he does, ready to go again, but this time they're going to be fighting ultimates into ultimates because this Death Prophet does have Herexism back, they have Arena, they have everything on Alliance, so I'm not even sure if they want to try and go for this, but I guess with this BKB on the horizon for Epileptic Kid, it's probably a good time for them to try and make some action happen.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm starting to remember there was a time where Juggernaut fought against Omni Knight, and I think it was also Nico Baby who did it, and he had like a nullifier that time.
Mm-hmm.
It worked out pretty well that game, if I recall correctly.
I think it did too. I think it did too, yeah. I think they won that game. We're impressed by it. I seem to remember that much.
Oh yeah, it was against Mudgolems. They were playing Omni Svenazol.
Yeah.
And they actually picked the Juggernaut into the Omni Knight. There's a lot of people who always doubt, like, why would you pick Jug into Omni? But, you know, Alliance are pretty confident with it. Here's the Roshan. Nico Baby still bottom, though. He's not coming back yet to defend this Rosh play. He wants this tier 2 tower.
And let's not forget, they've also got the Shadow Demon Demonic Purge. They don't even necessarily need the nullifiers. They go for this Roshan. The Arena's going to come down. S4 trying to make something happen here, but unfortunately you can't stop them taking Rosh. Now the Aegis goes into the hands of Epileptic Kid. Alliance, they're still going in for this. They really want to try and squeeze this lemon, but the Sven's going to just finish that TP, get himself away. DM might not be so lucky as S4 tries to run him down. Nico Baby running forwards with the spin spear, just about connects onto DM, and Nico Baby should be able to bring him down, although he's invisible. He's got the glimmer. He's running one way. Are they going to predict this? DM turns around, throws down the Atos to hold back the DP. He's running to the trees, turns around again with the Blood Right, trying to get himself out. The Crit Swarm won't quite reach, neither will the Poison. Got another magic cloak here as he runs himself away. Glimmer Cape down to the south. Does he actually get out of vision? They still see him though. DM, he has to try and get himself away with the TP. They don't predict it with the spear because the spear's not available, and he will get himself away. The great escape from DM.
Dude, VP literally just got away with murder, right? They got the Aegis. They had to pop BKB. They had to do everything to just get the Sven out of there. The one hero that Alliance might have been able to kill also survives, and they bought so much time while Epileptic Kid was able to push his bottom lane all the way to a tier 1 tower, and now he has God Strength again. That's how much time DM just bought. Yeah, and Alliance don't have EXO anymore, so the next minute gonna be a bit rough.
What a messy Roche though, like what a messy Roche. It took them such a long time to make the decision to actually go into that pit, and then they were just getting rained on by the spit of Mortimer, and that stuff burns.
Definitely, but Alliance, you know, I think they should be just happy with splitting up the map right now. I don't think Nico Baby really feels comfortable joining up in the team fights quite yet. He wants to play that split push game. He knows he's pretty invincible because there's no way to stop this spin TP. And BP constantly gonna have to go back and defend.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
There's Epileptic Kid. He's going for the basher. He knows he needs this. Like, oh wait, what? Gosh, it? That was a misclick. Oh boy, they're gonna see this too. They're gonna ping that out.
Yep, they are. Epileptic Kid. He's just like, I don't even need this spell. So yeah, game's gonna slow down even more now, folks. You thought because we had a Aegis, we were gonna be going for it, but nope.
They can't. They really can't fight without the God Strength.
What's its overlap?
It's kind of.
It's so he's got 80 seconds until it's back, and he's got 2 minutes 20 left on the Aegis. So yeah, basically, He's gonna have about 90 seconds to make a play with this Aegis now. That's not ideal.
S4, they're looking for a fight right now. Even though there's an Aegis up, like they know without the Gaussian, they can't battle, right? So, smoke up from Alliance, very good call from them. S4, I'm not sure they want to go on the Bloodseeker. He's definitely the tankiest hero on the side of VP, apart from the Sven. He's got a Plate Mail, a Glimmer Cape, plenty of magic resistance.
Quite. And don't forget that 6 armor talent, by the way.
Yeah, holy smokes, 50... Wait, is that right? 52 magic resist on the Bloodseeker? I think it's just bugged probably for me. Oh yeah, he has another shot.
That as well. Yeah, he's got another shot. Yeah. Good luck killing DM. This is one tanky little dude.
With the Warcry, he's sitting on 44 armor.
Jesus.
That's a lot.
Good luck, 72% physical resist.
You don't want to jump the Bloodseeker, that's for sure.
You do not. That would be considered a bad move. In all popular.
Check out. Smoke around.
They're gonna go in. This time it's gonna be the Undying first. He's gonna just straight up pop the Tombstone, and they want to turn around and destroy this one on VP. So they're gonna throw out a couple of spells whilst GPK gets to work, destroy the Tombstone, does so. S4 trying to play around that Tombstone. Meanwhile, Supernova incredibly brave and gets killed off pretty instantly. Meanwhile, Limp has to put the BKB to stop himself getting killed off by the Mother's Kisses. Epileptic Kid come forwards. Looking for the Juggernaut. Nico Baby can't quite get the dodge onto that stun. Now he has to play around. Handskin, he gets found. Now the Omnisash comes through onto the Sven. Can he do enough damage to actually bring down his first life? He can, but now Nico Baby's in some trouble. He's done stuff for a little bit longer, getting back to his team, regrouping on Alliance, but they are 2 men down. They can't take this engagement. They're going to take the Aegis, and they're going to leave.
That's also a double buyback from VP though. That's a 2 for 2, and 2 buybacks from VP. So huge win from Alliance. Sven did have an Aegis. He had to pop the Omni there. I'm not sure if he had to, but he did. It was like 30 seconds left on that Aegis, so he's going to be happy about that at least for Epileptic Kid. And Omni going to be on cooldown for some time. Also the Exo. I don't think BP is done. They want to keep going right now while Alliance don't have these 2 big key team fight spells.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Hammering down now on the middle tier 2 tower. GPK blasting away with the little shredder. Spell feels a
Mars.
bit nice.
No, S4, he's so dead.
Man, here. This is not the neighborhood you want to be hanging around in. Didn't your mama never tell you? Bye-bye. Handskin throws in the disruption, makes his suffering last a little longer. Thank you, Handskin, but that is most definitely a dead Mars.
S4 only had 1 death, and now he just died like back-to-back instantly. Feels bad, man. He TP'd into a vision, like a ward, right? Yeah. Alliance didn't have any vision on the bottom side either.
I'll take that as tribute.
So maybe he should have been a bit more careful with where he was going when he revived. It's okay. He has another 40-second timeout to think about his decisions. What he wants to do next.
Sit there and think about his mistakes. Think about what he's done, as we all used to be done as a child. 2 minutes until Roshan could spawn. That is when the timer is going to start, and that is when we shall know the next objective for both these teams. But Lotus Pro, they're feeling strong. Even though there's no real gold advantage here, they just feel like Epileptic Kid's a king.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
He's not, though. Jug is just as far as him. They are neck and neck at this point, and Nico Baby's heading his way rather alarmingly quickly towards an Skadi. And it's interesting comparing the 2 items, because Nico Baby's clearly going in for these bigger items, and when he hits his Skadi, I think he's going to feel much stronger than the Sven. Sven, meanwhile, he's going for the more budget items. Vanguard, which he's obviously going to turn to Abyssal very shortly. Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, Nico Baby has one as well, but BKB's not exactly a huge item either. It's all about the little build-ups for Epileptic Kid to try and make him feel stronger earlier on, whilst Juggernaut's just trying to maximize his farming potential and get these big items online.
But Nico Baby is not going to be able to feel comfortable split pushing into the high ground as well anymore because of the Abyssal Blade that Epileptic Kid picked up.
True.
So if he shows up, now you have a way to be able to cancel that Blade Fury TP from Nico. He's got that Skadi complete. It is really nice in slowing heroes down, so he can stay on top of them. There's a lot of healing coming out from Virtus Pro as well. The Phoenix, the Omni Knight. Interesting. Look at this play right here. Oh, Nico, I think he gets spotted out on the creeps though, possibly. Smoke up.
Oh, they're coming in.
This is a tense situation.
It is.
This is it. It's a big fight.
10 kills only
the other way,
in a
though.
nearly 30-minute game. It looks like they might actually just ignore each other. Let's see, GPK might be the target they want to jump on. Jump Hit Arena is going to come down. They're going to try and target GPK, but the Abyssal Blade comes out from the Sven, immediately turning it around onto the mask. He's dead instead, but they need to get themselves out. Now the Ethereal Blade comes out onto himself, but they immediately turn around and try and deal with the egg. But Epileptic Kid, he's doing so much damage, they will kill the egg, but it's a high cost. Nico Baby, he needs to turn around and use the Omni Slash. Will do exactly that, but he's doing no damage due to the GA. Meanwhile, they'll just about keep the Death Bomb alive for a little bit longer. Yules as well, they're keeping her alive, but unfortunately the Jug is down. Maybe they can kill the Snapfire as Sven falls as well to the damage of Flip. I can't believe they kept the Death Prophet alive, but they did, and they will take the fight because of it. 2 heroes remaining on Alliance, 1 hero left on the side of Virtus Pro. A scrappy, brutal engagement. Alliance narrowly coming out on top, but really, I mean, it's quite a hollow victory. You lose your Juggernaut, you lose your Mars, but nevertheless, Limp is a happy ghosty lady.
Oh, he's gonna have Shivas now. That's gonna make him even tankier. But man, Handskin, that disruption was on point onto the
so
Death Prophet,
close.
and then the Yules come out. Yo, that Exo did so much damage in the fight. The Guardian Angel kept the Sven alive just long enough to bring the Jug down, but once that's down, you don't really have anything against this massive physical teamfight damage from Alliance.
Nope.
And I should also say, like, they committed a lot into killing that egg. That egg placement was so good because it allowed the Sven to just hit and do so much clear damage on the Jug and the Undying. And that's how they were able to even bring down FNG. If he was alive, the heals from him would have been extremely annoying as well.
My goodness, what a team fight from these two teams. Really locking horns, and the clutch plays. I mean, Hanskin has to be a standout performer. Once again, the Shadow Demon proving to be the most value pick for Alliance in this series. Turning the team fight around with that disruption onto the DP whilst her exorcism was still going on, and then she can turn around, get off the Spirit Siphon, heals herself up, and survive that one. And now she's rocking up with the Shiva's Guard. She's playing with the big boys almost. 1.4k net worth, just about to hit 1.5. Very scary stuff, but Roshan is being taken by Epileptic Kid. They need to do something about this. They can't let him get away with this for free. They must know what's going on, but at the same time, do they? FNG's got a tombstone. He's not testing anything right now. Pings out from FNG. He's suspicious. Yeah, they need to do this now. FNG, he's going to move across, uses the decay, sees it's going on, but it's just too late. They've taken down the Roshan already, and he's going to be able to take both the Aegis and the Cheese. I can't believe Alliance let it happen again, but they're going to try and make a play from this. Disruption comes out onto the Sven, but now he jumps forward. Abyssal Blade forward onto Nico Baby, along with the Supernova as well. Is there anything he can do against it? The spin away, but he gets bashed up and taken down by Epileptic Kid. They will kill off Nico Baby. They will be able to get the Supernova in response, but with this Rupture out onto the DP, she's in some trouble, and there's a Disruption Bolt coming through and taking down Limp from the air. Wow. A very cool spell, aren't you? Meanwhile, oh dear, S4, I think could be okay. He's got a Blink Dagger in 3 seconds, a full stack of 1, turns around with a God's Rebuke, and will be able to get himself back to the high ground, but still Virtus Pro taking that fight. I mean, I have to ask, like, what was with the hesitation? Why didn't Alliance go into that pit any sooner?
Well, they didn't know it was up already, and Shadow Demon wasn't nearby either. They had no intention of taking that engagement while the Omni Slash was still on cooldown, or even checking it. They weren't expecting DP to just go in like that. But as soon as they came out, they're like, oh guys, they have to use Gaussian for this fight. Let's take the engagement, even if they have Aegis. But Sven still had about 7 seconds or so left on that Gaussian. Use that time to just commit onto the Juggernaut. Big plays from Epileptic Kid to not like try to run away while it was running out, but try to kill the Jug instead. That last bash though, oh man, that was painful for Nico Baby. He was 100% out of there with that Blade Fury if he did not get hit.
I know. That one's really got to hurt. They'd already used a Rupture onto the DP as well, so it wasn't even like they had that one available to throw as he was running out. Ugh, man.
And they get a Rax.
Yeah, but S4 comes in, manages to catch the Bloodseeker out in Arena, but as we've seen before, this guy is absolutely yoked. Like, he is not going down easily. They're going to throw down the Demonic Purge, everything being dropped onto this Bloodseeker. He throws a Lotus Orb onto himself, but surely they can bring him down, and they will be able to do so eventually. DM's going to fight back, though. They want to make this into something, as they have to deal with the Tombstone first. The Abyssal Blade across, though, on top of the Death Prophet. Death Prophet getting pretty low. The Omni Slash coming through as well. So Athletic Kid is actually the one who's going to die, but that's only the Aegis, but it's also his God Strength. Supernova gets turned around upon, and they blow that one up. Alliance look like they might be taking this engagement. Azilius is going to fall as well. Now just trying to run themselves away. The Spear moves Epileptic Kid over the cliffs, helping him out a little bit, but Hanskin comes across, use the Disruption. That means he can get on top of him. Limp actually down to the low ground, won't get jumped on by Epileptic Kid. He's running them around in circles, but this Sven is most certainly going to fall here as a right-click connect. They bring down the Sven, they take this fight, and they get a buyback out of DM as well. So Alliance take a big slap back, but now they need to come running down mid and try and force out some of these buybacks or take a barrack of their own.
Oh, that Guardian Angel came out way too late. You cannot let your Sven die with this Gaussian, even if he does have that Aegis up. Alliance taking such a nice fight. I cannot believe. I thought Ezreal was a madman to go in onto that Bloodseeker, but that worked out. And DM like was trying to sacrifice himself, but his team still got caught out.
They just kind of, I don't know what the shot calling there was, but they were obviously trying to look for a weakness. They thought they'd found it, and they just overcommit. And now S4 throws down a zoning arena. Very nice.
That's a Rax back.
Yep.
It's gonna be an even game again, Nomad. And guess what happens when VP's alive? They're gonna run back at them.
Oh, they're gonna run down mid. Okay. This tug of war in the middle lane continues as Lions take the barracks back, evening the score. I mean, there's still a range barracks alive for VP, so there's that. There's a DD here though, Nika baby. Ooh, he's gonna be tempted. He's gonna be licking his lips and thinking, guys, is there anything we can do with this? How crazy are we feeling?
He doesn't have God Strength yet. I'm sorry, Omni Slasher. So he's gonna wait for that. They do have the bottled up the DD though. Next fight is gonna be pretty crazy. You know why? Shadow Demon has an Aghanim's. He's gonna use that onto the Sven, and we're gonna see what this Omni Slasher is gonna be able to do.
Yeah. He can chain them up, or he can just dump them all simultaneously for the burst damage. Honestly, a legitimate strategy. There's a lot Hanskin can do with this Aghanim. It's a really good pickup from him, and the range he can cast it from as well. Like that is like a screen away. He can do it because he's got the telescope and the Aether lens, and the cast range talent.
That is a lot of range.
And he's got a blink dagger, by the way. So just in case you're worried, he's not going to get it off. Hanskin always gets it off.
What if you had that kind of range in real life? You know, Aether lens, telescope. You can be sitting at your computer, you know, using your
just reach my
arm to like reach into your refrigerator. Yeah.
It's the dream, really. But
right now.
That dispel is going to be absolutely key, and also just slowing down the Sven. Like the guy does not have an axe. He is not quick. The only thing he's got is the Abyssal Blade to get on top of people. So
we've been seeing
his control's going to be very strong.
We've been seeing more of these Sven players not going for Aghanims. They just feel like these other items are just providing more for them.
No axe, but Reddit said it's OP.
Well, that's the thing about meta, right? It's constantly changing.
Just because pro players know how to play into it as well doesn't mean it's not strong. Is another factor. Anyways, 8k gold advantage for Alliance. They have now got those ultimates up. The double damage is still available for the Juggernaut, and I imagine Alliance, they want to do something with this. What shall it be?
Yeah,
well, VP walking straight into
They are actually going to smoke up again. Their initial smoke didn't work out because Alliance just instantly backed off, right? They know they need all their skills up to be able to fight. Now VP going to do it again. This is like a 50-50 engagement into a DD Juggernaut.
This could be huge. This could be huge. Virtus Pro, if they can find the right engagement, this could still be good for them, but it's a big ask. It's a big ask.
So Virtus Pro and did they see the DD?
It's high ground. Maybe.
They purge him.
Oh, Sven, they get their demonic purge out onto him immediately. He has to go in. He has no other choice. The Supernova's thrown down on top of them as well. Atletico trying to get his damage off. They focus down the Sven instead of the egg. Oh no! And now they're actually going to lose Nico Baby and FNG and Hanskin simultaneously. Oh dear, there's just too much damage throughout his team. But Limb, he's still trying to make some plays here. I'm not sure he's going to be able to though, as he's being cut out pretty badly as GPK finishes off S4 around the side. And, well, that's going to be fight over, folks. They will lose Ilias right at the end as Hanskin drops him. A very, very weird fight there. I mean, I think some of them went for the egg, some of them went for Epileptic Kid. They couldn't make up their mind. But how did the Sven survive that?
Oh, the Shadow Demon Purge, it already ran out, right? Snapfire decided to jump into the backlines going for Hanskin, so he couldn't throw the Purges on anymore. So Nico Baby really hesitated in dropping that Omni Slash onto him. Because if the Guardian Angel comes out and if the Omni goes on cooldown, that's like the worst case scenario for Alliance. So he doesn't use it, he pops a spin, and that just made it such an awkward engagement for Alliance already. That being said, Limp's Death Prophet is still an absolute beast right now. Even though the Jug died, wasn't really able to get anything off, this EXO is just doing an insane amount of damage at the moment and managed to hold off VP, and Juggernaut is back alive. It's like that fight really didn't accomplish anything for either sides, essentially.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But one thing to say
Dire's top
is
tower has fallen.
Abyssal apparently has a better cast range than Omnislash. Because he actually popped the Abyssal before Nico Baby could get his Omni off. And that's how that fight even started off. Epileptic Kid, he's really quick with these plays right now.
Yeah, I think with Telescope it gets close, but no, Abyssal Blade definitely the longest spell. Man, these fights, every single one has been so nail-bitingly close. Like that one, instance from losing both the Sven and the Egg. Instead, both survive. Alliance kind of lack the focus, and because the Jug is spinning, he can't really finish off the Sven, so it gets very awkward. And now we're back to well, an even game, which we've been saying a lot because it's true. It's very, very close. Roshan will be respawning in 10 seconds, and that is what everybody's eyes will be upon.
This one is huge though, because it has Refresher or Aghanims, both amazing for Alliance, because DP wants a second Exo. VP also want a second God Strength.
Alliance
What's they got?
Aghanims. Yeah.
Ooh, Sven.
Both carries
he would love
real
it.
Bad.
Yep.
That's what Jug.
Yep. Both carries Juggernaut, exactly. Get that quick slash. Whew. This is getting tense. This is it. This is the big fight right here.
Hold me.
Radiant are scanning.
Satanic on Sven now.
I love Epileptic Kid. Like everyone else is just like, oh, don't go into Roche Pit. We gotta feel it out first. And Epileptic Kid just pops Walker and just kind of comes charging in like, yeah, Roshan. Like, no, Epileptic Kid. Wait, we need to do this tactically. Oh, okay, sorry guys.
Ooh, guess what GPK is? Level 25.
Oh no!
That's big.
Oh
Daedalus.
no! He did so much damage in the last fight with this already, with level 20, and now he's level 25. This is gonna be berserk.
I mean, GPK has had such a bad,
Look at those
bad
agents.
early game.
Those fucking agents,
We kind of
they're
forgot
dead.
about him, didn't we?
We did.
And now look
We
at him.
did. That's
Does
just
he not
brutal.
have any better items than like this? Oh, they really don't, huh?
What's up?
On BP, I was thinking maybe he has Spell Prism or something like that. Oh, Alliance get the Spell Prism, of course. Death Prophet, Spell Prism, big item.
Whoops.
What a bounty!
VP just holding back. Both teams really holding back here. Who's gonna make the first move? Who's gonna make the first play? Do Alliance go for it? Do Virtus Pro go for it? Who wants to commit to the fights? Well, my question's been answered for me as Virtus Pro. They want to go for it. And they may well just find it. S4, he's a little bit separated from his team right now. This could be extremely costly if they find him. A blink away, just in time. Is it enough to keep him alive? He's sitting behind this tree. He's disguising himself very well. They pop the tombstone. They need to go for this now, but
they popped the
Pro,
Exo.
they dare back away. Alliance, they can't let them escape. They need to jump somebody here. And Skin, he's ready with the blink in and with the ultimate. The Rupture comes down onto S4 to try and control him up, and now Sven pops the God's Strength and all hell breaks loose. S4's going to be the first target here. The Sven tries to get on top of him. Will be able to take him down. The only touch coming through onto GPK, and they lose him on towards Epileptic Kid as well. Nigma maybe tries to cut through him. They try to cop the GM onto him, but immediately purged off by him. But it doesn't matter. They've got so much damage. The crit comes through, but the disruption as well to save Nico Baby's life. But he's running out of spells. He needs to get himself away from it. But he's just surrounded by heroes. Tries to fight up into GM. Meanwhile, the Sven just trying to deal with that. Like, can they do deal with Epileptic Kid actually? Limp and S4 just turn around and tear the Sven apart. And they don't lose anyone on Alliance except for S4 and Undying, who
They
both
got the
buy
rush.
back into the engagement. And now they can run into this Roche Pit, and there's no way Virtus Pro will be able to contest this one. Oh, and just in case they wanted
And
it,
a
by the way,
TD.
a nice double
Oh.
damage. Gaben says, nice fight, guys. Here you go.
I'm so surprised that VP decided to take that fight. Epileptic Kid, he was sitting behind the trees, hoping to just gosh it and go in, even though Death Prophet already popped that Exo.
Man,
It looked like they could have just got out.
GPK
Yeah,
was
GPK,
so
he
out
tried
of position though. He tried to like, I think he tried to like cookie up the high ground and just kind of drop everyone with his little shredder. Which, in fairness, we've seen happen before. Like that spell's hella dope.
Yeah.
But
And he got omnied.
Yeah. And
So-
his Omni wasn't there to save him, so
He
got
saw
out-omnied.
Handskin and he took the opportunity to just try and burst Handskin, right? But he couldn't in the end. And that's what happened. Because as long as Handskin's alive, with this Aghanim's Purge, the Sven can't really move around in the fights.
Nope. He's stuck. Now they start to take away in the second lane of barracks. Bottom lane could be considered. Atos will slow him down. Yeah, that'll show him. Oh no, another Exo. Limp is ready. He's got that spell prism. One of his kisses coming on over the top, trying to force them away. Get off our high ground, god damn it. They are not listening. Alliance don't care. All of his kisses run out, and they are straight back up here. Tombstone even being dropped as well. An obnoxious tombstone right in front of the tower, daring Virtus.pro to come and kill it. Nico will spin. Sven's coming back, teeping into the middle of everybody. What is the play here, guys? Well, the disarm comes down onto Sven, stopping him from really doing anything, but the Supernova is also out from him as GPK jumps in and dumps a hell of a lot of damage into the side of Alliance. I'm not sure they can fight into this one as Yule's going to save the DP from the initial engagement. Now the arena comes down. They've got GPK. He's trapped inside the arena, and the Juggernaut will slice him up. No more Grandma, and now they look for more. Ilia's trying to get himself away. Epileptic Kid as well, knowing that he needs to fight. He's got a BKB. I think he has to throw it out here, looking to bring down... Oh, that's a big crit. Bye-bye, FNG. And they only look on towards Nico, baby. He, of course, has his Aegis, not the ideal target, but if they can kill him, they might as well. But now he gets off the Omni Slash, or a Quick Slash, sorry, as he jumps back behind them. Ilias in some trouble, but the crit saves him, but the Crypt Swarm kills him anyway. Now, can they hold this high ground? That is a question. 3 heroes alive on Virtus.pro, 3 heroes alive on Alliance. They give the cheese over towards Nico, baby. Lincoln's as well, popped onto him as well, just to give him every single ounce of protection they possibly can. And it looks like they are going to be able to finish off this barracks, leaving Virtus.pro with a base in tatters and mega creeps on the doorstep.
Oh, that is so rough for VP now. This is not what you want to be fighting up against. The Megas Alliance can just control this. They can wait as long as the next Aegis if they want to, farm out the map, but they want to keep going while Snap is dead. They still have the Omni Slash, but there's a buyback though on SAPPHIRE. They could possibly take a 4v5 or 4v3 fight. Without Gaussian, they're a bit hesitant.
I really don't think they are. They're trying to poke, see if anyone can get caught out.
They're chilling.
They are chilling. Yeah. Oh, Limp's got another exorcism? Oh, okay. Alright. Well, yeah, they're going for it, but the SAPPHIRE back in 15 seconds. They're poking, they're prodding, they're doing everything except committing. Both teams playing do-si-do. Tickle fight, pillar fight.
Supernova in 3 seconds.
Yeah, no,
and Phoenix is level 20, so you got that Sunray during the Supernova. That's the one that was doing so much damage to the Juggernaut, by the way, in the last fight. So that's something at least for VP right now. And they can definitely hold off these Megas for now. Alliance, they're going to want to secure this game. So I really do expect them to just wait for that Roshan to be back up. I know it's going to be a long time, but when you're in a situation like this, you're not going to want to rush things.
They've seen the double damage. I mean, Nico Babies, he's got to be tempted, but at the same time... Yeah, no, they're playing against Megas, yeah. Just take it slow. Take it slow. The thing is, they can't really leave their base, but... Oh, big but. There's a Rapier. The first Rapier from Virtus.pro.
Oh,
it is indeed.
That's gigantic. The reason why he's not been able to kill this Juggernaut up until now is because of that Butterfly. He did not go for MKB, so now this Rapier, he drops it, he doesn't want to show it.
Yeah, smart.
Yep. They can get a surprise kill onto Jug. Yeah, I know it's a rough situation for VP, they don't got any buildings, but they do have the damage to be able to fight back into Alliance, and Alliance know that. That's why you see them just controlling up high grounds. They want VP to come out of the base first.
Yeah, and Granny wants a Rapier as well. They want to have the double Rapiers.
Big too. SAPPHIRE, 3x low shredder.
I mean, that's the thing.
It is painful.
If you don't go now, then you're going to be fighting into 2 Rapiers, which is actually sounding very difficult. The Abyssal Blade comes down onto the Juggernaut straight off the bat, but he does manage to get out the spin, but there's so much damage coming out from the spin, they just crit him down. Bye-bye, Nico, baby. Good night, baby. As the Supernova comes down, some Anonymous Kisses, tickling S4, doing a bit more than tickling S4, murdering S4 seems more active, but there we go. We have the disruption coming through, but Sage just jumps on his face, says what's up, but Limp is completely untouched on the side of this fight. The GA's going to come through as the Sven trying to look for a target, but he's broken up, taken down. Not much he can do here as he's being controlled up so well, bouncing around all over the place, and he's finding a target, but he's just getting absolutely mauled by everything, and he will fall. Rapier on the deck, and they will be taken up by S4, who's now looking to slam it into the face of GPK, getting around the back, spear across to the side. GPK being thrown around all over the place. Management comes out from Handskin as well, and S4 will be waiting on the other side with a Rapier God's Rebuke to finish the job. Buyback from GPK, but the base is in tatters as Nico Baby takes down DM. DM buying back into this one. Nico Baby going for the tier 4s now. It's a 4 versus 4, but the carry is not there on the side of Virtus.pro. Pro, where the support is not there from the side of Alliance. The scales are clearly balanced in Alliance's favor. GPK trying to do what she can, but unfortunately, there's just not enough available in the tank as she'll throw her body in, just say, please stop attacking our Ancient, but Alliance, they don't care. They're going to keep on going for it, and they will take down the Ancient and knock Virtus Pro out of the tournament. What a performance, what a turnaround for Alliance here, as they find their feet at last.
What a crazy fight. Like, Juggernaut dies right away because of that rapier from the sun. He did not expect that one bit. I thought they were just going to play it safe, but, you know, he went out, he died, he got surprised himself, but Virtus Pro chased him out into the vision of Alliance, into that tombstone, which was probably a pretty big mistake. There was no more Lil Shredder to get rid of that. And this Death Prophet, she does a lot of damage still. And with the help of the creeps too, providing so much vision, they were able to take that fight on Alliance. And then Nico Baby's like, yo, hold on, I can just buy back. My team already won this fight. Let's just get out there, end this game right now. And they do that. I am just so dumbfounded right now. Like, if you asked me this morning, okay, who will win this series, I would have told you VP, hands down. But Alliance proving so many people wrong by winning this series. And now they're going to be playing up against Nigma. That's going to be a hype game now. Like, Alliance, they must feel so good at the moment. They've played phenomenally in game number 2 and game number 3 now. I think they're in the zone.
They've certainly figured something out. I mean, to beat Virtus Pro, you have to figure something out, and they've certainly done that. The previous tournament winners get taken down and eliminated from the tournament by Alliance, the team which completely bombed out of the same event. So this must feel like a huge win for them as they get themselves in gear and start playing some real hot Dota. Just before we throw to a break, who was your MVP of game number 3?
Oh, that's a hard one, man. Everybody plays so well on the side of Alliance, but if I had to choose one, it has to be Limp. Limp, like, dominated GPK mid, created so much space for his team, and even when Nico Baby couldn't really do anything in the team fights, he was there. This Death Prophet by Limp, oh, beautiful.
Beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff indeed from Alliance as they take the series 2-1 over Virtus Pro, eliminating them from the tournament and bring themselves into the lower bracket final versus Nigma. There's going to be a very exciting lower bracket final, but guess what, folks? That is going to be coming up later on, as today we now have the matchup of Na'Vi versus OG in the upper bracket final, I do believe. So that's going to be a very, very exciting matchup from us. It is done. We're going to be handing it over to the lovely Gareth and the beautiful Lacoste. But from us, it is goodbye. Enjoy them, enjoy the rest of the day, and enjoy the patch when it hits. But from us, it's going to be adios. But don't forget, there's plenty more Dota 2 action coming up right here on the OGA Dota Pit. We're going to throw it out to a break. Then we're going to be back with more Dota action. So stick around, and we'll see you then.
is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's turret has been killed. Dire's structures are fortified. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are with our upper bracket final. It's OG versus Na'Vi in a best of 3, joined by the wonderful Lacoste, who's dressed up in a snazzy-looking shirt. Are you ready for this? Looks pretty good.
Yes, I am. Still a bit surprised that Alliance managed to beat the Virtus Pro, but we had a lot of interviews in the past month with the players, just to, talk a bit about that, where Alliance, they said they need a reset, like they needed to realize where they are so they can bounce back, and this is exactly what they did. So great performance from Alliance, but let's focus on this one. OG against Na'Vi, Garrett. We have one stand-in, or two stand-ins, if you want to call it, for OG. ILTW standing in for mid one, and we have Kezu instead of Saksa. You also said that Seb was playing some supports in the pubs, because Kezu is a position 3 player. Like, I cannot remember the time when I saw him playing something else, so they might swap things around. They might have, Seb playing the position 4, and Seb just gonna fulfill that off-lane role. We'll have to see.
Yeah, he was streaming earlier today, playing Jakiro and having a lot of fun, bursting everyone with a lot of fire and flames. So yeah, we'll see if they do swap things around. Like you say, Kezu pretty much has only played position 3 throughout his career. But take a look at that. Chen, Mars, Morphling, Omni banned. Io first pick for OG. It's been a while since I've seen this hero because it's perpetually in that first phase of bans. And for OG, one of the key real markers there, the team that loves that hero so much.
They really do, and they played it so well. They paired up with the Treant Protector, something that we don't see that often. We saw it a couple of days ago. It's a lot of healing. Na'Vi might start to think about getting a possible Spirit Vessel carrier.
Yeah, maybe that Ancient Apparition slips in as well. But then you're left with like Lina AA as your supports, which I guess it could work.
It can work, sure. I mean, you have one stun. You can't really, we're talking about like 15 post-minute initiations. Like, these two heroes can't really do it. So you might need to get, someone that gets a Blink Dagger. So yeah, you get that. You get a hero for General that he plays extremely well. I wish people could see the chat before the game started, because it was so funny, Players on both teams having fun, teasing who's going to get how many CIS. We're not going to name any names, but, someone said we're going to give you 2-3 CIS, and that's it. Like,
as charity.
As charity. This is all you're going to get.
Also, a little bit of back and forth there. Seb and General, both exceptional bat players, talking about who is the best bat. Seb conceded and said, "General, you're by far out there." It's maybe a little bit sad to see him go for Slardar and not the Bat Rider, but it's a very solid opener from Na'Vi, having that double stun lane and the ability, like you were saying, to have a Blink Dagger carrier and actually able to catch people in that mid game.
Yeah, General, he always shined on that Bat Rider, played him when the hero was not that good, and still manages to stay on top of the game on the hero. Bans Troll Warlord against the Slardar, something that pretty much everyone bans these days, where he's a ranged carry. He doesn't care too much about your bashes, and we've seen the game yesterday where Slardar kind of struggled because he was playing into the Drow Ranger. Like, you don't get pretty much anything out of that bash. You're not putting the pressure on the enemy safe lane, and he struggled. Who was it?
Oh, I can't remember now. Memory's failing me, but it was was it Afterlife? It was a real.
Oh, it was Afterlife. You're correct.
Oh, I was going to start asking you, because we know we've seen Tops, and I think the past 10 games he's played, he's bought E-Blade first item on like 7, and a number of different heroes, Morphling, sure, but Snapfire, Puck, he's going wild with this E-Blade. They banned the Snapfire, which, oh yeah, that's a good one as well. I was wondering what's going to be his E-Blade hero this game, because they banned the Snapfire straight out to Na'Vi.
Well, I can say that he's going to get E-Blade for sure. Like, this is how he started to play, and this is something that he can play aggressively with. You have a defensive ability if using on teammates, like the combo that they've been using a lot of the time was like Morphling E-Blade into Midnight Pulse from Nigma, where you just slow him down for 4 seconds inside the Midnight Pulse, amplify that damage. So it's pretty hype, I would say. Enigma's still in a pool. I don't think they will go for Enigma here because they have IO Treant Protector. It's these two heroes are more counter-reactive than making aggressive plays, so you might need an off lane that does stuff.
More action-packed. And
Exactly.
yeah, quite often they play the no-tail position 5 Enigma. Ooh, here we go. Vengeful Spirit time. We saw Nigma do this a lot. Quite a few teams are doing this. Venge, second phase into Drow or Medusa, and they've got both options available to them. Very scary pick of that Vengeful Spirit. And now OG, they're going to think, hang on a second, where do we go with this? We've got lots of heals, lots of sustain, but these supports, you're saying they're very reactive heroes. They don't bring any aggression, and they don't bring any burst damage either.
Yeah, it's just sustain. That's what it is. So they need one hero who will benefit from all that extra armor, extra attack speed, the healing, like great synergy between these two heroes from like Tether and heal, and also Twin Protector against Slardar, getting that extra armor. I mean, if you steal one, they will just get the second one. I think that's the play.
It would feel like I'd feel better taking Dusa there if they were to steal it with all the heals.
So they're preparing for possible, Medusa, Elder Titan considered as a hard counter to Medusa, percentage-based damage, and removing all of her armor once it gets on top of her. So they go with the Drow Ranger. I still feel like Na'Vi would have go for Drow Ranger no matter what.
Feels like more of a V-Tune hero, and then Iceberg can still pick up, the Zeus or something like that, the Ember Spirit, one of those more kind of active magic damage dealers.
What is that? Dota coordinator is being updated.
Oh no, is it happening?
Oh no, it's just my internet lagging. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. We might not get it today. It's already late.
Come now. Well, I mean, Seattle time. It's now like 10 a.m. Right? They're like 9 hours behind me. So we've still got plenty of time of the day left.
Sure, but they talked about the coffee. Already had coffee a couple of times. Phantom Lancer. We've seen one Phantom Lancer yesterday. So didn't look.
It was that same game.
It was the same game that we talked about, the Slardar. So didn't look too good. Live to Win picked it, and he had. I think they could have won that game if they took a fight when they had a Blink Dagger on Slardar and the Diffusal Blade on Phantom Lancer. Once you get that item, like you want to take a fight, but he got shut down, and it was the exact same matchup. It was Phantom Lancer into Drow Ranger, and the Drow Ranger just felt like a much stronger hero.
Yeah, she did, and then eventually going into Agnum Scepter later on as well, really dealt with those illusions. Well, out goes the Zeus, Na'Vi banning it themselves, removing that option for OG. Doom taken out as well, and it looks like OG do have a kind of single core lineup so far. Removing out the Doom, definitely indicative of wanting to really buff up the Phantom Lancer as much as possible. And he can do pretty well against the Drow. He deals with her all right once he hits his item timings, though.
Yeah, he does. That's for sure. But if you're playing from behind, you might struggle a bit. There's Ember Spirit available for Na'Vi if they want to go that route. They're pretty limited on the lockdown, and it's a good hero against the Phantom Lancer. But they still have the last pick, so they'll just wait and see what OG is going to get.
Yeah, there's also a chance to go like a Kunkka. You've got that tanky frontliner that can play in front of the Drow Ranger, and X marks against the PL.
And it's a Spirit Vessel carrier. Yeah, so that's actually a good call if the matchup is good for Kunkka.
That's very true, and they do have that last pick to make sure it is Mirana for OG. So that looks like it might just be the mid laner there coming out from them.
Yeah, I think Kunkka or Ember Spirit both can actually buy Spirit Vessel, especially if Ember changes things a bit. Like, it was a common build on Ember 3-4 months ago. Everyone was just rushing it, and then kind of people realized Ember's not that strong of a hero. I think his win rate was like pretty awful, and people just stopped picking it. But we still see him from time to time.
Mirana last pick, though, it doesn't seem particularly powerful outside of the position 4 role, which we most commonly see her in. What do you think the reasoning is here? Is it just a drafting where they think they can swap their heroes around more? I mean,
they can still swap things around. It's OG. It could be mid IO. It could be position 4 Mirana, offlane ET 3 and 5. Or it can be mid Mirana, like IO and Treant Protector 4 and 5, core ET offlane.
Tons of options for them. Well, Na'Vi pondering their final pick. You know, we reckon the Ember Spirit and the Kunkka are probably the prime contenders there for their last grab. What else has Iceberg been playing? It has mainly been that
Dead
Zeus, Ember
Prophet.
Spirit, Storm.
I mean, that Prophet seems good, but not against PL and the Illusions, because that ulti, you're not going to get the full potential out of it. A lot of that damage will be spread amongst the Illusions. What do you have,
DK?
Gary?
No, not DK. Oh, of course, Lestrak against the Phantom Lancer. All of that big AoE damage. That's nice.
So let's see who plays what. Thompson playing Mirana. That will just go with the standard stuff. But okay, Kazu will be playing Treant Protector. Seb plays ET. I think you're not going to play Treant Protector as a core, as an offlaner who gets the farm, especially when you have ET on the team and into draw range Vengeful Spirit with that low move speed. You can really struggle. So I think ET will be the core player. Kind of surprised that they took Kazu, as a position 4. Maybe someone out there who plays more of a position 4 could have jumped in. No disrespect to Kazu. Still feel like he's a good player, great streamer.
Very educational. It might be one of those things, Kazu, after leaving Crazy, a lot of players after leaving a team think about the role swap, or at least they want to expand their horizons.
Maybe, yeah.
He's maybe been practicing the POS 4 a bit. So it should be the Seb position 3 Elder Titan. Do you match him up with the Io or the Treant, though? That's kind of my big question here. Where does No-Tail go? Where do the two supports go?
If it's Treant Protector with him, I still feel he's going to have much rougher time. But you want to block the side camp, the big one, so that they can't get the pulls off. And if they push the lane, then you have a longer lane to work with, something that Elder Titan likes to have, so that he has more kill potential.
Prepare for battle.
Well, away we go. Good luck's dropped in the chat. Seb loves that meow. All chat wheel. And a smoke from Na'Vi going to come out to kick things off as well here in game 1 of this best of 3. It is still the upper bracket. And the winner of this heads into the grand finals. As always, want to fly Venge with Iceberg Lesh. Look at Iceberg, a little bit of dancing there, stepping. General on the Slardar, V-Tune on that Drow, and Roger the Lina.
And talking about that long lane that ET wants to have, they're putting him bottom.
Very interesting.
Also, why does Elder Titan portrait looks like Earthshaker Arcana?
He really does, doesn't he? Yeah, like the braided beard, that little bit of a helmet on him. Interesting. Yeah, so we've got the Seb ET, tops in mid Mirana. And Phantom Lancer top for RTW with a No-Tail IO currently. And Kazu Treant starts off with an Orb of Venom. Is it possible for OG just to tri-lane? Like they're two healing supports, you kind of want to spread them across the map, don't you?
I don't think you can leave Elder Titan alone, especially if they want to put him on top. So he was just scouting on the bottom lane. Maybe we'll see some lane swaps, but you cannot leave him alone against Vengeful Spirit and Drow. He will get no farm.
And that smoke does allow Na'Vi to get out a good couple of early observer wards, one which can spot couriers and the pulls that No-Tail will be trying to accomplish. And one of the other ones watching for maybe that bottom rune spot and the transition from any of these heroes that want to roam in to collapse on those runes early on. Big fan of this bottom lane though from Na'Vi. Slardar Lina, double stun, long range harassment, IO with pretty limited HP and armor. Might struggle a little bit, and that's why he's bought a Ring of Protection early on, No-Tail. He knows that Lina's just going to be clicking him, stunning him, and whacking into that poor little ball all game long.
And look at General's build, because he has another stun to pair up in the lane. He starts with Slither and Crush instead. Like, if Io gets caught out of position, double stun, they might drop him low, maybe even kill him.
That's very true. Well, No-Tail brings out observers, sentries, plenty of regen in his inventory as well. Looks like things going to be a little chill down there for a while. In the mid lane currently, it's 2-0 for the Mirana. Leshrak does land a nice stun on Thompson, getting some chip damage onto him though. And Kazu loses Courier up top. But he's dragged the wave across, so Kazu's going to be able to reset that lane equilibrium for Seb to gather up all that lovely experience.
It's something that most Position 4 players are doing it lately, where you're not pulling it between Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. denying XP, stealing XP, whatever you want to call it, from
Borrowing.
your offlane. Borrowing. Okay, that's precise word.
Never going to give it back, though. Once it's his, it's his. Nice little sentry there from Kezu, though. Unlocks the large camp. And actually playing aggressively with that Orb of Venom. And a big punch from Seb. It's only a couple more and always want to fly. Needed the body blocks from V-Tune to get to the safety of the tower. That camp's super important for the ET, though, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it is. Like, you want to get that extra damage from the creeps. And Twin Protector, nice positioning. They know he's there, but Vengeful Spirit has Aura level 1. So can't do really much. Maybe always want to fly, you know. If I die, I can still do things type of a build.
He's getting the punches from Kezu, though. Oh, that's some real nasty stuff. Are you a fan of Aura level 1? I quite like the way with Terra.
Yeah, like, you're not doing anything. It's not that much. 4 extra damage and 50 attack range. So, like, compared to AoE -3 armor. Oh,
Does he die?
Nah, he needs to stop. But there's the stun.
And No-Tail dies down bottom. Aggression on both side lanes. And No-Tail getting out of position against that double stun and the level 2 bash from General. Kezu's going to stack up that camp now up at top for them. But yeah, it's the fact that Always Want to Fly, you know, he has a mana pool, and for the first level, just not using any of it.
Yeah, you don't get anything out of your mana pool. That's my concern.
Man, it's ET from Seb, top of the CS board, just whacking creeps. Yeah, there's the chat wheel. He knows he's having a grand old time in the top lane. V-Tune at 10 and 3. Not necessarily struggling, but you're giving a lot away to this OG dual lane. And the constant Nature's Grasps here. Seb's trying to move forward. As soon as they get boots on this ET, it is danger zone for Na'Vi.
Yeah, especially since he got level 3 and has 1 point in Aura. Boots coming on the courier, and I love Kezu's build. Like, he doesn't put a point in Leech Seed, instead gets the living armor. No-Tail drops on the bottom once again, so this double stun lane, there's no counterplay to that. If he gets caught, he's straight up dead.
Yeah, I mean, this Lina with that attack range is pretty insane.
Yeah, your safe laner can help you. Like, what are you gonna do? Use a Spirit Lance? I don't think they care too much about it. There's the stun.
And a crush.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Bash is coming. That's good damage, but he will doppelganger away. But you can see the potency of this dual lane from Na'Vi. Really laying it on thick as OG do start to worry about it. And then peeking in towards mid lane. Yeah, look at top, look at Iceberg. Cheeky little Invis rune trying to go all the way behind the tier 2.
Iceberg's still saving a point. Usually you get 1 point in Edict on 5, so you can put some pressure on the tower. Arrow will not get him.
And bottom lane again, they're just launching stuns towards RTW. No-Tail's there with a tether, but with no salve down here, the Phantom Lance is in a spot of bother. Bounty runes are coming in a second as well. And we have seen Roger land a number of these two-man stuns which just open things up for General so nicely. No-Tail's positioning has to be absolutely perfect. Looks like the Shrek will be able to grab the secondary bounty rune down bottom. Refill his bottle up while Thompson, yeah, they're even scanning for it, make sure that he can refill his. Who got the second one up top? Kezu managed to gather it up.
This bottom lane's not going well. Slardar's having a complete free farm LSA from Lina. Another bash.
No further crushes, and they lose the courier as well. Man, Lina with 670 attack range is just this mobile artillery, right-clicking into people.
Yeah, for some reason she's a budget sniper. I don't know why, but Lina in this patch feels very powerful. Like, people try to flex her, players at 5, play her as a mid laner, but still the best role feels like position 4.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of like the Blightstone level 1 laners as well, just really an oppressive force in the lane. Going on to No-Tail again, General just forcing them back away from the creep wave. Lina not really nearby enough, but they could be ready for round 2. You know, General's putting IO within kill threshold, so they can go in like this. Bash into Crush. Roger's not in position though. A little bit slow on his movement, so No-Tail will be alright.
Dobson wants to make a move. He is level 6 with the haste rune. Either he pops it and runs, or just the TP rotation. So something they can do is try to bait on the bottom lane. Like, I don't think you can get a kill on Slardar because he's a bit too tanky. 0.2k HP, but you might get a kill on Roger.
Kezu. Bit of damage onto the Treant. Drow Ranger has to fall back though. Multi-shot comes. Kezu drops. Good setup by Always Wanna Fly there, as Seb was unable to stick on the targets due to the double range lane that Na'Vi have up there. While down bottom, No Tail tethers away. Roger's looking for the Light Strike Array. General moves in towards the Phantom Lancer instead, changing their targets, and it's so much real, consistent damage here from Na'Vi that OG just can't withstand it.
And Dobson still lurking around the mid lane. Arrow on cooldown. Leshrac just TP's out.
Smart move by Iceberg, back into the fountain.
Yeah, he understands. If I want to play like more greedy, I'll probably get killed. I cannot wait another 30 seconds to refill my bottle. But the bottom lane is doing extremely well, Na'Vi. So Slardar, once he gets to that level 6, Phantom Lancer can doppelgank that, but you also need to be very careful about it. It's a 25-second cooldown spell, so if you just pop it straight away, they might, you know, see that as a sign to try to go on you.
Absolutely. Every time I look up at top, there's Drow Ranger putting frost arrows onto Seb. Like, Seb very often has like plus 125 damage or something, but he can't actually close the gap onto Drow. Gets stunned, gets slowed, so he can't apply that damage anywhere apart from onto creeps. Iceberg with a quick little sentry observer ward in the mid lane. Good spread of vision here from Na'Vi as well, all the way across the map. Well, Roger tries on No Tail, but gets turned on. Yeah, like you asked, what are you going to do? You're going to Phantom Lance me, and then, as Seb does drop up top, Drow Ranger and Venge making them pay for it. Light Strike Array from Roger, dodge by LTW.
Kezu also going to
Kezu
drop.
trapped up top
too
as well.
Much damage.
Oh, this Drow right click with Always Wanna Fly nearby, but Kezu gets into the trees. Healing with a tango, he is barely going to survive. Arrow from that Mirana, not catching anyone. And look at Roger. He's waiting here, sees the PL, good doppelganger. ILTW is out of danger again, but it is non-stop pressure from Na'Vi.
And now he's doing a really good job just realizing where Phantom Lancer is going to move, because he can't really lane at the bottom anymore, considering how far ahead Slardar is, so he just goes to the jungle, and even if there are like big stacks for Phantom Lancer, they can invade it and kill it with Leshrac.
Do you think Topson's going to buy E-Blade this game? Because we remember the old Magic build.
He will, you know, it's eventually, I don't think you can rush E-Blade on Mirana, but it's Topson, so anything can happen. Can't really predict stuff with him.
He just doesn't seem afraid of anything. Good Light Striker into Split Earth, and Kezu's Treant is down. Mirana has arrived with a Starstorm there, and the Phantom Lancer's fighting. 10 minutes in, and they find the Leshrac. A good little stomp arriving, takes down the Lina. That Fairy Fire doesn't buy her enough HP. And OG, 5 heroes in the mid lane to defend their mid tier 1.
Well, you said they're not afraid of anything. You mean you might not be afraid of anything, but you're still gonna die there. Yeah, you should be, because you just gave away 2 big kills. Wards getting pinged out. Seb knows like they can't see me there behind that tree, so that's gonna get dewarded. No Tail with the sentry already coming to try to deward it, but
they're defending it.
Na'Vi, you know, having a vision, trying to defend that ward.
I wonder if
Arrow on Iceberg. Ooh, close one.
Very near. Yeah, look back up to top as well. Venge is literally standing under the ward, waiting, trying to defend it. Try and deny? Oh, I think he tried for it. Yeah, hits the Radiant Sentry. Good little play from OG, both whacking into the Observer ward at the same time, though, with the ET and the IO. So now the lanes have kind of broken down, and OG have had to spread their heroes in kind of weird and wonderful places. You know, Phantom Lancer 10 minutes in towards that triangle. Kezu, we know how well Treant could do defending that bottom tier 1 as the Radiant.
Yeah,
so
but he's not against Leshrac. Like, Leshrac is type of a hero that says, I'll go in, I'll kill that tower, this armor is not going to do that much, so they roll in with the siege creep, and here comes 4 points in Edict. This is a place where Kezu would like to be for a very long time, but it just dies way too quickly.
Overgrowth with a relocate, Seb with a stomp, Leshrac gets caught up in it. Seb needs to get a couple of punches in here, and Iceberg, he pops the one, but it's not enough, is it? General sprinting back, and even Kezu survived through that. Always want to fly looking for the Wave of Terror, but the Treant has hidden himself for long enough. But still, that tier 1 falls, and it is map opening up for Na'Vi.
Iceberg turned off Pulse Nova, so at least he should have gotten a kill on Treant Protector before the stomp, so there was no damage coming out.
And it does all buy a bit of time here for the PL. Net worth-wise, middle of the table, while Drow Ranger, she's gone back to the triangle because she wants to, not because she needs to. Stacked up camps for her. She's already cleared through a vast portion of this large camp, and Ancients are built up for her. And Drow's going to be accelerating so fast.
Yeah, Royal Jelly, something that you want to have on this type of a hero, where you get extra HP, extra mana regen, so you can farm Ancients, you can spam that multi-shot more often, and always want to fly. Already level 6.5, 3 points in Venge Aura. We see a bit of a different build, like when Kuroki is playing Vengeful Spirit, he tends to get more points in Magic Missile and Wave of Terror than at the later stages of the game just max out Aura.
Yeah, he kind of likes the 2-2-2 build on Kuro, I've noticed. Now, Vici, and the fact he's also got Iron Talon on top of the Royal Jelly you're mentioning, means he can pummel these creeps very quickly. Smoke maneuver here from Na'Vi, a 13-minute blink on General, with a level 7 Lina, means that every target on the map is available to them. Quick blink stun, catching the ET, throw the Laguna Blade in there. Seb will try to run away, but it's never going to work out. That corrosive haze makes him drop incredibly fast.
OG is in a tough situation right now, because the only hero that can make a play is pretty much Mirana, or if they want to use Moonlight Shadow to try and make stuff happen as a team. Phantom Lancer does not want to join fights until he gets his Diffusal Blade. He also finds the Iron Talon, so that's going to help him out get the Diffusal Blade a bit faster.
I'm sorry, and, how can you mention Mirana and not talk about the item he's bought?
I just saw it. I was about to mention it. He is going E-Blade, whether you believe it or not. It's just the item build. No matter which hero he's playing, he's going for it.
Sure is. Gets the Ghost Scepter. A bit slower than we've seen him on other heroes. He has gone Treads, double Wraithband, 1. There's a relocate coming in mid. Arrow flies, but misses everybody. Now Iceberg, that Cyclone up into the air, catching with the Light Strike Array and the Split Earth, means Io tethers back and actually dies to the final arrow of Drow, while Kezu, shredded here by Always Want to Fly, and retune with a double kill. Thompson still in there. Does take down Iceberg, but the trade isn't worthwhile. It feels like Na'Vi can still keep going in for more. Seb's being found by General. The slows from the arrows, the bashes from the Slardar is enough for Na'Vi to swipe through 4 of OG's heroes.
Yeah, this is the difference. They bring Drow Ranger into a fight because right now she's so farmed that can easily, join and doesn't need to care too much about their heroes because no one can really close the gap on a Drow Ranger right now while Phantom Lancer is still farming. So 4 versus 5 fight. I think OG is kind of happy how this went because they got 2 kills. They once again killed Leshrac. This is his 3rd death.
Yeah, and it looks like he's wandering around looking for the Phantom Lancer. They've got a good feeling he's up there. That Dire Observer Ward must have spotted him for a second. RTW does TP out from the Dire Triangle. Back to his own one. Safe back home.
Radiant's top tower.
Phantom Lancer, definitely one of these very timing-based heroes. Diffusal Blade is coming, so RTW probably starts to feel a little stronger. Still has a Wraithband queued up 15 minutes into the game, but I doubt that's ever going to come out. He's already got 2. Thompson going to be shoving out top lane. General's in there. Good leap away means that Crush won't be landing. Always Want to Fly, just throws a Wave of Terror. They've brought the Drow Ranger back up here again.
There's the full squad, Diffusal Blade reveal.
And there they go onto the Vengeful Spirit. RTW looking for easy pickings, and that multi-shot from Drow slowing them down. Always Want to Fly, try and get away from here. The Earth Splitter dodged out by the Hurricane Pike and the 3-man Crush. General straight onto No Tail. Good damage, burst him down. General stuck now, though, as Leshrac focuses onto Seb with Laguna Blade. They do remove him from the game. They've brought General down, but yeah, OG, they've got to sprint away from this. Doppelganger from the Phantom Lancer trying to bait with illusions. Can they find the real one? It looks like they can, absolutely. And a double kill for Iceberg will be the prize they gain. Oh, Thompson.
Scepter.
Moonlight Shadow. Whoa. They've got the dust and the Pulse Nova's coming. Split Earth? Iceberg toying with it.
Yeah, if somehow they manage to kill the Drow Ranger, because she pretty much deals the most damage right now, especially when someone is amped up by Slardar. And Lashrak still, you know, up there on top of net worth with the Drow Ranger, but a bit squishy, you know, and if Vengeful Spirit does not use swap on you, you can die. Well, I still don't see an item on Lashrak, whether it's going to be like Boots of Travel, but I would still prefer if he gets a Bloodstone, because like you just need to tank up, and mostly you're going to be fighting with the team, and if you get Boots of Travel, you might, you know, ruin your own game, because you want to be on a different places on the map, and they might set things up on you with the relocated place. Just Treant Protector from the trees, ulti and relocate, and you're dead. So I kind of like the Bloodstone way more.
Yeah, like combo Overgrowth with the Meteor Hammer that Seb has as well. As it looks like Kezu's going to go for that Blink Dagger, so looking for that team fight initiation, which OG are severely lacking right now. He'll get that top lane to farm through to it, but coming towards the top lane also is the full cavalry. Na'Vi smoked up. They know Treant's around. They're also hunting in the triangle for where the Phantom Lancer is.
Kezu saw him.
They know they're coming. And then PL shows down bottom lane, so Na'Vi just going to come here for the tier 1, and this is going to secure them that Roshan area, which is going to be absolutely huge with Corrosive Haze and the physical damage they've got.
Yeah, I mean, also the combination of Lashrak's Edict with the Corrosive Haze is pretty insane. Like, they get 1 or 2 kills, they can easily transition that into Roche. Thompson still getting chased. General needs to be careful.
He steals the Illusion Rune out of Thompson's nose, so no bottle refill. Now, what, halfway towards the Eagle Song, so getting closer to that E-Blade, but it's a pretty slow one by his standards.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Also, they don't have much damage on their side that is magical, you know. Even if he uses it on someone, like what's the follow-up?
I guess Earth Splitter, like you E-Blade Earth Splitter someone and hope they die, but keeping them locked down inside that Earth Splitter is always going to be a problem.
Yeah, because they have a Force Staff, they have Yule Scepters,
Swap.
They don't even, you know, go for the kills. They see the opportunity. We're just gonna get into the Roche pit. Oh, this is a good item for Lashrak if he wants to keep it. But yeah, he also has a Vambrace, so might actually leave that one.
Yeah, might just do that. PL and IO still sticking around bottom lane, trying to gather up whatever farm they can. LTW, he is getting towards Manta Style, but it's
General, is he gonna find Kezu? Oh, he's so close.
Found a little spot in the trees that can't be found.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Radiant glyphing that. Creep wave for bottom lane as well. Want to try and take the tier 2. There's no dire glyph here, so they need TPs to defend it. First one's going to be the V-Tune Drow. OG Moonlight Shadow, and might try and make a move somewhere on that northern part of the map. Now they've separated Na'Vi to split the lanes a bit. But the vision OG has is pretty lacking. One lane ward up top. All these sentries in their own triangle have cleared out any vision they had in that area.
No Kezu.
Ah, he's been found, hasn't he? Double stuns, demolished. Kezu, he's bought up his Blink Dagger though, I believe. Spent all of his money.
I'll take that.
Yeah, he's got Blink on Courier. Philosopher's Stone helping him get to that point.
I think they want to wait until Phantom Lancer gets his Manta Style, so they have a way of dispelling things on him, like the Silence, Drow Ranger, she's in, but...
No Tail with a tether, the relocate, he's out of there. Well played by No Tail, he's going to return in the middle of the pond. The waterfall flowing down on him. Always want to fly, yeah, they're pinging out saying, wait guys, there's an IO coming back, let's kill him.
Yeah, and Io does not want to use that Tome of Knowledge, so they get more XP, more gold. You know, it's all about the little things in Dota.
How long is it going to be for the PL to get to that item, though? He's got the recipe arriving now, so 600 gold. Should only be, you know, a minute and a half or something, as long as he gets an area to farm into. Thompson's jumped on, though, through the E-Blade in towards Iceberg, and then leaps away from General's initiation. This is where the map gets really, really closed in for OG. The claustrophobia starts kicking in.
Yeah, but Phantom Lancer's still finding out good farm on the map, keeping up with at least Leshrac, not the Drow Ranger, because she had an extremely good time. 0 deaths, 6 kills on her, just delaying as much as they can with this Treant Protector. Like the game yesterday, when we saw the same matchup, like Drow Ranger went for the same items, Manta style, Hurricane Pike, and then went for a Butterfly. This might be the case here, but you also might start thinking about the Aghanim Scepter against the PL and the Illusions.
Thompson's outplaying General right now, and it looks like they're going to get themselves a kill, alleviating that pressure in their own triangle. They've also found Roger. Great play from Seb, and they're blowing her up. Threw a Laguna Blade into that ET, but nowhere near enough. Thompson with his E-Blade, he gets it and immediately starts making plays.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
2 pretty big kills there, and now OG, they can actually start warding, de-warding, getting out onto that map. And Phantom Lancer gets to push the top tier 2 now.
It's like still Phantom Lancer against the Drow Ranger, so like carry to carry matchup. If we're talking about the late game post the 35-40 minute mark, like Phantom Lancer should have an upper hand, but then there's this hero Leshrac that kind of nullifies all that advantage that you have.
Yeah, it's a Lesh that's going to have a Bloodstone in a very short amount of time indeed. Just needs to finish off the Kaya. V-Tune coming up next, Butterfly for him, holding the Aegis for another minute or so. Na'Vi did get a good amount of map control, but you start looking at the net worth difference, and it hasn't increased. Usually with this Drow lineup, you get the Aegis and you start getting a 3 or 4k lead or advantage after you get it. OG have held on to that, and it stayed at 4k, not accelerated for Na'Vi.
Yeah, OG is doing a very good job just, not losing too many towers, considering the situation they're in. Like, they're playing against the Aegis Drow, who's super farmed, and you can see, like, the gold difference between the carries is getting smaller. Like, Phantom Lancer's catching up.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Pretty minimal. But you're always going to have this worry of Na'Vi grouping up as 5 and playing the brute force game into your objectives. Another tier 2 to come crumbling down in that bottom lane. While the gank squad of General and Roger might be considering another smoke move. Try and find one of these heroes out there. But it's become infinitely more possible to kill this Mirana now, who is your big go-to target. Phantom Lance with the IO always with him is very difficult to bring down, especially with that Manta style ready on RLTW.
OG's playing passive for now, because they have great ways to counter-initiate. They have Moonlight Shadow, if needed, Treant Protector with a Blink Dagger and Overgrowth, like one of the best heroes in the game, ET with the Stomp, Relocate out. So, even though it's a 5k gold lead for Na'Vi, OG still, you can't really feel that much of a difference. Their game plan is to get this Phantom Lancer fat and keep farming. So, just tank him up so the Illusions have more HP against the Leshrac.
Hell yeah, you've got Vlad's on this ET, he's buying Lotus Orb. Oh, top lane, it is General and Roger again, trying to get on top of Thompson. Mirana, using all of the leap charges. Gets a bit of distance from them, but look at who's wrapping around. It's Iceberg's Lash is down bottom lane. RLTW finds always want to fly back up the top. They're finding the Mirana, stunning her up, and Thompson dead.
And that's an easy Bloodstone charge for Iceberg. Also about to hit level 18. So 200 damage per pulse.
Na'Vi able to get towards this IOPL. No-Tail dewarding. General, he's going to be able to blink and stun both of them, in fact. Bashing up No-Tail. Down he goes, the IO removed, but this Phantom Lancer, look at him go, onto V-Tune, turn around with the Gust, the Stomp is there. Only catching General, but it's still a good Earth Splitter. There's always want to fly TP, swaps out V-Tune, but they've got the takedown. RLTW does get slaughtered, as Na'Vi bring the numbers.
Oh, can he TP out?
TPing home the Yules from Iceberg, just in time. And now they found him. Oh, well, they more than found him. Removed him.
I think they want to go for high ground, like... V-Tune is a bit low on HP and mana, but with Leshrac, like, they should have enough damage to bring down the tower, even with the Treant Protector's heal.
Moonlight Shadow. Nice bit of safety for OG as they try and defend this tier 3 and the high ground.
Buyback, like you need to kill this tower now. Like fully commit, maybe lose one hero because you know Twin Protector will heal it up. Arrow, almost hit him.
Very nearly, but they do lose that tier 3, like you said. Na'Vi commit for it, and they actually don't lose anybody.
And that's
Fast
also a
spawn on
buyback from
Roche.
Seb. That's pretty big. That's your offlane ET.
And it was Moonlight Shadow used when you're in your base, so you're not able to make any forward plays. Because it would be great to have Moonlight Shadow now to, you know, push this mid wave, go and play aggressively somewhere. They do see the Drow Ranger top, that very deep observer ward from OG behind that bottom tier 2. Saw Drow move down south. I think they saw also the Leshrac. And they're smoking across to that right-hand side of the map. LTW just showing in the mid lane while No-Tail continues tethering him up. And
No, they're
Roche.
really struggling this game.
Yeah, it's real hard.
Even with the Philosopher's Stone, needs 1,000 gold to finish off the mech.
I think Kezu was holding that for the longest time, so hands it over to No-Tail to try and catch up.
Kezu
1
doesn't even
minute
have a
10.
neutral item.
What does he not? Must be something coming on Korea now.
Nope.
Nope. Wind
It's
Blaze.
just a Windlace.
Interesting. What do they
Keeping
have
things
available?
balanced.
Poor Man Shield, Broom Handle. I mean, PMS isn't so bad. Tank him up against the Drow Ranger. Just a
Yeah,
little
I
bit.
mean, there's some tier 3 items coming up shortly. Craggy Coat. That's a good item. Like, you might actually take it on your Venge, because you don't die. Like, look at her armor, 25. So against the PL and the illusions, you're gonna be more than fine. ILTW, yeah, I think he got the
dear.
real one.
Doppelganger. Can the IO save the PL? Because the rest of OG, they're not coming in. They put living armor on an illusion and they've baited them out. Na'Vi is still giving chase. Moonlight Shadow comes. Stun lands on No-Tail. They've got Dust as well. So they see the IO and blast him. Laguna Blade there and Roger secures the kill. Smoking
No-Tail.
immediately.
Takes one for the team, and it was a nice play where Twin Protector tries to fool them with the living armor on the illusion.
Dire's middle tower
Radiant Scan catches a couple of Lesh illusions. And Roshan has respawned, but the chase is on towards Thompson. Again, all of his leap charges
She's out of
used. The
leaps.
clumsy net comes, and they've
Your
got
Scepter
Yules
will reach.
with the Split Earth coming, but the Stomp, well stopped by Seb. Yules is also there from Lena. Nice man to dodge as well. The Overgrowth comes, and the Treant sets up for a nice team fight. OG outside their base, but V-Tune continues his streak beyond godlike and clears through too. Kezu and ILTW as the dive comes in. Thompson's in an awful lot of trouble. He's blown up by V-Tune. It's a triple kill on Drow. 12-0. What a gorgeous game from V-Tune.
Ooh, this one's rough, because Phantom Lancer does not have a buyback, and this is also a situation that you do not want to buy back. Seb's the one who already expended the buyback in the previous fight, so with the Leshrac's Edict, they should they should be able to get through this once the Edict is back up, because there are no creeps. Let's go.
Drow Ranger slaughtering buildings. And there are the creeps coming. Full lane of barracks down. OG with no defense. And Na'Vi now can just fall back into the pit because Roshan's been up for a good minute.
Radiant's
2 runes, Arcane rune spawn near the Roche. Like, this Roche goes down so quickly.
Doesn't feel like OG can get there anywhere near fast enough. You're right, it is very quick. Aegis for Drow now, and Cheese on the Lesh. One thing to be said though is OG's high ground defense is pretty damn substantial with
It is,
ET,
but-
with Treant, with...
Sure, but once they try to commit with Leshrac's Edict, the Drow Ranger hitting it, I think that's more than enough. And there's no, like, a real counterplay to once they're pushing the high ground. There's no back toss from Tiny, there's no skewer, so they're very limited in what they can do.
It really is like Blink, Overgrowth, put the ET spells in there and hope for the best. PL and IO, they're being eyed up. Once more, General and Roger holding hands, going for a waltz through the jungle. Beautiful day in the forest here as they catch him with the Yules. IO relocate, try and go for the play with a tether, and he gets him away. Up towards top, they're also trying to make a play here with Lesh and Venge. This is OG's chance to strike though. Overgrowth is in there, onto only one. Iceberg was invis, so doesn't actually get caught by it. They take down Always Wanna Fly and the Lestrak BKB to burn through that Seb ET. Actually
He's
turns
alone,
to try and
Cheese.
stun, but he's been bashed up. He's got Cheese, he's got Wand. Should be alright to keep on running. Io's relocated, yeah, back down to bottom, but the E-Blade arrow missing from Thompson, so the turnaround again from Iceberg means that OG actually can't fight. 3 versus 1. They're feeling like they're going to struggle against him. He does get stunned up, though, finally. With the Yule Scepter up, he'll bring down RTW. No, he doesn't. The living armor is enough as Kezu's the only one to fall, but the
Here
blue
comes
initiation
Slardar.
back in from General. Slaughter whacks the Marana down.
Let your God.
And on the bottom lane, you have Lina and Drow
Oh,
Ranger
yeah.
pushing in. So this, I mean, OG is not the team that's gonna GG out early. This is gonna be second set of Raxes. But yeah, I like the idea where 2 heroes show on the bottom lane and they try to make stuff happen on top. Almost managed to kill the last Rag, but that Arcane Rune kind of, you know, saving him. And now he gets a plate mail to tank up a bit. PL.
That's TPing bottom. They thought they could go in and just kill off Roger. They've done so, but might be losing the Phantom Lancer in the exchange.
Really?
Io, the heal is not enough. They don't get him out of there, and he's brought back. It's a dieback from Thompson coming, or maybe it's not. V-Tune wants to focus different targets. Now he removes the Marana, deletes Thompson from the game for a minute and a half. Phantom Lancer buys back as well, but OG are running out of options and fast.
Seb.
Oh,
like
man.
The slow is too much.
V-Tune is an absolute monster. Look at him go! Doppelganger away. RTW still going to get hit by the multi-shot. Tries to Phantom Rush back to the
One more
creep
hit.
in his base, but General comes in and he's done for. Again, a core down for a minute and a half, and Na'Vi just running through game 1, 35-13, with a real spectacular game from V-Tune's Drow.
Yeah, V-Tune had an extremely good game, and even if like he gets caught out of position, there's still a hero to back him up. There's this Yule Scepter on 2 heroes. There's Swap. There's Glimmer Cape on Vengeful Spirit. Very nicely executed by Na'Vi.
That's a nice little surprise. Get out of the game, and I've claimed a seasonal reward. Nice little chest has appeared for me. Anyway,
Nice.
Na'Vi. What a really nice draft overall. You know, minus armor, plenty of magic damage from your Leshrac and your Lina. General with a great laning stage paired up with Roger, of course, had spectacular timing on his Blink Dagger, and that
Yeah,
really
I
made
think
things difficult for OG.
This was their key to their victory, where they just stomped the bottom lane, forced Phantom Lancer out of his lane into the jungle. They kind of wasted almost a full minute on him, chasing him, and he was not getting any farm, while Drow Ranger was just, you know, completely free farming on top, joining team fights. And with Slaughter, it's so easy to kill the Roche. And to go back to the draft, Leshrac was kind of the perfect pick. Like, we suggest a couple of heroes, but Leshrac just felt so much better against the PL and the Illusions. This is the hero that, you know, Phantom Lancer really hates to play into.
It sure was. And even though ET had a pretty good lane up at top lane, he still wasn't able to transfer that pressure into anything real big. But there we have it, game 1 in the books. We'll jump into a break and find out what happens next in this best of 3.
And that's how you start a forest fire.
A soldier's fortune.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
My deepest sympathy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Urge the elements now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
of your kind have fallen before me. First blood.
And that's forest fire.
A soldier's fortune.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
My deepest.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Urge the elements now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another put down.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
I'll take that.
Wicked sin. Monster kill. A thousand of your kind have fallen before me. Refire. First blood.
And that's forest fire.
A soldier's fortune.
Radiant's bottom tower is fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
My deepest.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another put down.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I'll take that.
Wicked sick. Monster kill. A thousand of your kind have fallen before me. First blood.
And that's how you start a forest fire.
A soldier's fortune.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
My deepest sympathy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Purge the elements now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another put down.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
I'll take that.
Wicked sick. Monster kill. A thousand of your kind have fallen before
Soldier's fortune.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
My deepest sympathy.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Another put down.
Radiant's turret has been killed.
Back everyone, here we are ready for Game 2 between Na'Vi and OG. Game 1, OG had a pretty difficult draft to execute Lacoste and it didn't work out for them. V2 ended with no deaths at all on his Drow Ranger. Na'Vi looked very comfortable in Game 1.
Yeah, I think OG did not expect the bottom lane to be this hard for them. You know, they were... Because Phantom Lancer, every single time we talk about the hero, like, he has weird power spikes. He gets that Diffusal Blade, wants to join a team fight, then wants to keep farming until he gets like a Manta style, maybe one more item, and it never came to that because he was always behind, trying to catch up with the Drow Ranger, but it was a tough matchup to play into. You know, he's playing into the Drow Ranger who had like half an item. She had Aegis 2 times, and also you were playing into Leshrac, so those illusions are gonna melt. Like, if OG wanted to win this game, considering the matchup for their carry, I think they needed to play more for like a 35-40 minute game, but it never came to that. Like, Na'Vi just, I wouldn't say stomped the lanes, the mid was pretty even, but they had enough tower damage, and you can see like OG with the Treant trying to stall the game, not that effective against the Leshrac once again.
Yeah, especially when they had that Slardar-Lina dual lane that was able to get, a very fast blink dagger on general, run around the map, find pickoffs non-stop. They do allow OG do allow Na'Vi to kind of have that opening again. Lina's there first picked, but Na'Vi steal the PA away from the Magnus combo.
This is something that teams tend to do, where Magnus PA just feels very hard to play into because she skips the Battle Fury, gets the damage item straight away, like Mask of Madness, attack speed, the farming tool, and then you get to the Desolator, which opens up the Roche. So OG, they go with the Phoenix, 2 heroes that are extremely powerful in the team fight. Like Na'Vi, look at their team fight. If we're just talking with 2 heroes, it doesn't seem that great so far, but it's not all about that. And OG, they usually run Phoenix as a position 5 lately. There are a couple of games where like you get kind of the same thing from position 5, but it's a bit more greedy. And I've seen No-Tail loves to get Eon Disc on the hero. So kind of like that, where you still have way of using a supernova. You don't care too much about getting bursted because of that. There's one good egg hitter in this game, that's Lina, and the most likely is just going to be position 4, so you already have that covered.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of like Holy Locket into Eon Disc from No-Tail's Phoenix, and they could give it to Seb. They've done it a handful of times, but very likely the POS 5, and still comfortable, like you say, picking it into Lina, that long-range artillery. I've also got that Magnus. Likely for Seb, as we usually see him grab that up, going to be able to accelerate one of these safe lane carries, and there's still plenty of options for LTW. There's the Troll, there's the Juggernaut, the heroes that potentially could be buying MKB reasonably early against the PA as well.
And there goes the Troll that you mentioned. Like, you can't really ban out all the heroes, but Faceless Void and Troll are kind of natural MKB carriers. They want to get that item as their like third item possibly, and it feels good to have it.
So then for Na'Vi, you know, you're saying we don't really see much team fight. That AoE 5v5, the ability to get that zonal control on the map, holding your high grounds, taking control of enemy triangles, stuff like that. Tidehunter kind of comes to mind when I see what they have so far. That big beefy boy who can build auras. He could ravage, get into that battle and give a bit of safety to PA. Maybe something for General to consider there.
I feel like Mars could be more contested because of like Phoenix, the team fight against the Mag. Who else is there?
Bat Rider. We talked about it in game 1.
Yeah, I mean that's his hero.
Banned out straight off the bat. And now we start to wonder, of course, second phase of the draft, Thompson and his E-Blade. Mirana game 1, you know, of course, didn't look particularly good. Had a few little fun outplays where he was dancing around with his leaps, but it wasn't game-defining by any means. With team fight like this, though, so far, could be looking at like a Snapfire for him in the mid lane.
Could be anything. Like, it's so hard to predict what Dobson is going to play. At least it's much easier to predict what kind of item build he's going to go for these days, because it's just E-Blade. Doesn't matter what hero he's playing, E-Blade just feels good. I feel like if we continue to play this patch, others would start to copy the E-Blade build, and eventually it would get nerfed, but maybe it will stay the same. Maybe he'll receive the buff on the item. Who knows?
Hey, maybe that's why he's trying it out. He knows something we don't. Maybe E-Blade's getting a few changes in the next patch. It's probably going to be a big old patch coming through. Hopefully, when all these games are finished, Valve watching, patiently waiting for Dota Pit to end up their matches.
I mean, Valve before didn't care too much about it. They dropped a patch during one Dota Pit, if I remember correctly, and before one Dota Pit. That was actually the first Dota Pit that I worked where, like, I knew the meta, I know everything was what was being played. I did preparation, then the patch drops. I'm like sitting in the car driving. I was not driving, I was driving in a car and just reading through the patch notes. I was like, man, this has to feel bad. This is my first gig, gonna look stupid, and I still look stupid like 4 years later, but you know,
it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what it is, exactly.
Was that the was it EG Secret Grand Final? They released a patch like Game 2 or something like that in the middle of a LAN event. I remember
could have been.
I remember the old like star ladders and stuff. Like Dota used to have the 2 modes in lobby where you could choose tournament mode, which is like the old patch, and then you obviously had the new live mode as well. No longer have that. We're on live patch no matter what happens. Clock for OG, Doom for Na'Vi.
All right. I don't want to see offlane Doom. Offlane Doom does not put any pressure, so 99% that's going to be like mid Doom. There's already Lena there, so I don't think you can flex Doom to position 4.
5 seconds.
So maybe the Iceberg hero, get that early phase drums BKB that we've seen come sprinting forward like pre 15 minutes on the Doom as OG respond with a Thompson Monkey.
It would be banned out, so this is a matchup that I've seen in the last month, a lot of Doom mid, and he lost the lane completely against the Monkey King, against Viper, and I believe there was one more hero where he was pushed out completely. Maybe Lesh, not sure.
And Monkey King's not afraid of buying an MKB, you know, it's like a third item either, right? Still a pretty good pickup for him against that PA.
So much team fight already from OG. And their heroes are very maneuverable. Like, you have Dive, everyone has some kind of a gap closing ability. Hook shot, Monkey with the tree dance and the tree dance. What is tree dance? Magnus with the skewer. So they need to be careful. Like, there's no real team fight yet from Na'Vi. when we're talking about like the mid-game fights, it's gonna be tough. They go with Oracle, all right, they will purge off Monkey's Jingu, they can purge off the Empower, which is pretty big.
Fiery Spirits as well. If you try to focus the egg,
Yeah.
you can dispel with that Fortune's End. Also, disarm with Fate's Edict onto Monkey King, who's very reliant on that burst of attacks early on in the fight to try and build up the Jingu stacks. Oracle can definitely undo his early efforts. Taking out the Slark as well, and the Mars that you mentioned, that team fight that Na'Vi do require. They need one ability that's a big circle somewhere on the map that they can actually gather people in,
10 seconds
herd them into the ulti.
I mean, it could still be like a safe lane Monkey if the matchup is good, because they have last pick, so they can, flex it at a mid or safe lane. But most likely, it's going to be mid. So Na'Vi also needs to start thinking about off-lane possibility if he is matched up against Monkey King. So I think Tidehunter is out. Beastmaster comes to my mind, where like you have extra attack speed against the egg. Like the summons work really well. Beastmaster against like Monkey King is good. You can cut down the trees.
Turn to pick.
Oh, another
Pango.
general classic, Pangolier.
Sure is. Yeah, and then just having a Hawk that can scout out Clockwork, Monkey, Magnus. These heroes love playing from fog with the, like you said, the gap close abilities they have. Hide in the trees, then make your jump. Having a Hawk there, that added vision, so good for Beastmaster.
Also, one hero the general really loves to play, that's Void Spirit. That's still available. Like, there are really few players, like 33, he loves the offlane Void Spirit, and the general is the other guy.
Just a little bit of time remaining for Na'Vi. Lots of single target they've got, so they could move around the map and blow up targets. Try and snowball while you're keeping that PA safely guarded in the jungle. And like you said, that Beastmaster, a pretty perfect pick there for them. A pretty well-rounded draft. No AoE team fight, but it looks like they've made up for it in other ways. There's a Terrorblade for OG. Empowered Terrorblade for ILTW. That's a big boy.
It really is. And where's the AoE against Terrorblade? Like, Phantom Assassin might need to just get Battle Fury in this game. Maybe she was not planning on getting one, but against the TB and the Illusions, you also need to scale. So I think you need to get it. Looking like a much, much better lineup from OG. With the TB Monkey, they're like very superior in the team fight.
Yeah, it still feels like they're aiming for a bit more of a later timing around their TB and Monkey King, right? But you've got Empower to accelerate that, make it much faster for them to get to those key items, the Manta Styles, the MKBs if they want to go that direction. And you've got ways to defend them while they're farming. Like the first three heroes they picked, very indicative of wanting to take early team fights. When you hit level 6 on No-Tail and Kezu, you know that OG is going to be following Topson, jumping around on the canopy on top of those trees to pick off anyone who's lurking in the shadows. And Na'Vi are pretty squishy early on. Oracle, Lina, PA could get burst pretty quickly.
Yeah, I'm a bit worried for Na'Vi in this game. Like, Doom should have a really rough time, but if someone can recover in the jungle, that's him. He gets extra gold, instantly gets that creep, and much easier farming for Doom in the jungle than for some other heroes. So Monkey should have a really good time. I don't think Terrorblade and Clockwork should struggle against the Beastmaster and Lina. Like, first two waves are kind of secured for Terrorblade. What they can try to do is kill TB, put the three heroes on the bottom, top, and try to kill Terrorblade while he's in meta, and then he needs to come back to the lane in melee form, and you kind of secure the lane with that move. But let's see what they do.
It looks like they're sending 4 heroes bottom for now, as OG do come sprinting across the map, across the river as well, as Monkey King in courier form. They spot No-Tail and throw a Fortune's End his way. Seb giving a few punches onto V-Tune. Shouldn't be anything coming out of that though. Everyone is going to return back to the Bounty Rune battles, try and secure all that nice early gold for themselves. For now, looks like Na'Vi putting Roger up top. That's going to be paired up with General's Beastmaster. V-Tune PA down there with Always Want to Fly Oracle. Up against the Kezu Phoenix and that Seb Magnus.
Well, Gary, I have a real question. Is this E-Blade on Monkey King? Because there's literally no synergy on the hero.
Yeah, about that. Not sure it's going to happen. It might, though. It's Thompson. Never know. No Tail and Seb making that concerted effort to push forward for an additional bounty rune here. Actually looking to secure it up. OG do take the 2 up top. Kind of unusual. And it does allow Na'Vi to go down bottom for PA and Oracle to take their own ones. I think all eyes going to be on that mid lane. Doom against Monkey King. And Thompson already has the Orb of Venom queued up, so you know he's looking for that lane domination early on. And Magnus making the long walk back down to bottom lane, a little bit awkward for him. Kezu's going to get a little bit of bonus experience, though, of course.
You can see Monkey playing aggressively, even with the 4 creeps on a mid lane, but Iceberg did a good job just blocking it completely. Then he was farming underneath the tower.
General. First Metamorphosis and No Tail there with a battery assault, but Roger holds back the TB with a Light Strike Array. General's going to salve back up and get back into that lane. First Metamorphosis is always a pain in the backside to deal with. And then down bottom, a bit of a shift in roles. Usually it feels like we'd see the Phoenix go for this kind of play, but Seb has the boots, so he's going to be dragging the wave.
Exactly. I mean, you also don't mind if Phoenix gets a couple of CS. You're playing Magnus. And look at the... Yeah, I think they're actually swapping. I think this is core Phoenix, because Mag's starting with the boots, and he has Tranquil boots queued up. This is not the item build that you want to go for, so they swap things around. Maybe they feel more comfortable giving Kezu the hero that he wants to play, you know, and the role that he wants to play, that he's been playing for the last years.
Yeah, at the very least, sharing farm. Seb contesting that wave under the tier 1 tower as V-Tune trying to meet the waves together. Good little move from Always Wanna Fly, though, contesting the pull across, but it looks like Kezu has successfully grabbed it. A little difficult here for Na'Vi to actually contest this against Mag and Phoenix, as they're both level 2. Dive and Fiery Spirits ready. Looks like Seb just going to keep dragging the waves back. V-Tune will get in there. Oh man, mid lane, 14 and 4 for Monkey King. 7, 8 now for Iceberg. Thompson just keeps laying on these Jingu stacks. A threat towards the Doom, but it's also great for Thompson to keep the CS going, and he's got boots arriving now.
That's why Doom also bought the boots, so he can try to outrun him.
20 move speed advantage for the Monkey King, though, still. And then up towards top, No Tail. He's been lurking around, keeps getting clipped by this Roger Lena with the Light Strike Arrays.
And bottom lane feels very secured for Phantom Assassin. I think it's really hard for them to get the kill with Magnus, who's position 4, and the offlane Phoenix. There's also a way of dispelling things, like there will be Fate's Edict coming out shortly. And V-Tune has that Ring of Tarask, a bit of a different kind of item build, but just wants to have that HP region in the lane. So top lane, Roger dropping very low.
Oh, it's so close.
So is General.
No Tail with the tower hits, but General's the first blood as ILTW takes it. Terrorblade very happy with that. The second Metamorphosis not only gains him first blood, but there's a triple wave coming. OG are going to do a massive amount of damage to this tower. And Roger, he can barely drag the wave back with the amount of HP he's got. He will successfully take it away from the tower, though, at least.
Back to the mid lane. Iceberg trying to man up against the Monkey King with the pack leader's aura, but yeah, you can't really do that. Monkey just deals too much damage.
Orb of Venom DD rune. It's time. Thompson incredibly strong.
Time to dive. Like he needs to get a point in tree dance, so you can jump on the trees and probably try to surprise him.
Yeah, Seb's also scouting out, looking for any jungle camps that are being stacked, leaving Kezu alone down bottom lane. Dives forward, trying to get some damage onto Always Wanna Fly. A couple more hits here, but he's got Fairy Fire. Backs himself up to the tower. does have a salve as well. We're coming back to V-Tune with this Ring of Tarask, you know, it's, what, 650 gold? And he's buying Battle Fury anyway. Oh, they jump Kezu. That's a good amount of burst damage. The Raindrop's not enough to save him. Level 2 Purifying Flames. Tons of damage with that 180 burst.
Oh yeah, and Phantom Assassin has like 900 gold. I don't think she needs to get another Ring of Health, because farming underneath the tower, you also have Oracle.
The balls are slowing him. He's trapped himself in the cogs, but that means he dies to General. Roger was there with a really nice Light Strike array to allow that to happen and for the balls to catch up.
Whenever meta is down, they should try to play more aggressive. Like, it's a really strong lane. If you get the boar slow, it's kind of a guaranteed LSA stun.
Trying to play on the TB again. Light Strike array's ready. Roger's going for it. They've got LTW stunned up under tower. Pops his wand. Oh, it's just enough to get him into the tree line and survive.
Oh, they might go.
TPing up, Seb's here to save it.
Meg
just the TP.
Structures are fortified.
Doesn't bother completing. Just the fact that he was potentially going to be there makes Na'Vi think twice.
And back to the mid lane. Iceberg, he found a better creep for himself. Ice armor, he might keep that for a very long time. Like, this is a, I would say, lane winning creep for Iceberg, even though he is, of course, playing with the deficit. Still a way to come back into the game.
Kezu dives. No tails rotated. Always when a fly has the Fate Edict on him, and so the magic damage mitigated, but they've got the right clicks they need with 3 heroes there. Decent rotation from No Tail, and it looks like Terrorblade's just going to go jungle now with that meta. So they're left to the top lane all alone. They've doomed up the monkey mid, though. Seb's come in. Maybe think about a deny. Thompson, is he going to be all right? That's going to be a little close. Ooh!
Oh,
9 HP! Calculated.
That was so close.
He knew what was up, and now Roger's Lina very far forward, cancelled the salve with Boundless Strike, and Seb here with Shockwave Skewer. What's he going to do? Dodge the Light Strike array, and Roger's trapped in here. Gets the courier on his way out, but hits the floor.
Well, you need to make the best out of the situation. I've seen General play a lot of Beastmaster lately, and most of the time he went for like double Bracer Power Treads build into Solar Crest. Now he's going for a book. Like, Solar Crest still seems like a very good item, also potentially like a Crimson Guard, but I like book more here, where you put so much more pressure, like the mana burn against the Terrorblade, the shared damage in the like with the Clockwork's Battery Assault, the uncontrollable damage. It just sounds really, really good.
Absolutely does. No Tail going to push General back. Roger's here for a bit of chip damage, but no real kill threat. They're just trying to make sure that nobody can go and hunt for LTW in that jungle, as the TB does have a bit of catching up to do. He's a good 800 net worth behind the PA right now. But he's got himself a broom handle, royal jelly found by somebody.
No one.
Let's go to the
jelly?
game. And which team did it drop for? That's the question. Radiant team. So it was consumed. It's been consumed already.
They're
PA
fast.
has one charge. Doom
These
has
professional
another.
players, they can click fast.
Very quick indeed. Portrait clickers. Monkey King shifts down to bottom lane now, so it looks like trying to match up the monkey against the PA for a little bit. But it's all the game plan for OG. You're making this barricade between the mid tier 1 and the top tier 1, keeping that top jungle safe. And then once you start to feel a little bit too under pressure, you can then shift that down to the bottom triangle. That's top lane. They do start with a roar. Phoenix down to half HP immediately, and Kezu picked off. No Tail's stuck here as well.
This should be another kill. Like, No Tail can try to TP out. Lina has enough for a stun if they get the boar on him. But we'll try to... Okay, they see him. Hawk, scout him out.
He runs straight back into them. He knows he's dead. The Necrobooks were following him, so trapping them in the cogs for a little bit.
And this is also a free tier 1 tower now. Like, with 2 points in aura, like, they should be able to push it out. Like, who's TPing top? It's Phoenix. But they need to bring one more guy if they want to defend this.
Yeah, maybe Seb. He did just empower the TB, and he makes that shift I was talking about. Feeling a bit too pressured up top. Farm through the triangle, which is being stacked for him. Looks like Seb's just going to hold mid, try and get towards level 6. I keep thinking it's a
rotation.
Keep thinking it's a POS 3 mag, so I'm like, yeah, they'll have RP soon. But he's still level 4. Clockwork level 4 as well. As Iceberg's first real rotation with the phase drums comes to naught.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Monkey down bottom. Facing off against V-Tune. He's 1v2ing and holding the lane quite nicely on his own. But Thompson's dropped from the top net worth now to third. Jumps always want to fly. Primal Spring onto his head. He's got Fate's Edict in a second here to block the damage and stop the physical attacks from Thompson. He just quickly Fortune's End and hits with a Light Strike Array from Roger. Good rotation, but the Boundless Strike comes through with the Jingu stacks, and now Rogers is the one in trouble, but another Light Strike Array is coming. The Wukongs, Golden Dragons, all surrounding Na'Vi now as No-Tail comes down. They've zoned them away. V-Tune and General here, they've got a Roar to play around with, and they might want to make the move, but yeah, he can't catch up. You're right, there are no boots on General.
He's bringing Necro 2 recipe, so if he had boots there, I think that's a kill, but okay. A bit disappointed that Monkey King is not going for E-Blade this game.
Are you though? What kind of disappointed are you?
Well, the thing you can do, like you can rush E-Blade, then you get Nullifier, and you remove, like, I don't know, I'm just theory crap. It's stupid, Gary. I don't know what I'm saying.
Yep. Just E-Blade yourself. E-Blade the raw target. So that PA can't kill you. Look at this smoke from Na'Vi. They were only 1,000 range off to the left-hand side, and they smoke into the bottom lane because the Invis Doom finds the ulti onto the Monkey King. Also trying to focus No-Tail at the same time. Separate targets here as Na'Vi looking to slay Thompson and pick off No-Tail. Smoke pays off wonderfully for them, and they can now push into Tier 1 here as well.
Meanwhile, all that's happening, TB is just farming in the jungle. He's level 10. Is he the... Yeah, he's the highest level hero in the game. Dragonlance already completed, so extra range, some good stats. Hawk scouting out any TP rotations on tier 1 tower. That's a book 2 done. I still feel like they can't fully commit to get this tower.
Even popping the drums to run away. Hook shot misses from No-Tail. Trying to catch the stragglers there. And PA has a lot of free room top now. Seb can't really contest her up in that top lane. Trying to rush the Blink Dagger as this Magnus as well. 1,400 gold saved up. Looking for that big turnaround play with the RP. Oh, another DD rune, but Monkey's not going to get it. Iceberg will gladly take that rune. At the very least, OG do defend the bottom tier 1, but now it's that big movement into mid again. Na'Vi bringing numbers, looking for these early key objectives.
Yeah, good rotation from OG where they like pretend they're on the bottom behind TB, because that's something that you would expect, and instead they smoke on the mid lane. I don't think you want to go in general. 2 mangoes, Roar is ready. Yeah, he doesn't even pop the Roar here. It's a position 5 clockwork.
Yeah, No-Tail's down. Obliterated as they try and play on to always want to fly. He's Fate's Edicted himself up. They get the Oracle, and maybe Roger now. Dived on with the Fiery Spirit. Lena burnt to a crisp. They're even going to RP for it. Seb, dearie me. Made damn sure the Lena died. 2 for the price of 1 and defending the tier 1 tower. OG definitely making a statement here that they're not giving these objectives away for free. But it's a lot of room still. V-Tune gets complete free farm. Now TPing into mid. V-Tune wants to fight into this. Thompson's got no mana left. Sitting around half HP. They don't really have a great way to start, unless the Doom. 3 seconds cooldown. Cogs there to block them back, try and break through now as the TB looks to escape, but the Doombringer's in. Now he's out. The Sunray has made sure, thanks to Kezu, that Na'Vi can't give chase.
Yeah, in and out. These are my favorite burgers whenever I visit the States. Have you tried those, Gary?
Yeah, the burgers are pretty good, but the fries are really, really awful.
I mean, if you have fries delivered anywhere, they're not gonna be that good unless you live near the restaurant.
I've been to the drive-thru.
Double animal style, no pickles. That's my go-to.
Extra pickle. Give me the pickles. I love the pickles.
I love the pickles, but in the hamburger, I kind of want to feel a different taste. Monkey on the bottom lane. Just scouting things out on the trees. Echo Saber completed.
Rushing Silver Edge against the PA. Spending a lot of time in these trees, and look at that Radiant scan. They know that he's somewhere nearby. Up at top lane, what's happening there? Seb is being chased by General. Just goes for the quick TP out. Buys his Blink Dagger. So we could see OG maybe make a smoke maneuver to get a pick off. Ideally on that Phantom Assassin, because she's just finished off Battle Fury. In fact, already has 1,000 gold saved up as well. They're still pinging out for where this Monkey King is. Roger waiting very patiently.
Yeah. This Doom mid, like, his main target is gonna be Terrorblade, so he can't pop the Sunder, maybe in certain situations. Monkey King, OG doesn't have that real save. There's Phoenix Sunray, which is a heal, so that's great, but still feel like that's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, maybe a play on top. Well, definitely a play on top. Diving forward, Kezu finds the Beastmaster, and there's the Blink RP, revealed out by Seb. Jumping forward, the Monkey King will slice him into pieces with big old staff, and the Terrorblade's there just to say thank you, team. The Creep Wave, the Empower, lovely farm for me. 7-7, Na'Vi still in the lead net worth-wise.
Doom has a lot of farm, but a bit under-leveled. Like, he's the same level as Phoenix, which is kind of weird. Maybe he's not low level, maybe Kezu's high level for this stage of the game.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit that way. As a hook shot, catchers always want to fly straight onto the Oracle, but he's, again, got the Fate Edict and maybe a false promise if he really feels under pressure. Doom doesn't want to ulti this Clockwork because they've got the big crits from PA to secure the kill anyway. Oh, they want to get Phoenix, do they? Okay, Kezu dives down to the low ground.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And OG definitely looking for that real big timing around Silver Edge. They've got Blink RP, the Terrorblade's going to have himself Sanjin Yasha soon. So not only are they outputting a lot of damage, but they're going to be incredibly tanky as well.
Yeah, and he's not going for BKB, just wants to get like the status assistance items, the lifesteal MKB against the PA. There's like no reason to get BKB this game against the, like heavy physical damage against Doom. You have BKB piercing ability coming out from Beastmaster, so you do not want to go for it.
Yeah, and then you want these items over like Mantis Guardian as well for that exact same reason. You want to get these early. You don't have time to go back for any of the other ones. Another nice ancient stack there for ILTW2. You've got a Grove Boat. Great item on the TB. Magnus doesn't have RP for another 20, so V-Tune pretty comfortable to shove the wave all the way to tier 2, then back to his triangle. As Na'Vi may look for a smoke out from mid. That's why No Tail's rocket flaring in there, wondering where exactly this trio of heroes are hiding.
And there is the smoke that you just mentioned. I feel like they need to take a fight. Doom just got the level 2 ulti. He didn't actually go for it. Interesting. Took a second point in Infernal Blade. Maybe they feel like if I use ulti on him, that guy's dead anyway with the follow-up.
Yeah. General's breaking all the trees down bottom lane. Trying to find the Monkey King, but to no avail. And as Lina has Yules, aiming for Ghost Scepter next. Yeah, I think you're right. Na'Vi should be feeling pretty damn strong here.
Na'Vi's showing 3 heroes underneath the ward. 4 heroes right now, so OG should try to make use of that and maybe go for either a counterplay or they feel like they can just continue farming safely.
Yeah, it's like Silver Edge and 500 gold. That's probably when Thompson's saying, guys, just wait 30 seconds for me. I'll have that pretty soon. Then we can maybe think about taking a
Let's
flight
check
and
the
then think about
Roche, Gary.
Roshan.
See how fast it's gonna drop. Necrobook 3, Inner Beast maxed out. Deso just finished on V-Tune. Like, there's Monkey on bottom, so I feel like Navi's pretty safe about it. Clockwork Rocket will scout things out.
But there's the Doom frontlining, making sure that there isn't any gap close. OG just going to have to give this away to the V-Tune PA. And I feel like that's a real good kind of step ahead from Na'Vi. They know that OG are waiting for that one key item. That's when they want to fight. So we're going to make sure that the big objective that they want to take after the fight, we've already grabbed.
Yeah. If OG were there on time, pretty sure they would take that fight inside the pit. like, look at their heroes. These heroes wanna engage, like, in these smaller areas. Phoenix, Monkey King, ulti, great setup for Mag's RP. Hook shot misses.
The Doom moved forward, ran back. D-Ward on the high ground there, thanks to the courier with a 2-man, 3-man Boundless Strike with the Wukong's command. They false promise, always want to fly, but Lina getting shredded. The right-click attacks and the cogs trap them in. No Tails cut them off at the pass and said, no, you are not escaping from me. Trying to burst through the Oracle, still proving a little difficult until Terrorblade gets his hands on him and grabs a double kill.
Yep, ILTW pretty much having a perfect game. 0 deaths, just keeps farming now. 1k gold. Ahead of Phantom Assassin. Like,
Yeah,
this will be the
sitting
problem.
empowered.
Doom will need to somehow manage to get the Doom off before he can get
Has fallen.
the meta. Now with the Blink Dagger, this is gonna be much easier.
Radiant's bottom
Still feel like now he should try and go for more fights. Like, try to get more pickoffs.
Well, they might find one here onto Seb. He skewers through the Roche Pit. I think he was looking for bounty runes. In general. He was just waiting up on that high ground for him. Still feels like we've not seen, you know, this RP, Supernova, the Wukong's command all be used together. In fact, have we seen a Supernova at all?
I don't think so.
Well, as he yules up, Light Striker A to catch Kezu, and they are bursting this Phoenix down incredibly quickly. Can't even dive away. He cast it, but moved about half a centimeter.
And this should be an easy tier 2 tower. OG uses a glyph, but without a Phoenix. He has a buyback and a TP ready. Still Monkey. Where is he? He's TPing. Silver Edge completed.
Yeah, we need these hook shots from No Tail to start landing as well. Invis popped. Thompson spots Roger. Reflection and Boundless Strike. Puts him to half HP, but the hook shot there. They've isolated the PA with a skewer, and she crits down Seb. No Tail is in a bit of trouble too as they're blink forward. Phantom striking into the tier 3s. V-Tune now, though, separated from his team. Needs the backup of Always Wanna Fly, and he'll get it.
Yeah. They know meta's still on cooldown, so they're trying to play a bit more aggressive, and very limited vision from OG right now. I actually don't see any observer boards.
No, it's all gone. And then you look at the the sentry wards here from Always Wanna Fly. There's like 7 of them out on the map.
Roar.
They do catch RTW, but that Sanjin Yasha Satanic, that status resistance, makes sure that he pops straight out of it. As No Tail front lines dive in, Thompson's get blown up. Wait, where did Thompson go? V-Tune says goodnight to the Monkey King, and that Supernova does very little. It zones them out for a couple of seconds, but in they come again. Na'Vi, ready to strike. Jump from Iceberg, aiming for Seb. OG have fallen back enough. The RP skewer to the high ground. They've got the Doom BKB, though, as the Terrorblade. You'll stop into the air, and they've got the save onto Iceberg. Na'Vi do give up the Lina kill, but she trades, at least for No Tail.
Meta popped, Always Wanna Fly, needs to hide underneath the Shadow Amulet, skewer back, but
There's the
another
reveal.
Shadow Amulet.
And now
Not
General.
fast enough.
Iceberg kills off Seb, but General, oh, so close to death, 30 HP as V-Tune comes in again. Iceberg with the Infernal Blade, Sunder's ready, turns back onto V-Tune, but RTW doesn't have the MKB yet, struggling to do damage onto the PA, and they've still got this Infernal Blade going. Doom retreating, the final touches, RTW gets a double kill, and he keeps on whacking into the PA.
Oh man, ILTW is he's huge right now. Like look at his
Sunder
item build.
Satanic.
Satanic, yeah. That also kind of saved him in the previous fight. That 44% status resist that you get from SNY and Satanic, and now he will start to get the damage item. Like that
Thompson.
MKB. Scotty, when it comes, Thompson wants to get the kill on PA, but she just jumps out.
Spends the Wukongs. That's been pretty good, though. OG, you know, kind of breaking even in team fights while Aegis is expiring in 10 seconds. Na'Vi weren't able to get either of the bottom towers, the top tier 2 still standing, and OG are back out on the map, keeping this Terrorblade in contention as he's top of the net worth now, and not a single death on ILTW.
Aegis reclaimed. Thompson might decide to go for PA now. Let's see.
A little bit spooky with Beastmaster and Oracle nearby.
Hawk.
Maybe clear that next wave.
Hawk will scout him out if he jumps one more time.
Ooh, it's close.
Visibility.
And clears the wave, though. I've got to say, RTW, definitely some great performances here in Dota Pit. I think his first match when he was standing in for OG looked a little bit shaky, but since then he has been hammering it home.
Yeah, mid one, you know, watching the game.
Sweating.
Kind of sweating, yeah.
Thompson, you are a cheeky devil. Nice, boundless strike catches General actually, but the Hawk's coming. Silver Edge there, jumps down off the trees.
We'll get the courier. He'll go for it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I was sure he would as well, Lacoste. I was damn sure he would
like,
go
he's
for
gonna
it.
hit that courier and jump on the tree.
Yule's catch on Seb. And there's the PA, slaying the Magnus. Dive away from Kezu. They've got RTW on the high ground here, but that's that long-range jump. Level 15 talent, giving the cast range for PA
MKB
to
completed on
close the gap.
ILTW. They need to doom him. Like, they need to go for him full force. Otherwise, he can just stand his ground and take a fight.
Yeah, because he's got that satanic MKB, and look at this PA being shredded already. The TB pop meta, Wukong's comes, the boundless strike cancelled out by the Yule Scepter though, and they save Roger, but look at the damage! Always want to fly, slain by the Monkey King. General on the high ground, thinking about the raw play, but Doom has gone for this long, super long wraparound, and he's nowhere nearby to actually kick off a fight.
And he's being pinged out. Thompson saw him. Like, he saw the glimpse with that high ground ward that they have.
Hey, you were talking about the lack of vision. Now, all of a sudden, OG have this nice line of wards. Would like to have one over in this area somewhere, because Roshan potentially spawning in a minute.
Stand in my way.
And ILTW is one seriously beastly Terrorblade right now. Scardy's queued up next, but if they can get him Aegis Cheese, this could be a door closing for Na'Vi.
It seems like they don't have the timer on Roche. Like, it may respawn in 30 seconds.
Thompson, careful. That level 3 Necro book from General. Stopped in his tracks with a boundless strike, the incoming dive and the RP. Catching the Beastmaster, great pickoff. Na'Vi now fighting under the Supernova as the BKB from V-Tune is trapped inside the cogs. The Terrorblade just whacking into him even without meta.
Oh, the stun's gonna connect on
with a
too.
stun from the Supernova, and they force the false promise on the V-Tune. Escape with the PA and give up, always want to fly, but in comes Doom. He dooms up the Terrorblade, but where's the PA? She's nowhere to be seen. They can't actually push damage forward. They've wasted this initiation, and RTW's godlike, securing kills with his illusions. V-Tune has got to satisfy himself with a kill on Seb.
And because of that status resistance, like, Doom doesn't last that long, so, like, it just expires so quickly.
Oh,
They were not on the same page. They needed V-Tune to jump in, but he was at, like, 600 HP. There was a healing salve running with Oracle ulti, so he was afraid to go back in.
Dire's top tower
Roshan, let's see the
also-
spawn. Minute and 20 seconds. What's interesting, Gary?
under attack.
with the PA's item build, okay, you're going to kill No-Tail there, but no lifesteal, no satanic. You've got an
She
Oracle
has
on your
Vampire
team.
Fangs.
Is that enough?
I see AC in quick buy against Monkey, against TB to tank up the team.
Oh, Paladin
Yeah, there's the
sword.
lifesteal. Like,
There we go.
you don't need to buy items if you're blessed by Gaben.
Ignore me then, from interesting to boring in a matter of seconds, as Iceberg potentially dead in a matter of seconds. Shockwave back, forced to BKB, they Yules up that ILTW TB and skewering Roger back into the waiting arms of him. Monkey King's trying to move forward, but General's here waiting to strike. They just pick off the Lena and continue the beyond godlike streak on the TB. Rocket Flare, jump forward from Thompson. Oh, always want to fly.
Even
Jingu
though
plus Boundless.
it's a 6k gold lead, for Na'Vi, it does not feel like that. I feel like OG is in full control of this game. Also, like Seb, he's not afraid to take out one target before the fight starts, then like wait to initiate with another Scourge. He just RP'd Beastmaster. Not sure if he can know that Beastmaster has or doesn't have a buyback. There's the
And the
RP.
hookshot skewer, taking the PA back under the Supernova. And BKB TP, nothing to cancel that, is there? So, RP and Supernova while Seb dies, but Roshan opens up for OG here. Oh, Na'Vi not going to be in position, are they? They'll try and gather up mid, look to smoke, and maybe get themselves into the pit.
Doom is ready.
Roshan's half HP. Lacoste, this is going to be a close one. TB does so much damage and good cogs from No Tail. PA jumps in, the Sunray comes and the Wukong's command. Fake pumping it out, Aegis grabbed by LTW as they do Wukong's now, forcing Na'Vi back and killing General's Beastmaster in a blink of an eye. PA with a crit, now the Light Striker A hits, No Tail. He's still looking pretty good with the Essence Ring, and they've slowed down Roger for another double kill. Monkey King, he wants always want to fly, but I think TB's going to claim it for himself. A triple for your Terrorblade. LTW, 13-0-4.
Beastmaster tried to go for a risky play. He uses Roar, tries to pick up Aegis, and Cheese. At least one of those would be good, but the status resistance kicks in and doesn't get any. So TB in full control of this game. 24.3k net worth on him.
Yeah. He's got enough money for Skadi now. He can start thinking about selling the Dragonlance and going for these big items. And we really do start to see the real strength of OG's draft. You know, you mentioned it early on with the fact they picked Magnus Phoenix first. The team fight's there for them. Wukong's command is also proving to be a pretty big...
Pog.
Kezu. Everyone's alt-tabbing, heading to Twitter and Reddit as quickly as they can. Which I'm definitely not doing right now, guys. F5.
I'm checking the Twitter. No, it's not out.
Pudge deleted.
Pudge deleted. Yeah.
Do you get many Pudge pickers in your pubs? Because I genuinely haven't seen the hero in like a year. But everyone complains about it.
I do pick Pudge. That's that's it. I'm mad if someone else picks it. Well, I mean, because people think Pudge just ruins the game, especially if it's position 5 Pudge, let's call it, who doesn't do anything. Thompson just gets deleted.
Hey. Seb skewering away, Phantom Strike forward. Iceberg wants to keep this fight going. The dagger doesn't finish off Seb. He's close though. Now he's burnt alive. Infernal Blade doing just enough to take him down. Man, Thompson trying to face off against this PA just doesn't work out when your Terrorblade's nowhere nearby.
TB with that Skadi you just mentioned and has a Paladin sword, Aegis for 3.5 minutes. Like, they should go for some tier 2 towers. Seb is out in 20 seconds.
Catch onto the mid lane here as No Tail. Laguna bladed. Everyone on OG has buybacks though, not under any immediate threat. And they keep, that cheese and Aegis.
I feel like they should have go for more fights every single time Doom was up. Try to, invade the jungle, go for that Terrorblade. And they never did that. Terrorblade's still sitting at 0 deaths.
Yeah, Iceberg's had like a decent game in terms of him individually, but overall, team-wise, it feels like he's been a little bit lacking. And he's keeping the ice armor, which you said he's probably going to keep for a while, but would you like to see him swap to the Centaur Stomp?
Not really. Against the status resistance, that's really not gonna do that much. Ice armor, you get so much more value out of it.
Dire are scanning.
Fair enough.
Radiant's
Dire scan, not connecting. OG have cleared up the bottom tier 2. I'm sitting behind that Terrorblade. V-Tune's PA TP's down there. Na'Vi also control the outpost.
PA hit level 25.
Oh my god.
Full AC, the damage on tower.
Oh my god. Thompson, he's forced to cheese and he's going to die anyway. V-Tune with a swift BKB afterwards, and then top lane's being shoved by General. Oh, this is getting interesting now. Clockwork has to come up here to defend. Roar. General's trying, but the battery assault's stopping him. Quick little Essence Ring, and now Terrorblade's arrival means that General will finally fall. Nothing left on the map for Na'Vi to grab here, as OG have made a hasty retreat elsewhere.
When you were saying OMG, I was like, yeah, that's a hell of a lot of damage on that tier 3 tower.
No, it was
done by
V-Tune.
TB, but didn't realize Thompson was dying. So TB also got his level 25, the extra attack range on meta. Ooh, man, that's gonna be big. Oh, full dataless. Like, where's he getting the gold from?
Oh, the first hit bash as well. Dear Lord, V-Tune outputting so much damage. Down at bottom, what's happening to Roger?
Roger just trying to go for solo kill on Seb. Not sure what the plan was.
It's all getting a bit
Like,
scattered
even if you
on this
have
map.
a free Aghanim Scepter, you're still not getting a kill on that Magnus. Which you don't. But there was no
Down
follow-up.
HP.
Like, no one was close. Octarine finished on Doom.
Daedalus on the TB.
Yeah, that's a big one. Like, he
And
has
it's
2
lane.
extra items, like Dragonlance and Power Treads, which he's not even using at the moment.
8-slotted Terrorblade on your high ground.
Tower is under attack.
There is no glyph here.
Radiant's
They've just lost the tier 3 straight up. Melee Barracks being focused down. Beastmaster's top. PA's in the triangle. Na'Vi not mounting a defense of their bot lane, just giving it away here for OG. An absolute freebie for them.
And this is efficiency. If you look at Always Wanna Fly's inventory, like, he's keeping Philosopher's Stone. Every single time Trusty Shovel is ready to go, he will dig something, and in the fight, he'll swap in Keen Optic.
The triple item swap. Oh, OG finally claimed the outpost. Make sure there's no backstabs coming. And it's a pretty decent push from General getting onto the tier 3, but
Yeah, he got him real
not
good.
actually, not actually
350
doing any damage to the tower, yeah.
on tier 3 tower. Excellent. Needs to do it like 8 more times, 7 more times, and the tower is gone.
Raw mid. Finds the monkey. Thompson jumped by V-Tune, and there it is. BKB popped. And that's it. Just a quick grab onto Thompson, but Iceberg wants to actually move on to Kezu. Dooms up the Phoenix. Terrorblade turns with the Skadi, slows down the Doom as the hookshot.
Hookshot misses,
slides
but
in
actually
towards the
connects.
back. Catchers always want to fly. Roger trying to stun them and hold them back, and Kezu does die to Iceberg's Doom in the end, and No Tail slain by the Laguna Blade. Now we're in a 3 versus 5. RTW is meted up here. OG feels like they want to do something with Metamorphosis, but they're down their teamfight ultis.
He's not afraid. Like, if Seb lands a 2-man RP, they can turn this fight around.
Yules. Light Strike Array as well. Has Satanic, of course, but no Aegis left on RTW as the Metamorphosis is ending.
Navi's respecting the damage coming out from TB. They saw the crit on PA, 1.3k.
Yeah, PA going for Ags next. Orb of Destruction up for V-Tune. Always going to be relying on this. Always want to fly save. But I guess there's no one else that the Oracle wants to actually false promise, right? It is a single core lineup at this point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if Doom overextends with the Octarine core, Doom cooldown, what, minute and 35 seconds, so not too bad. And he has that quickening charm. Can sell the drum, maybe get something like a refresher. Like, in this case, you would also want to get AC, but Phantom Assassin already bought that.
Cooldown on Devour is pretty nice as well. With the Devour bonus gold. Keeps that income flowing forward, and that's why he's 3rd in net worth. As Monkey King slips down to 5th. BKB Silver Edge, and he's working on an AC of his own. But OG have the green lights, all ultis ready. Fast spawn on Roshan, 35 seconds. And they want to try and get back down into the bottom lane. But a good Radiant scan does scout somebody moving into the area. Thompson. Silver Edge, shuffle forward. V-Tune's here, blurred up. Immediate jump under the vision. They do get the hookshot forward. The RP landing. Thompson gets the Wukong command out there as a Sunray on the high ground. Perfectly placed, but V-Tune's died already. RTW just whacks him a couple of times, and the PA's gone with no buyback now. And OG with a still beyond godlike Terrorblade, healing up Thompson. That Doom means nothing.
Yeah, they kind of fell for that bait. Thompson got solo killed multiple times, so they probably thought, yeah, he's alone once again, you know, just doing the Thompson things, but OG was ready to back him up this time. Good RP. Yeah, they can go and try to end the game. Phantom Assassin does not have a buyback. She needs 500 gold. That's game, Gary. Like, I don't think there's any kind of counterplay they can do with these 3 heroes.
Doesn't look like it. Perfect bait from Thompson. Perfect RP and a great supernova. Now Skewer back, trying to land. They do catch Seb. The Laguna Blade there, but the hookshot comes. Sunrays burning through Na'Vi, and they buy back Mag now as Doom is isolated, caught, and killed. Iceberg has to pop his own buyback, but the Terrorblade is once again working on the tier 4s, and these buildings are coming tumbling down. ILTW 16 and 0. Absolutely unstoppable with a rapier on your Terrorblade.
Doing too much damage.
Slaughtering the structures, and Thompson's frontlining for him. The next level play as Roger falls. Iceberg's got nothing left to give. Always Wanna Fly is on the run back, and that is it. Game 2 goes to OG.
OG with the much superior team fight. They were relying so much on ILTW to get the farm, and he did. Like, he was carrying them hard in this game. He ended the game with 0 deaths, 16, 0, and 6. Pretty awesome, if you ask me.
Massive performance from ILTW, really stepping up here. Stand-ins for OG, Kezu, and ILTW, and still pulling out a performance like that against Na'Vi. That was V-Tune's first death of the game there, at the very end, without
With
buyback,
no buyback,
which actually caused the loss. Very unfortunate for him. But I think you're right. Maybe Na'Vi could have been a bit more active with General and Iceberg to find Terrorblade while he was farming and powered up. But it comes down to OG's draft, the way they defended their triangle, made sure that Thompson's 6 deaths there, kind of giving himself away for the greater good.
Yeah, overall great showing from OG. Kezu had a decent game, couple of good supernovas in the later portions of the game, because they were playing very passive, I would say, for the first 20 minutes, where Thompson was just trying to make stuff happen, hook shot here and there. But it's a core Phoenix that wants to play aggressive instead of farming, and he delivered when it mattered.
He sure did. No amount of solo kills from the PA onto the Clockwork or the Seb Magnus. You know, Seb was saying, is the new patch going to make sure PA can't just one-shot me? Well, we'll find out later on tonight. But game 2 all done, and we're heading to game 3 here. Of course, it's Dota Pit, so why wouldn't we be? We'll see you guys after the break. Coming up next.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Monster kill! Wicked sick.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant structures are fortified.
Snuff out! Assassination is
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
First blood.
Welcome back, guys, here to your upper bracket final for the OGA Dota Pit Season 4. It's OG versus Na'Vi, and it's Game 3, as we've seen a lot from this Dota Pit season. Now, starting off this draft, we've also got an IO first pick from OG, Lacoste. It didn't work out for them in Game 1, but maybe a shift in strategy for them.
Yeah, might work. You know, it's OG, and these teams, they love to pick fast. So this could be mid Luna. This could also be a safe lane Luna. I think last time they played it was paired up with the Vengeful Spirit mid in the Epic League. One time Thompson played it mid. That didn't really end well. Also went for E-Blade. So all things are kind of open up for OG because they have this guy that doesn't care about what lane he plays, what item build, what hero he's playing. You know, he's just doing his own thing. He was on a mission last game. He got caught multiple times, and in the end, it was a bait.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Morphling in that regard, right? It's mixed damage, magical early, physical late. You can scale very nicely, and of course, you can buy the E-Blade if you want to. Na'Vi responding, though, with Lina and PA seems like very comfortable opener for them.
Let me just check what they paired it up with once they played Vengeful Spirit and Luna, because if I remember correctly, they won that game. Just give me a second, Gary.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I mean, OG bang out Slaughter.
Tusk, Enigma, and Vengeful Spirit was the last pick. And yeah, I was interviewing them. It was Saksa who said, like, we didn't have this prepared, you know. We just thought of it while we were in the game, like we never played it before.
Roll with the punches.
Yeah.
Come out with these surprise drafts, surprising themselves even. Well, Slaughter, you know, that combination with Lina and PA, it is an all-round solid ban for OG, as it's also a good hero that can catch the IO in the backlines. Timbersaw, Omni, Morphling taken out by Na'Vi. Why Timbersaw, though?
Because Phantom Assassin just doesn't like to play into it. You are giving Timbersaw a free lane. He doesn't care about Phantom Assassin at all. Like, even if you pair him up with whatever you want to pick as your position 5, Timbersaw is still going to have a really good time against that lane.
It's just like a free pick.
It's a free lane. Yeah, exactly.
Also, Mars first phase banned along with a Chen there by OG. So getting rid of one of General's heroes, and of course that Chen applying a lot of map pressure early on. And yeah, you said it. Vengeful Spirit taken out. As these teams really do like to ban and pick very quickly. DP already the prepared response from OG. That silence is very annoying for IO to deal with, as well as that Spirit Siphon draining away at him. It's always kind of nice to have that DP as a flexible hero, both mid and off lane, to offer you tower push when you've got a hero like PA who really wants to get into the thick of things and find immediate kills onto support heroes, can transfer the damage onto towers with a DP.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the off lane for OG. There's still like Tidehunter in the pool. If Na'Vi shows their position 5, which is kind of weak, which doesn't put any pressure. Like, it could be a really, really good Tidehunter game. Like, it's the same concept as this Timbersaw that got banned out.
Yeah, there goes that Phoenix into the Shadow Demon. So we could see this Lina move into the mid lane, because I feel like SD has been more of a 4 the past year or so.
Yeah, some teams still played as position 5. I'm just not a big fan of Lina anymore as a core, because she's very burstable, very vulnerable. Like,
delicate.
One jump on Lina and she's dead. The good thing if they want to run a mid Lina is Shadow Demon with the save this time around.
The Kezu special. Centaur Warrunner.
I think they will give Kezu the offlane one more time, because he felt, I would say, much more comfortable playing the offlane.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I did seem much better with Seb on the position 4. As Kezu standing in for Saxa, if you're just joining us. And of course, RTW having been playing with OG the past couple of days in replacement of mid one. Time
and
for
tomorrow, OG playing with 3 or 4 stand-ins.
Only No Tail remains. What is it for general here? SD, Lina, Phantom Assassin. Batrider is still out there for them if they want to go that direction.
I think Mars banned out.
He's banned,
never mind. Yeah, because he is a natural counter to a Centaur. You can't just stampede off.
Well, the Axe is going to give them the catch they need. Also, a pretty decent kind of setup from Shadow Demon for Lina and Axe to get these calls going, especially onto heroes like Io and Luna, who can't be susceptible to getting jumped. And the Thompson Puck making another appearance. His new build, the double null earn E-Blade on the Puck, skipping out Bottle, not bothering with Yules or Blink Dagger, gives him a lot of early kill potential. So he can start playing with the Centaur from a very early point.
Yeah, it's a hero that's gonna, keep them in place. It's also a great setup for relocate plays. Just Puck, feels like a really good Puck game because very limited lockdown. They have Axe with the call, which can be dodged, and the Lina's LSAs as well.
They need Seb's hero to last.
Probably they need position 4. What's in the pool that sounds good? Like if they want to get something like a Tusk, pair him up with the Io, then you have 2 saves. You have a True Strike coming out from Phantom Assassin. On the Phantom Assassin with that Walrus Punch. And just feels, if someone's out of position, you can snowball with the Centaur and get a kill on that guy.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm a big fan of a double save, especially when one of those is Tusk, so you still have a lot of the boxes checked. Still banning out the Batrider,
Curious.
It's a mid, possibly hero for Iceberg.
Yeah, still interesting to ban it out in that final spot. Enigma for Na'Vi, that's a good solid all-round ban, and Winter Wyvern gone. Final grab for OG.
Na'Vi's turn to
What's it going to be? Wind Ranger.
Oh,
Wait, is this going to be a 4 Puck or...
No, I think that's just
Wind Ranger.
Still can be flexed, but looking like a position for Wind Ranger because she puts so much pressure onto Phantom Assassin, and you can't really get killed unless you make a really big mistake. This is one of the things that Virtus Pro likes to play. Just give it save the Wind Ranger level 25 on that guy. We've seen yesterday, Mask of Madness. I think this might be the first time I've ever seen that item. It was the game was pretty much over, but still.
It's a pretty nice lane with the Centaur as well, right? You've got the ability there for Centaur to kind of 1v1 the PA, and then Wind Ranger's dealing with a Shadow Demon, and then you'll have Shackles into the Stomp. Great ways to set up for that early pressure. The Iceberg Zeus, the old classic for them, going to come out and give that nice burst damage from that mid lane. And they do swap things around. The Roger, Shadow Demon, so position 4 for him, and always want to fly the 5 Lina, which you've been mentioning recently, but I've not seen yet.
Yeah, it's still a very strong position 5. Just want to see how it's going to be matched up against a Centaur and a Wind Ranger. Everyone kind of moved on from these ghostly cosmetics from the Dire Tide, but Kez was like, nah, I'm keeping it.
The Ghost Centaur. A ghastly visage from the Netherrealm. LTW's got a pretty spooky looking mount as well. It's like a dragon. It's got wings, it's got big sharp pointy teeth, and some electric blue horns. How are these lanes going to go then? Kezu going to be matched up against this V-Tune and always want to fly lane, have Seb to help out the Centaur. Thompson mid against the Zeus. Should just be a farm trade for the most part early on, but it comes down to those level 6 rotations, which definitely could be great for Thompson's Puck.
Yeah, when you're playing Zeus on a mid lane, the thing you do is say, I'll be 6 after this creep, play aggressive, and you try to get... most of the time, it's even a first blood. 6 minutes in, we see teams not playing that aggressive, not going for kills, instead preferring pooling and stacking instead of fighting.
Yeah, get them low for me, boys. Let me secure the kill. And of course, finally, RTW and IO. On Luna, sorry, with the no-tail IO down in the bottom lane. Will be against the General Axe with Roger on the Shadow Demon. Already a pretty quick move from OG to get down to bottom lane, looking to secure some early observers and sentries, break through that large camp tree line. I don't think the observer saw that, but lots of spam pings. No-tail still wants to break as many trees as he can here, so Shadow Demon won't have an easy time hiding away in the fog. Nice spot out, General.
Seconds to battle.
Nothing skilled up for ILTW just yet. Goes for the Lucent Beam level 1. Put a bit of damage towards them, but Na'Vi have 3 heroes down here. Light Strike Array after the disruption. Catching RTW, trying to body block, trap him inside. Lucent Beam comes, and RTW, he's not going to survive this. Ooh, with the heal coming through, the magic sticks. 2 magic sticks, in fact. Io and Luna both with 1. Saves the day for the Luna.
Oh, they're pinging. They... No-tail tweeted about Virtus Pro, like how many pings are they using, and now they're trying to increase the number. Like Epic Kid is the one that has the highest ping usage in the game, so they're trying to match up. Very interesting take by No-tail. Like you could see Seb was mad pinging on ILTW.
Yeah, I noticed that in VP games, if there's a pause, you want to take off your headphones when the pause resumes, because the amount of pings that suddenly appear on your screen is pretty ridiculous. Battle Hunger level 1 from General, but No-tail tethers back to RTW. Still a good amount of damage here from Na'Vi. Getting up in the face of OG very early on.
Yeah, that first rotation, kind of forcing them to use multiple tangos and a healing salve could be a changer in this game. Like, OG is ready with the stakes, like they were prepared what they're gonna be against in the lane. Can still recover, like that healing salve is gonna make the difference, because like No-tail right now would gladly use it and bring Luna to full HP and heal himself up.
Also something here, the Luna against the Shadow Demon. Very often we've seen them paired together for the illusions of Luna to come out. It's going to be a really nice, strong